It happened. Who do you really like as a prohibitive favorite?
There is not a prohibitive favorite. That's what
you like.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's no one that if everyone plays to their potential, it's still wide open.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
that's exactly what you
I
wanted
think the top four,
actually.
one of the top four.
Okay. I mean, seeing Pine Richland and Seneca Valley in person and doing the game, I mean, they were shot for shot. I mean, they've split. I mean, they are as even as you can get.
We can't forget the Fighting Susie McConnell Serios of Upper St. Clair also.
Correct.
They got their point guard back a while ago, Prunzik. So,
yeah.
They played a couple of team stuff. I don't think they're good enough to win it, but
they're going to be – they'll be a handful. They'll be a handful. All right, let's take it to 5A. And let's go top four seeds. South Fayette, number 1. TJ, number 2. Kiski is number 3. And Peters comes in at number 4. And that is a tough group right there. Just the 4 teams mentioned right there, that's a lot of work to get through that arsenal. That is a lot of firepower in those top 4.
Well, there's a lot of firepower at number 1, and you can end it there. I mean, I really believe South Fayette has a chance. If they continue to do what they did in the regular season, they have a chance of going down as one of the best teams in WPL history. I mean, they're 21-1. They lost to Miami Country Day. They've played 18 WPIL teams, and their average margin of victory in those games is 40.3 points.
Wow.
They have 5 girls that either have committed or signed with Division I schools or have scholarship offers from Division I schools. All 5 of their starters. Paul, this is the potential for a great team, but your legacy is not made until
now.
The playoffs.
Correct.
And that's where your legacies are made, and they have a chance to go down. If they do what I think they can do and win a state championship and a WPIL in a dominant fashion, I mean, they beat good teams by 30 points all the time. They are really have a chance to be one of the greatest teams in WPL history.
Wow. Yeah, with 5 scholarship players in your starting lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to
but still, you
top
have
20 teams, but they're 5 Division I
level players.
One's a sophomore, one's a junior, the other 3 are seniors.
That's impressive. Taking a look at just some of the matchups, West Allegheny and Trinity to have the right to play South Fayette in the next round, whoever wins that game. Any stars in either of those squads?
I don't know. West Allegheny's been one of those teams that have found things. Marchinski, one of their point guards, can make some havoc. And you know what? Try to do the unthinkable and beat South Fayette. Another team that I'm looking at, Paul, is the 4 seed, the Baldwin Fighting Highlanders, going up against Chartiers Valley.
Yes.
Baldwin is a team.
Our good friend Jamal does a nice job over there, does he not?
I mean, best dressed in
always.
They beat Pine Richland and Cannon McMillan.
Correct.
In the 6A.
Yes.
So
they stepped up, and they stepped up. I mean, that's big time.
To watch Thomas Jefferson with Maggie Spell, she's closing in on 2,000 points.
I mean, 1,000 to me is unbelievably impressive. When we're hitting 2,000, that's a whole other level in both literally and figuratively. As we take the jump to 4A, in 4A. We're looking at Blackhawk at number 1, Oakland Catholic number 2, North Catholic number 3, and Bell Vernon number 4. Okay with the seedings?
We got Blackhawk, Oakland Catholic, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's who I had. There was a question of who should be number 1. Blackhawk, they beat Neshannock, they beat Pine Richland, they beat Upper St. Clair, they beat Cannon McMillan. They've won 8 WPILs, which is 3rd in WPIL history. Oakland Catholic crushed Shadyside, Alderdice, McDowell. Josie Fontana, 6'3", going to Richmond. Blackhawk has Aubrey Hupp. She's going to Canisius. I don't think there's a big difference between those 2 teams, but I can understand why they gave Blackhawk the number 1. They met in the championship last year. Oakland Catholic won. So the past doesn't matter all the time.
Just when you want it to. As far as some of the other matchups, you have Hampton and Burrell, Bell Vernon, Lincoln Park, Elizabeth Forward, Hopewell. Any of those games stand out as great matchups?
Well, I was going to mention that Blackhawk's the only girls team that's undefeated coming into the bracket. So them and Swickley Academy boys, the only undefeated teams coming in, which kind of seems low for undefeated teams. I feel like we have more than 2 coming into the bracket, but I like Bell Vernon in the 4. They play really tenacious defense, keep the scores low, and they can really maybe go get to the semifinals and see what happens against Blackhawk.
Paul, at the top of this bracket is a lot of defense. Oakland Catholic allows only 26 points a game. 26.
That's not even. That should be a half.
Blackhawk gives up only 30, Bell Vernon 33, and North Catholic 34. And incidentally, Marley Rotman has won 12 WPIL championships, the most in league history.
And one of the greatest color analysts I've ever been privileged enough to work with.
She'll be happy to hear that because she's nervous about that.
I know. She was so nervous. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I said, you understand the game better than everyone in this entire gym right now. Just share some knowledge. Sure. She goes, okay. That's all she did, and she just killed it. But I hope she's not one of my, she'd rather be coaching than doing that. So I'm hoping that we're not side by side again, if you know what I mean. Beaver and Mount Pleasant. Beaver's a team that I think has a little firepower. Eh?
Yeah. They could do a little bit
they
of.
They went 14-7. They lost 3 games. 2 of them were to Blackhawk in their section. So,
interesting.
They could make a run.
Okay. All right. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with 3A, and we'll close out the girls' brackets for you right here on our Selection Monday on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKA-radio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. It's the KDKA Selection Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. That takes us to the girls 3A, 1-1 team only with a bye into the next round, and that is Shadyside Academy as the number 1 overall seed in 3A, followed by Beaver Falls, Avonworth, and Quaker Valley. And I know Mike's been chomping at the bit to get to the Quaker Valley girls.
Wait, Avonworth's number 3? They can't be. Who is number 3?
3 is Greensburg Central Catholic.
Greensburg Central Catholic, the defending champion. I did their championship game last year.
Yes. It's a lot of talent, I think, individual talent in this classification. I mean, you're talking about Shadyside Academy. Karis Thomas was Fab 5 last year. She's going to Purdue Fort Wayne. Cassie Sauer, University of Chicago. That's a smaller college. Erica Gribble has over 2,000 career points. She's committed to Richmond, which has a top program in the Atlantic 10. Spell that I think everybody should go see if you can. Mimi Thera from Quaker Valley. I mean, I don't think they have enough. They don't have enough around her to win the championship, but she's without doubt the player of the year this year. 29.3 points, 15.5 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 steals, 4 blocks a game. Shoots 46% from the field, 35% from 3. And it's not like she's only taken 20 of them. She made 46 3-pointers. And she's 6'4" to 6'5". stepping out and one of the top 50 players rated in the country.
And she gives it up.
Yeah, I mean,
gets
but
assists,
the
gets
question is,
rebounds.
she has to do so much. But they're the number 4 seed, and maybe they can make a little noise. I would love to see them play in the semifinals, maybe against Shadyside Academy. See a good matchup there with her and Karis Thomas. But that's a team that intrigues me because of her.
What about that Quaker Valley Keystone Oaks? Are they going to be able to, with her, just make sure they get to the next round?
It's hard to say because sometimes she does so much, and there are others. It all depends on the others a lot of time, Paul. But she dominates a game in so many ways. And you know what? I've seen players, they can go on runs in these playoffs and really leave their legacy also as much as a team. Maybe she's one that can do that.
And what about Greensburg Central Catholic as a potential repeat? They were really strong last year.
I'm not so sure. I mean, they went 16-5.
I like Shadyside.
Shadyside coming out of that section, being a champion. That section 1, a team we haven't talked about, the 2 seed, Beaver Falls. The Tigers, a team that beat Quaker Valley twice this season. And
only loss was in the Shannock.
Yes.
And they do it with Taylor Poland, 20 points averaging, and Haskins, and they have the freshman Cannon, who's pretty effective for the Tigers. But that section 1 between Beaver Falls, Quaker Valley, Our Lady of the Sacred Heart, talking about teams that really outside of the section were dominating elsewhere. All 3 of those teams, I think, can make some noise in the postseason.
All right, so 3 is going to be a lot of fun and a lot of talent to watch there. Let's go to 2A right now. And in 2A, the top 4 seeds are number 1, Neshannock, number 2, Winchester Thurston, number 3, Chartiers Houston, and Fort Cherry is the number 4 seed. Did the committee do a nice job there?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Neshannock, Lou Ann Grabowski's won 6 championships. Only 6 have won 7 or more. Sleeper team, Fort Cherry. They only allow 28 points a game. So, yeah.
So they D it up.
Matt?
Some of the better matchup games, Jeanette Burgettstown, is that a good one? What about Bentworth? Will they give Winchester any problems?
Winchester's good. They're very good.
They're solid.
Yes. They could make some. They could get to the championship.
I think this is most likely chalk bracket. I think we should expect Neshannock and Winchester Thurston to get to the finals.
No worry about the Quips. The Quips are in there taking on Best Center.
You know, that's possible. And you know what? That program has come a long way.
It is, but they're not quite what they were the last couple years.
Right.
So they're not there yet.
No.
Quips aren't a problem yet, but they could be soon. They're on that climb.
I don't know. I don't know if they're young or if they're...
I just mean in general, the program. They're coming. They're on the come, as people say. Or maybe not.
Well, they were in the finals last year.
Yeah, I was going to say. They're not foreign.
Overall speaking, though, they were 1-2 win teams for a long time.
They had some rough go.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 2A. Let's take a look at 1A as we move down the line. And number 1 seed, Aquinas Academy, Sarah Catholic. Union is the 3rd seed, and Geibel is number 4. Union, as I misspoke about the boys earlier, they have won 3 in a row. That's impressive.
They're not quite the team they were the last couple of years, though, Paul. A thing in this bracket, Geibel tied Sarah for the section title, and many people wondered who would get the higher seed. And Sarah gets it, number 2, but Geibel has Emma Larkin over 2,000 points. Her and Mallory Clemmer both average over 20 a game. Only the 6th time since 82-83 that 2 players from the same team have averaged over 20 a game in the regular season. A little factoid there.
I like
Love
that.
The factoids.
Teams to watch that didn't get one of the top 4?
Well, they got a top 4, but Aquinas they lost in the finals in 2022 and 2023. This could be their year.
Watch out for Geibel.
Geibel? Okay. That's a team that could be a sleeper?
Well, they're 4 seeds, so not too much of a sleeper. but there's a path.
There's a path.
I mean, when you start the quarterfinals, there's a chance.
You've been given some opportunity.
Yes.
I don't think there's any question about that. All right, we'll come back and wrap it up in a few minutes right here on our Selection Monday show on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Wesley Financial. Your digital footprint will live on long after you depart this mortal coil. Tech expert Paul Hochman says the plan for your afterlife online should start with an inventory.
What do you have out there? Crypto, passwords to your financial, to your savings, and so forth.
A digital executor can take all of your passwords and then shut down your social media accounts, which can be an attractive target to hackers.
So the longer you leave it up, the more you leave yourself open.
I'm Rob Hart.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
It's the KDKA Selection Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We have laid it all out there for you. Who's in, who's playing when and where for the most part. I think we're pretty much on top of it. Let's go back and revisit 6A on the boys' side. And, there's some, I've mentioned firepower a few times. I really want to watch some of these games. I want to see some of these games because they're going to be good.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I really like Newcastle and Upper St. Clair as the top two seeds. St. Clair 1, Newcastle 2. But, I think Upper St. Clair has a real chance at winning that third straight. Danny Holzer, and they said when they won their last one, that's that classic, we don't rebuild, we reload. And
they sure do.
And they have.
And he doesn't age either.
Yes, he does.
He does not age.
He became the Upper St. Clair Athletics, all programs, most winning coach.
Winningest coach.
Yeah.
They have something that nobody else has, and that's a dominant
big man.
Big man.
Legit big man.
In Ryan Robbins,
so
is 6'7", 280. And
he is so strong.
He has maybe the biggest shoulders of any player I've seen on WPL in the last 25 years. It's incredible. Passes the ball well, and
he
that's something that nobody else has.
Pads on while he's playing basketball.
Yeah,
he does.
He'll be a Division I lineman, and that's something that nobody else has.
Yeah,
and they can shoot the ball well too, and they play defense. I think Upper St. Clair, Newcastle, and Central are clearly the three best teams. Doesn't always mean one of them will win it though, but definitely the three best.
Maybe if North Hills can get out of the first round and match up with Pittsburgh Central Catholic and poses a great quarterfinal matchup.
They're going to be fun matchups. All right, 5A, pretty loaded as well on the boys' side. There's a lot of teams. I think TJ could be a team that could surprise. I think Moon certainly, even though they're a 4 seed, they're certainly worthy. And I love the way they're coached. I love the way they play. Did one of their games last year and was really impressed with the way they played.
Gino Palmasinas did a really nice job at Moon. And, I think people maybe wondered, can you win it? You win a Canavan, you win a state championship at Canavan, can you come up to some of the bigger schools and be able to contend? And he was a PG Coach of the Year 2 years ago when they won it all. And, you mentioned, I think the biggest question in this bracket for me, Mike, is I don't know how good Thomas Jefferson is because their really strength of schedule isn't comparable to Chartiers Valley, Moon, and Lincoln Park.
I agree with you, but I think they're pretty good. And also, I really think there's 6 teams that could make some noise here. Going all the way down from Chartiers Valley, Lincoln Park, Moon, Thomas Jefferson. I'm telling you, watch out for Penn Hills. They don't have any size, but those 2 guards, they can make some noise. And don't forget about Gateway.
Yeah,
right.
I still like them.
They have a guy that can carry him scoring-wise.
Yeah,
that kid
but
can score from anywhere.
Char Valley, A lot will depend on how well they shoot the ball because they don't have any size. But they have one of the sophomore there, Luca Federico. I just really like. He's got an offer from LaSalle, and many more are going to be coming, I think.
Yeah, and younger brothers on his way.
I hear he's even better.
Yeah.
I don't know. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, but
I hear he's really good, too.
But, the next – okay, 4A girls, real quickly, have about 30 seconds. Blackhawk and Oakland Catholic, I think that's a 1-2 punch right there.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think those are the finals.
But don't forget about North Catholic.
Okay, because they're so well coached, as we know.
They are.
But I think that's, she's going to have a lot of work to do to
get to the
finals.
finals.
Knock one of those two teams off. But it's going to be a whole lot of fun. The once push to the Pete is now the path to the Pete, and I will succumb to that. Mike White, Matt Fargo, thanks so much for being here. We're going to have all 12 of the finals right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
No one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the Dollar Energy Fund during our annual NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon on Thursday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Presented by MetaConnect. Details on how you can support are at kdkaradio.com. Powered by Dynegy. And brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, and by Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning. Help us help your neighbor on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
It's all here in a universe of audio.
Odyssey. KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 31 degrees at 3 o'clock. I'm David Bolorado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick for your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath. TrustPJ.com. A man believed to be the suspect in a shooting this weekend in McKees Rocks has been found dead. Police say their investigation into the shooting led them to identify 22-year-old Edward Sparrow as their suspect. The woman had been shot Saturday on Jane Street. They say on Sunday night, a car driven by Sparrow was found crashed on Langer Way in Kennedy Township. Then a body matching Sparrow's description was found nearby. Efforts are currently underway with local fire departments to retrieve that body. After days of uncertainty and growing public outrage, there's a major development now in Oakmont. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details.
Jose Flores is back home after nearly a week in federal custody, despite having a pending asylum case and a valid work permit. Oakmont Mayor Sophia Ficarro says the borough won't join the federal 287G immigration program despite its incentives.
By asking local police to do certain immigration functions. The police and council said our job is to take care of Oakmont and any criminal cases. We're not federal agents, and we're not going to be deputized.
Council members are drafting a resolution to prevent further detentions, with a vote set for February 17th. For now, Ficarro says the community is celebrating the return of Mr. Flores. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Tomorrow will be another air quality action day in the Liberty-Clareton area. An advisory had been issued this morning about poor air quality in the area, and now it's been extended until tomorrow. What it means is people who are sensitive should make any outdoor activities tomorrow short and sweet and watch out for symptoms like coughing or shortness of breath. Others in the area are also advised to avoid any long or intense activities. Where is the money going? That's among the questions in a letter sent to City Controller Rachel Heisler today by the Republican Committee of Pittsburgh. The GOP is asking for full transparency about the millions of dollars that is being provided by UPMC and PNC Foundation to purchase new vehicles. They want to know when the money comes in, how the vendors are being chosen, and exactly what vehicles are being purchased. Chairman Todd McCullum's letter says when private institutions provide this much money to the city, it has a responsibility to meet it with good faith stewardship. The White House is warning that this week's monthly jobs report may not look at all that impressive. CBS News correspondent Jason Brooks has more.
National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett told CNBC that we should expect smaller January jobs numbers, but he says that's occurring as productivity increases and the labor supply declines. Hassett says GDP growth is going through the roof, and that typically fuels labor demand. However, the government reported last week that job openings in December plunged by nearly 500,000 from the previous month. The market is expecting a gain of around 65,000 jobs in January, up from 50,000 in December.
On Wall Street today, the Dow is now up 72 points. The Nasdaq remains higher, up 253. The S&P 500 up 46. KDKA Sports veteran slugger Marcell Ozuna is headed to the Pirates. The 35-year-old free agent has reached a $12 million one-year deal with the club. KDKA Radio News Time 3:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. It's 31 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Build your team, build it sooner. Need your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
It's all here in a universe of audio.
Odyssey.
All right, traffic time. Margot brings it to you. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margot.
All right. Hey, Colin. An earlier accident this morning on 79 outbound is causing a lane restriction around exit 64 towards Coriopolis and McKees Rocks. So look out for that, as it is also causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic there as well, and getting a report of an accident on the 600 block of East Ohio Street in the city. Starting out this rush hour on those major roadways with just a little bit of a delay on the Parkway East outbound right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds will continue to be on the increase as we head through the rest of this afternoon. A high of 29, mainly cloudy tonight, low 23. Times of clouds and sunshine for tomorrow with an afternoon shower in spots, high 48. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
There we go. Great job by the gentleman just before me, bringing you the WPIL playoff brackets. Good stuff. I was interested. Hampton Talbots. That's my home school district. I go to all the games. My son works for the team, and they play Tuesday, Don Peters. So good stuff. Anyhow, it's 866-391-1020. And my alma mater, the Foxes, are in the playoffs. So that's that. Anyhow, that's for another day. For yesterday, are we over ourselves yet as a nation? I mean that. Are we beyond ourselves? Are we past it? Are we still mad about something that is the dumbest thing we've ever been mad about in our lives? I want to start there. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. And what I'm talking about is, well, this.
The grass grew into a field of sugarcane as Bad Bunny kicked off his halftime show. The singer started his set by walking us through a colorful Caribbean landscape filled with a Domino's game, a nail salon, and even a shaved ice cart.
Are we over ourselves yet? Or are you still mad? I mean, are you still trying to divide our country because some guy sang some songs at halftime?
He then took us to La Casita, the same pink house from his Puerto Rican residency last year, where Jessica Alba, Cardi B, Karol G, and Pedro Pascal were all VIP.
Los declaro marido y mujer.
From there, it morphed into a real-life, legally binding wedding with quite the wedding singer. Lady Gaga singing a salsa version of Die With a Smile.
Like I said, you still upset? Are we still splitting the nation in half? Are we still saying, get out of this country because you speak Spanish? How does that all work? After you saw it, especially.
Bad Bunny brought out fellow Puerto Rican icon Ricky Martin.
Quieren quitarme el río y también la playa. God bless America!
And then closed out the show, shouting out every country across the Americas.
Venezuela, Guyana.
Marching with all their flags in front of a jumbotron that read, "The only thing more powerful than hate is love."
Wait, he said, God bless America. Doesn't that make it okay? It's all nuts to me. The other part, too, that's very fair is this. Not everybody who disliked it is racist. It's just a matter of taste. Why did we fight over this? Why do we care so much? If you didn't like it, you just turned it off. But to divide and make it political when it's about the most apolitical thing ever, I think, is insane. Case in point, I was perusing the internet this morning, getting ready for the show, checking it out. And one thing is making the rounds on social media. And people are just telling on themselves, right? There was a caller from Massachusetts to C-SPAN just after the football game was over. Give a listen to this fella.
We should have been celebrating the 250th anniversary of the United States of America at that halftime show. When I went to school, I was taught English. I wasn't taught Spanish, so I don't know a word he was saying. You know, we're in the United States of America. We're an English-speaking language. They should have at least put a closed caption on there or something so you could understand what they were saying. And the dancing, I've seen the same thing at a strip show, just with the clothes on, the way they were doing on TV. There's no reason for that.
That's when I say, okay, boomer. I think that's where that one fits. So let's talk. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. NASCAR Roofing Instant Access to all our shows, just a click away. Email us, instantaccess, KDKARadio.com. What did we just do over the last, particularly 72, 84 hours or so, and get at each other's throats about somebody that was talking, singing, dancing, entertaining at halftime of the Super Bowl? Was it all worth it? Do we feel that, well, we needed to divide as much as we did? Look, I don't like Kid Rock. Kid Rock wasn't good when Kid Rock was good. That's just my opinion. Has zero to do with politics. So you know what I didn't do? I didn't watch Kid Rock. Lots of people did, though. 19 million if you count all the downloads today, right before I went on the show. It doesn't hold a candle to the 135 million or so with Bad Bunny. But here's the thing. It's really simple to say, I like this, I don't like that. It's not affiliated politically with one party or the other, or it shouldn't be. And I just chose to consume what I enjoy. Why can't we do that as a country anymore? This is another example of not being able to say, let's agree to disagree. And in all the controversy, a lot of it manufactured, in the run-up to the Super Bowl, did you notice when it came time to be political about it? And Bad Bunny wasn't political about it. Do you know what he did? He just performed. And I love these people that talk about, speak English in America. Okay, yeah, it is our first language. Try going to New York City or Miami and see if you don't run into somebody who speaks Spanish. I'm not saying that English shouldn't be our first language, but there are people who speak other languages in America, and you're just fighting it to fight. It's some sort of manufactured, I am taking a stance for the old red, white, and blue. Well, guess what? You don't own the Super Bowl. You don't own halftime. It's not your decision, and it's not something that's a public trust. What it is one big span of time to hit people that are, well, probably younger than you. And that's who they want to influence. And Bad Bunny is a gigantic star. And maybe, just maybe, if you're like that caller to C-SPAN, you weren't the intended audience. In all of this, the number one thing that I take from it is this. Too many Americans thought that the halftime Super Bowl entertainment was a public trust they got to vote on. You just didn't. And if you didn't like it, you could turn it off. I just kind of looked at it in passing. My daughter loved it. Totally loved it. Ricky Martin was there. Did you scream and yell when Gloria Estefan was out there years and years ago? This was one of those things you wanted to get worked up, not really at Bad Bunny, just to see other people, make other people see you get worked up and solidify what team you're on. It's okay to have something not be political. And to me, this was one of them. It was just songs. That's it. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Your call's next. Join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing. Played against Sports Cranberry. Saturday, February 21st, 1 to 4. Support youth sports. 10% of sales going to support Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave Gray, and help give back. Details, 937thefan.com. Oh, let's hit traffic right now. Here we are, PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at a lane restriction on 79 northbound because of an earlier accident right before exit 64 towards Coriopolis and McKees Rocks. So it is causing bumper-to-bumper traffic there as well. Also, crews are on the scene of an accident on the 600 block of East Ohio Street in the city. The other major roadways not looking too bad quite yet, just looking at some tunnel traffic as you head outbound on the Parkway East and the Parkway West. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Time now for a Black History Month Spotlight.
Today we honor Hazel Garland, a trailblazer who documented the lived experiences of Black residents in Pittsburgh's Hill District and helped shape how Black history is remembered. In 1955, she became the first African-American journalist to write a regular television column, which went on to become one of the longest-running television columns in newspaper history. Nearly 2 decades later, in 1974, Garland made history again when she was appointed editor-in-chief of the New Pittsburgh Courier, becoming the first Black woman to lead a nationally circulated newspaper.
Zero Res's month of love sale is on. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you're breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dust, dander, bacteria, germs, and all that stuff over and over again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention KDKA.
Are you ready for retirement? Hi, this is Brian Quaranta, host of On the Money, heard every Saturday morning, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Join me and your host, Rob Pratt, as we tackle the most important questions about retirement planning, financial strategies, and securing your future. From avoiding costly mistakes to maximizing your savings, will help you feel more confident about your financial journey. Tune in every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Take the first step towards a worry-free retirement. That's On the Money, your retirement planning destination.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Folks, Marty here. My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspenwall, amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO, appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO, 412-373-2000. Get them on your roof, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious with better nutrition, too. It's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. NRG is proud to support the people and organizations giving back to the Pittsburgh community today and every day. If you've never thought about who supplies your electricity and natural gas, it's time to start. With NRG, you've got the power to choose an energy supplier that rewards you for using energy. Earn cash back, travel rewards, and even help power contributions to local nonprofits just for paying your bill. Check out offers and switch today at picknrg.com. NRG, energy that works for you and for Pittsburgh.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Drive at 5 coming your way at 5, oddly enough. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Tracy's in South Point. Tracy was excited about Bad Bunny and dancing. Hi, Tracy.
Right. You remember that from Friday. And I tell you what, I think he was phenomenal. First of all, he didn't look like some kind of a circus freak coming out. I thought he was very well dressed, great stage performance, wonderful choreography. Yeah, I didn't understand his language, but I mean, it's entertainment. And when we went out Saturday, I told you last week that they played one song I recognized. Now, when I watched the show yesterday, there was at least 3 or 4 more that they played that I had no clue that he did. So I just thought he was phenomenal.
Did you text with all your lady friends that you go dancing with, and you're like, oh, my gosh, these are the songs we have no idea?
I said, oh, my, yep, I only recognized one. There was 3 or 4, and the lady called my friend of mine. She goes, oh, my God, they just played that Saturday night. Yeah, I really think it's a great, the Super Bowl, they know everybody's going to be watching. So they're targeting, you're never going to make everybody happy, I don't think. So, but I thought as a newer, I don't know how long he's been around, but I think he was really fresh. I think the stage performance, everything from the dress to just his whole performance, in my opinion, was excellent.
Yeah, and she hit it. You know what she said that rang the most true was, you're never going to make anyone happy. And it screams in this text that I got. And it goes like this. If my grandparents were still alive, they'd want to see Lawrence Welk perform at the halftime show. If my parents were still alive, they'd want to see Frank Sinatra. I'd prefer to see Bruce Springsteen. But the Super Bowl halftime show is not for me or them. It's for the current generation. Right. I'm not saying Bad Bunny was the best Super Bowl performer ever. I'm saying you got choices. And I'm saying that people who are real smart, who are trying to reach the widest audience, are the people who are in charge of pushing that performer forward. And maybe, just maybe, if you're super mad today and your nationalism, or that's how you frame it, is ringing so true, maybe you're not the intended audience. You ever think of that? And maybe, just maybe, you need to take a big, deep breath and say, guess what? The Super Bowl halftime show isn't some public trust. It's a private thing, like many things in the world. I don't get a vote on it. And if I don't want to watch it, I don't have to. You don't get a say. As tough as you think that might be in life, you don't get a vote. And you can go watch Kid Rock if that's your cup of tea. Now, frankly, I don't like either performer. But you know what I'm into? Stuff that makes my kids happy. I just am. And my daughter said, yeah, I'm not the biggest Bad Bunny fan, but I like a couple of his songs. Let's watch this one. And I said, there we go. Leave it on. You know why? We have made this about who we voted for, who we hate. I love the guy who's orange. I hate the guy that's orange. You have Trump derangement syndrome. I love Trump. That's what we've made this about. It's not even about Bad Bunny. It's about Republicans and Democrats, or not even middle-of-the-road Republicans and Democrats. It's about the far left, and it's about MAGA people. And that's what's divided us with this Bad Bunny stuff. Sean's in Latrobe. Hi, Sean.
Hi. I think that my opinion is I think that you're wrong. It is a public broadcast, and publicly broadcasting and promoting the foreign language. You find another country that their largest entertainment show in the country is being broadcast in a foreign language, and I'd be surprised. I don't know any other country. Our country is based on English. Should
you
be
ever
English.
Seen signage? You ever seen signage in places like Japan or Germany or France? You ever seen their signage? You ever been to any of those countries?
I've been to 7 countries.
Oh, well, that doesn't answer if you've been to those ones.
Yeah, signage has nothing to do with broadcasting a foreign language in our country.
Okay. Well, do you know you could have turned it off, right? It's not
I
a public.
didn't watch it.
It's not public.
I didn't watch it. I didn't. Yeah, it is a public broadcast.
No, it's
what
not.
Are you talking about?
Public broadcast is on PBS.
No, public broadcast.
No. It's not public. Public would say that it comes out of your tax dollars, sir.
Channel 11 television, Channel 2 television, broadcasting it is public. Your broadcast is public.
No, it's not public. It's disseminated publicly. It's not paid for publicly.
Okay. Well, doing it in a foreign language is not acceptable.
Then turn it off.
I did. I didn't watch it. And your daughter's age group, they're not football fans. They're not concerned about football.
What are you talking about? My daughter plays fantasy football. She loves it. She's got about 6 jerseys. She can name you just about every Steeler. What are you talking about?
I said your daughter's generation.
What are you talking about, my daughter's generation? My son could tell you every score of every Steeler game this year. All those kids in his school play fantasy football. football. They cling to players and not necessarily teams. Let's go with some more generalities I can knock down for you.
Well, you didn't knock it down.
Well, I did.
You're saying that you disagree that that generation. So you're saying
how many high school kids live in your house? 2. So they don't like football. That doesn't mean all of them do. Just like my 2 love football, it doesn't mean all of them that there aren't any who don't.
Well, if you look at general audience through the
Sean, can you do me a favor?
The ratings.
Why don't you go read and educate yourself and then call me back? Really. I don't mean to come off as a jerk, but you're not schooled enough to make the statements you just made. So you're saying what you want the truth to be. Quantification, numbers, facts back up what I'm saying. So rather than trying to manipulate and make the truth, go do some reading. Go do some reading on ratings. Go do some reading on revenue. Go do some reading on the NFL and their pool and their and how much they make off of the younger generation. There was 135,000 or million people watched that halftime broadcast last night. What are you talking about, man? Do you think they were all not teenagers? 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. We have gone so far into making sure everything has a political slant or is steeped in politics that we've driven ourselves bonkers in this country. Bad Bunny, example A. News bottom of the hour, KDK.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Whether it's audio that makes you move, think, or cheer.
It's all here.
Odyssey. All the music.
All the sports.
All the news.
And all the podcasts.
Odyssey.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 33 degrees at 3:30. I'm David Ballarado. A boil water advisory for Allegheny and Washington counties has now been lifted. Pan American Water issued that advisory early Saturday after a power surge at a water treatment plant. 95,000 customers had been advised to boil their water. Pan American now says all of the samples from 2 water quality tests were negative for contamination, and the utility lifted the boil water advisory just after 11 this morning. Attention-getting numbers are out on the frigid start to 2026. News Radio KDK's Paul Rasmussen has that story.
The National Weather Service released data this morning on social media showing we've had the coldest start of the year since 1994 and the coldest 25-day stretch since 1979. Meteorologist Tim Cermak says we've been in a hard-to-shake weather pattern.
Sometimes when you get set up in these patterns in the winter, they just stick around for a long time until you get something big that can come and push them out.
Since the first of the year, there have been 17 days with temperatures below freezing, and the average temperature was 15 degrees.
It's just been one of those winters where we're nice and cold. Classic Pittsburgh.
We'll get a one-day warm-up tomorrow with a high in the upper 40s. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
New numbers show that roughly 1 in 6 Pennsylvania Obamacare plan enrollees dropped their health coverage this year due to the unprecedented cost increases. That's according to the state's online health insurance marketplace. About 85,000 enrolled in the Affordable Care Act dropped their coverage for the year. Terminations continue at such high levels for the next several months. Penny, Pennsylvania's ACA marketplace, blamed the enrollment decline on the expiration of enhanced premium tax credits, which ended on December 31st. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 15 points. The Nasdaq is up 210, and the S&P 500 is also higher, up 35 points. KDK Radio News Time 3:32. Our next update's at 4. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
President's Day weekend is the biggest furniture and mattress event of the year at Levin Furniture and Mattress. Take 25% off the entire store. Save up to 60% on hot buys. Lazy Boy recliners start at $395. Sofas as low as $350. 60-month special financing with no money down. Plus the guaranteed lowest prices on top mattress brands for life. That's 25% off store-wide, up to 60% off hot buys, and 5 years financing. The President's Day sale, now at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Hey, folks, Marty, why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon and KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
Breaking bread and having fun is what Monticello's restaurant is all about. Sure, Monticello's pizza is legendary, but that's only the beginning. Monticello's does Italian better than anyone in the business. Great food and friends are the best recipe for an enjoyable night out. Serving over 175 million slices of delicious pizza to Pittsburgh since 1980. Find the closest Monticello's restaurant to you at Monticello's.com. Still looking for a great place to work? Join the Monticello's family today. Visit Monticello's.com.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
Margot's a saint, and she's got you covered here. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser's Chevrolet.
Okay, thanks, Colin. I'm looking at a lane restriction on the Parkway East outbound. That is because of an accident right before exit 84A towards Monroeville, so it is also causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic there. And continuing to look at that lane restriction on 79 northbound, right before the exit 64 towards Coriopolis and McKees Rocks because of an earlier accident this morning. The other major roadways are starting to build with some traffic on those outbound routes, especially when heading into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have increasing clouds through the rest of this afternoon, a high of 29. Mostly cloudy tonight, down to 23 for an overnight low. And then times of clouds and sunshine tomorrow might be an afternoon rain shower as we get up to 48. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. A big warm-up, but it comes with a caution. We'll tell you what that is.
All right, here we are, 866-391-1020. By the way, no one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm. Supporting the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon. That's February 12th. It's in 3 days from right now, 7 to 2. It's all presented by MetaConnect, brought to you by Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Nest Expressions, Window Fashions, and Impact HVAC. Details, kdkradio.com, including an online auction available now, powered by Dynegy. So, there we are. So much happening right now. Here's what I think. With that Bad Bunny performance, there's so much that's an offshoot from it, okay? So many different topics that come off it. It's really one streamlined vein that sums all of it up. Loving or hating the Bad Bunny performance at the Super Bowl doesn't have much to do with loving or hating the Bad Bunny performance. It's mostly about people loving or hating Donald Trump and a feeling you must always formulate opinions along political lines. That's it. Like me, okay? The way I look at things, I like some of Donald Trump's policies. The racist tweet is abhorrent, ridiculous, absurd, okay? There are some decisions he makes, I think, that are wonderful. There are others that are awful. So I don't need to put myself in a box and say, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, I have to love everything. That's what this Bad Bunny thing is built on. People can't look at it for what it is, but they have to remember what hat they wear or what team they're on. Jane's in Pittsburgh. Hi, Jane.
Oh, hi. I wanted to comment on the Bad Bunny performance. Number one, I didn't understand it. I had no idea what it was about. Okay, I didn't feel that was entertainment for me, and I don't know who's in charge of booking entertainment and talent.
The person who booked somebody who had like the third most downloads in the world over the past 8 years.
Is that what they base this on?
What would you like them to base it on?
Talent.
Who would you like to name a name? Tell me who you think would have been better.
Oh, boy, there were some good ones. There was Lady Gaga did one.
Well, she was there.
I know, but not in the capacity of, entertaining.
Okay, who else would you have liked to see?
I don't know. The country western singers.
Country western?
They would have been. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a matter of opinion. But if you go by numbers.
Wait a minute. We were supposed to pay tribute to our country.
Said who?
Because I'm saying it. Okay? Whether you agree or not. I mean, it's America, right? And we were celebrating a birthday or an anniversary. And there could have been, they had a couple things. Something a little bit more friendlier than that. He just, I don't know.
Right. No, you just don't like him because he spoke Spanish. Now, compared to last year's performance with Kendrick Lamar, it was far less sexually degenerate. There was much less explicit language that they needed to bleep out. And it was a significantly better performance in show from a choreographic standpoint. That's my thought. Let's go to our great friend real quick. Call, stay on the line. We talk to him just about every week or so in this space. Richard Bazzi from Schultz Ford. Hi, Richard. How are you?
Yeehaw!
Great. Good stuff. Everything good?
Everything's fabulous.
What did you think of Bad Bunny? That's the big topic today.
It's funny because I like his music, and it seems like when I'm walking through a mall or I'm in a retail store, I always pull out my phone and want to Shazam a song I'm listening to. Inevitably, it turns out to be one of his songs. So, no, I don't understand it. I don't speak Spanish, but I do like it. I didn't like the show, but I did. I don't mind his music at all. Of course, my dear friend Gabby Barrett had the alternative with Kid Rock. and I listened to a couple songs, Kid Rock. I'm not normally a Kid Rock fan,
Right.
but I actually liked the performance and I liked the show. Gabby's dad and I, Blaze Barrett, are friends, and we talk. And he sent me some numbers that were just unbelievable how it performed.
Yeah, up to this morning when I last checked, there were 19 million views on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty big based on the fact that I don't even think this thing was a thought up until 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know how long it took him to do that, but more importantly, that game stunk.
Yeah, it was a terrible football game. It was an awful football game. The thing is, what I keep coming back to, and I grow less and less patient with people the older I get, I'll be honest with you, is we all have an ability to turn on or turn off what we like or don't like. And with so many things, especially on television or radio or whatever, you just don't get a vote. Like, you don't get a vote.
No, you don't. And speaking of getting a vote, I was very disappointed in the Super Bowl commercials. I always have such high expectations for them because the creativity, I think, is really cool normally. But I didn't see that creativity on display as much as I normally do.
All right, you want to know why? Why I'm absolutely along the lines with you. My wife and I, we sat and we didn't intently watch the commercials, but you pay attention to them. It's one of those things where you generally walk away, Richard. And I know you had a big event at work today. You had things going on. You normally walk into the office the Monday after the Super Bowl, and you have people buzzing about those one or two. There isn't that today.
There isn't. No, there isn't. Of course, I always have my favorites. I will tell you, the ones that play with your emotions usually are the ones that get me. The Budweiser, I always like. I really do.
Well, you're grandfather now. You're kind of getting soft, and your soft side and all that kind of stuff, I think.
I'm always soft.
But no, you're right about that. The ones that show, that tug at your heartstrings, they get you.
Oh. And I'm going to say this, and people can hate me, and I really don't care. I'm going to tell you one that really bothers me.
Tell me.
A lot. The Jewish hatred.
Yes.
That bothers me, to think that children go through that. It just bothers me a lot because there's no reason for it. Jewish hate. I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't get it. And I don't really care if anybody listening likes me or hates me for that statement. But nobody should have to go through that. And remember, if you had a child, if you had anybody, a grandchild, anybody that had to go through that, what's the statistic? At least 1 in 4 or two out of 4.
Whether it's anti-Semitic words or acts or people, it's incredible. And unless we can, people, I think like you and I can try to understand it, but we can't live it, and it's incredibly discouraging.
Oh, I lived with it. I had it.
Wow.
I had discrimination, and where I grew up, I had it. Right at the time. Hey, Italian and Syrian? Are you kidding? I didn't fit. I was called all kind of names. But I got to tell you, the Jewish hate is the commercial that really gets me.
Yeah, it stuck with me too. I agree with you. All right, getting back to the Bad Bunny talk. Richard, great to talk to you today. I like your Red Bull jacket. How about that?
You like that? Formula One, baby, Ford.
I know
Ford,
they're in the game
back
now.
In Formula One, we're in the game.
NASCAR starts this weekend. Daytona 500 back. I'm more of a NASCAR guy than a Formula One. Formula One, you know why I'm not a Formula One guy? I'm not smart enough. It's engineered like an airplane, and I'm just not the brightest bulb.
Man, I just came back from the NADA show in Las Vegas. Man, they had some Formula One cars on display. I can't even imagine sitting in that cockpit and driving that thing 200 miles an hour.
It's like an airplane with wheels.
So cool. I'm telling you,
yes.
It is so cool. And you see, of course, your dear friend Kim Kardashian is dating Lewis
Hamilton. Yeah, power couple.
Yeah,
there you go.
Oh no, big time.
All right,
big time.
We'll talk soon, my man. Talk to you in just a little while. I'll talk to you in a couple days, Richard. I'll text you before then. My guy, Richard Bazzi, Schultz Ford. Check it out. All the great locations. Come right back. Bunch of calls on the line about Bad Bunny. And, I'm going to tell you about this big push to have the Monday after the Super Bowl holiday. It's going to be null and void in short order anyway. I'll explain. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at a lane restriction on the Parkway East outbound because of an accident right around the Monroeville exit, and on 79 northbound, and a lane restriction there as well because of an accident this morning around the Coriopolis and McKees Rocks exits. The other major roadways starting to build just a bit as you head into the Squirrel Hill and Fort Pitt tunnels. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up, world? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, chicken farmer, and now host of Free Range. This is a show where I go off the field and off the script. We're talking what's hot in music, film, trending news, and everything blowing up your feed. If you love football, you'll feel at home. But if you're here for the vibes, the internet deep dives, the conversation, this is your podcast. Join me every Wednesday. Follow and listen to Free Range with me, Von Miller, everywhere you get your podcast.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I like about having the most effective treatment protocol on the market for peripheral neuropathy is the stories that we hear. Like Karen from Export, she suffered with neuropathy for 3 years, and it got so bad that she couldn't even wear her normal shoes. In fact, she got rid of them and can only wear Skechers. After going through the program, now she's able to wear any shoes she wants, and she's very disappointed that she got rid of all her other shoes.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Karen. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for an initial free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydancedin.com.
Premium roofing starts with a team you can count on. Call the Genius Choice in Roofing, Home Genius Exteriors, where you get a dedicated project team with certified installers. Right now, get 50% off roofing materials, plus no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, a different experience. See website for details.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions, and I would like to remind you about the selected drapery fabrics that are on sale right now. 50 to 70% off the most beautiful fabrics with the draperies made right here in Pittsburgh in my very own factory. Call 724-933-5500. Stop into my gallery at 2015 Village Run Road in Wexford, or simply book online. NestExpressions.com.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I'm getting texts from officers on both sides of the river. From people on O'Hara and people from the city side. These are police officers. Police officers tell me right now there's an ice skater on the Allegheny River right now. And not just a little bit out. Smack dab in the middle of the Allegheny River, skating like they're in the Olympics, doing spins and pirouettes and everything else, near the Waterworks Mall. They think it's a woman. Police are trying to coax this ice skater off the ice using a loudspeaker to no avail. The PA system that's attached to one of the cars. And this person is out there acting like Peggy Fleming. And they're in the middle of the ice, the Allegheny River. Just getting it done. So look for that in your travels if you're either on Allegheny River Boulevard or on the other side on Freeport Road. Oh, what fun. It is, well, anyway, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Whew, what a day. So much happening. Let's talk to Bill in Friendship. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Colin. How are you?
I've never been better. Thank you for asking.
Great. Same here. Anyway, Bad Bunny. I like Bad Bunny. I even understand his music because I speak a little Spanish. Not enough to, do anything too much with. But anyway, I didn't see the show. I'm a little disappointed I didn't see it. The game was kind of boring, so. And I ate too much and got tired. I'm an old guy, so I just kind of laid down and fell asleep.
Sounds like a hell of a night for you, Bill.
It was boring.
Yeah, as opposed to general, upbeat nature that you normally have, right?
Right. That's exactly right. Mm-hmm. Anyway,
sounds like it.
I spent 11 years of my life living out of the country in Europe. And I lived in Germany for 11 years. And the way, the countries aren't like the United States. They're really not. As much as people think they are, I felt very much like a foreigner being taken advantage of. So I made a living. I did pretty well.
Uh-huh.
I was able to work and make a pretty good living and take care of myself for 11 years, and came back to this country. I felt like a foreigner in my own country. Things had changed in those 11 years.
Did it have anything to do with your upbeat nature, Bill?
Yes, it did, actually. I'm
How
very
so?
upbeat.
Sounds like it.
Well, I was.
Yeah, then what happened?
Not so much anymore. I got old.
Yeah, happens to all of us. My goodness. 866-391-1020. Lots of Bad Bunny talk today. No update on the ice skater on the Allegheny River by the Waterworks Mall. This has the potential to be tragic or funny or somewhere in the middle, or maybe, well, not criminal. I guess you're allowed out there. They just don't want you out there. Why would you go out there? Just silly. Plus, it's not groomed. There's got to be a lot of snow on that ice. That can't be a real good skate. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. You can also watch us online, KDK's video stream. It's all presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDK Radio's, go to KDKRadio.com, click on Watch KDK Radio's live stream. You can use our YouTube page, which I love. That's where I check it all out, on our YouTube page. We got news, top of the hour. Your call's next, KDK.
We're only 73 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management. Their only concern is your best interest. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like payroll manager.
Hi, my last paycheck was all in Icelandic krona.
You are welcome.
Welcome?
Given the exchange rate between the dollar and the krona, you're technically a millionaire now. Don't spend it all in one place.
I can't really spend it anywhere.
There's always Iceland.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 33 degrees at 4 o'clock. I'm David Valorado. Jose Flores, the Oakmont resident and Oakmont Bakery employee, is back home after being detained by ICE on January 29th while taking his child to school. And today, Mayor Sofia Fakaris says his return is a relief to his family. She says his story shows that immigrant families should not have to live in fear.
If anything occurs that they're not sure of or afraid or something happens, they are to call 911 and ask for an Oakmont policeman to call them, or come to the Oakmont Borough office and tell us what they're fearful of or what they're concerned.
A major update in that shooting of a woman in McKees Rocks over the weekend. Allegheny County Police say they've identified a suspect in the case, 22-year-old Edward Sparrow, who was apparently later found dead after a car crash. County police now say the woman had been shot during the night of February 7th, but the shooting was not reported until the following day. Police say Sparrow had crashed his car Saturday night on Langer Way and then jumped over the guardrail. A body matching his description was found nearby this morning. Police in Washington County investigating 3 separate incidents from over the weekend. In the first, reports of shots fired were reported just before 6:15 in the morning Saturday on the 600 block of Allison Avenue. No one was hurt, but a vehicle was damaged. Also, just before 7 on Saturday, officers responded to the 100 block of Hayes Avenue for reports of an armed robbery. The victim said he was approached by several younger men wearing masks with firearms present. The suspects forced the victim into their vehicle and then directed them to go to 2 separate locations to take out money from an ATM. Then, a few hours later, police responded to the 700 block of North Franklin Street for reports of a suspicious vehicle parked in a resident's driveway. He told police he saw 3 juveniles in the area, with 2 in a separate car, 1 on foot. The one on foot apologized for the car being parked in the driveway, then took off in the white Kia Sportage, which was confirmed to be stolen out of Cannonsburg. Police believe the robbery and the stolen vehicle are connected, though that's not yet been confirmed. But anyone who has any information or video footage is asked to call Washington Police. AP correspondent Ty O'Neill reports now from outside Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson as the investigation into her disappearance continues.
Here in front of Nancy Guthrie's house, Pima County Sheriff's deputies are now a constant presence, as are the media, as the search for the missing 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie stretches into another week. Neighbors pass by the house. Some jog, others walk dogs, some just watch as investigators continue to comb over the property. The FBI and local authorities have been reviewing ransom notes sent to some local media. Guthrie's family took to social media over the weekend saying they would pay to have their mother back, but also want proof of life. Meanwhile, a small vigil has been set up outside of her home, and it keeps growing. In the Catalina Foothills neighborhood, outside of Tucson, Arizona, I'm Ty O'Neill.
On Wall Street today, the Dow was up. It gained 20 points. The Nasdaq also higher, up 207, and the S&P 500 added on 33. KDKA Sports veteran slugger Marcelo Zuna headed to the Pirates. The 35-year-old free agent has reached a $12 million $1 deal, a one-year deal, $12 million one-year deal with the club. KDKA Radio News time 4:03. Right now around the Pittsburgh area, we have temperatures in the lower 30s, 33 degrees right now at Pittsburgh International. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Physical Therapy and Balance Centers of Monroeville know health is about more than movement. It's about staying safe, steady, and independent at home. Specializing in advanced balance therapy to help prevent falls, improve stability, and keep our community moving confidently. Physical of Monroeville is proud to support Warmathon, helping to keep homes warm and our community steady on their feet. Physical Therapy and Balance Centers of Monroeville. FYZICAL. Spelled differently because they are different. Call 412-457-8200.
Margo's got you covered. Some traffic, a traffic report right now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic, and it's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hi, Margo.
All right. Hey, Colin. Still looking at that lane restriction on the Parkway East outbound because of an accident around exit 84A towards Monroeville, and that's causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic to follow. Also looking at an accident on Roberta Drive and Streets Run Road in Whitehall and on Brentwood Avenue and East Bellcrest Avenue in Brentwood Borough. The other major roadways are starting to build on the Parkway West outbound from before the Fort Pitt Tunnel and after the Fort Pitt Tunnel just a bit as you head towards Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds will increase through the rest of this afternoon, a high of 29. Rather cloudy tonight, a low of 23. Turning out much warmer tomorrow with times of clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon shower, high 48. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Here we are. 866-391-1020. A lot of people want to talk about Bad Bunny, which could get boring, but we'll talk about it a little more, maybe even into the 5 o'clock hour. I don't know. We'll throw it out there. It's kind of like the topic that veins through the whole show, but we'll hit on other things as well. So 26, and stay on the line if you're there, I'll grab your calls. 26 million Americans apparently missed work today. Super Bowl Monday, they don't go to work. They either have a hangover, they just call off. And they do all these studies. They also have all these news stories all the time, every Super Bowl Monday. Well, there's a big push to make it a national holiday. Why don't they just make it a national holiday? Well, you know, there's a couple things that could happen. One, and I've said this for years, but I'll tell you, the very end of this story is going to be, this is all going to be moot. But I've said for years, Americans just want a reason to have off work. So that's why we even discussed this. But they could easily move the Super Bowl to Saturday. That would be fine. It would rectify all this. Okay? Like, that's the very first thing in all of this. But don't let it slip by that Americans are just looking for a free ride and want to get off work. That's why they want Monday off. Here's where it's all going to be a moot point. In the next few years, the NFL is going to move to 18 games. Okay? And then what's going to happen is it'll elongate the season by a week. And then Super Bowl Monday is going to be President's Day. And so many of us are going to have off anyway. There you go. Problem, quote unquote, problem solved. Follow me on that. It's at 17 games now. It's going to go to 18. It'll slide back a week. Monday will be off for a lot of people. Super Bowl Monday / President's Day will be a national holiday. What that does to the Daytona 500 is actually where I'm much more concerned, because they're not going to go up against the Super Bowl. Do they move the Daytona 500 before the Super Bowl in that week between the AFC and NFC championships and the Super Bowl? That might be the move, actually. Infuse it right in that pocket. It's going to be interesting to see. But we're just only going to talk about this. We need off of Super Bowl Monday for like 1 or 2 more years. That's it. Then the NFL is going to go to 18 games, and it's going to take care of them. It's going to take care of itself. Dale's in Brookline. Hi, Dale.
What's up?
Not much.
You a NASCAR fan?
Yes, I am. My son got way into it, so I got way into it.
I've been to like 20 NASCAR tracks, my man.
20 of them?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. What was your favorite?
Probably Bristol.
Wait a minute. This says Dale in Brookline. You're not Dale in Brookline.
How do you know?
Because you sound like Lou in Aspinwall.
What are you talking about?
Are you related to Lou in Aspinwall?
Who?
Okay. What's your favorite track, by the way? What's that? Bristol. Is it worth going to Bristol? Yeah. The only thing about Bristol is this. There's not a lot of hotel rooms around there. It's all like camping.
Take an RV.
I don't have an RV.
I do.
Well, you trying to loan it out to me?
Go rent one. I've given it to you.
Okay. What else did you call about?
Well, that ice skater, I think they're on drugs. They're probably on meth.
Who's on meth?
The ice skater out on the river.
I don't know if they're on meth. You ever try to ice skate on meth?
No, but I've seen people on meth. They're crazy.
Right, but do they have the coordination to ice skate?
I don't know, but I tell you what, you're going to be on some kind of drugs to be out on the river ice skating or something wrong.
This is Lou and Aspinwall. This is not Dale and Brookline.
How do you know?
Because I see your number right here.
What is it?
Like I'm going to read it over the air.
What is it? It's not. I don't know what you're talking about, my man. Is there something wrong with you?
No. Why would you call and say he hung up? Wait a minute. Now we've got a curious case of, caller. What is happening? Lou and Aspinwall just called and said his name was Dale in Brookline. Huh. I don't get it. Rob in Turtle Creek is always Rob in Turtle Creek. Hi, Rob.
No, this is Fred in East McKeesport.
Stop it. You know what's funny, Rob? The ones you got to watch out for are generally like alliteration. If somebody, and they use the same letters, when you learn how to do talk radio, they tell you that, or at least you can deduce it yourself. If somebody says my name is like Charles in Charlestown, or like Al in Altoona, those are the easy ones to pick out. That's normally when someone's trying to yank your chain.
Well, you know what? I know that, Margot's on to me. She always knows who I am when I call, so, you can't get around it.
That was Lou and Aspinwall. Wasn't that Lou and Aspinwall?
Sounded like it.
Exactly like it. What about this ice skater?
Well, you know what? The only problem I have with it, unless somebody called the police and said, hey, I'm concerned for this person's welfare. I'm their mother, aunt, whatever. Why do they care? I don't get it. The person's out there. The ice has to be at least, probably at this point, at least 8 or 10 inches thick. They're not going in. So just let them do what they want to do. I don't get it. Why do we got to get in everybody's business anymore?
Well, here's the thing. It's not just about falling in. If that ice skater falls and hits their head, how are they going to get rescued?
Well, I don't know. If a guy's out ice fishing and he falls in, who cares?
But I don't think you're allowed to ice fish on the rivers, are you? You were allowed, but it's not recommended.
You can do whatever you want. I mean, it's a free country, right?
Yeah, I guess, and you're not trespassing. I just don't think it's advisable.
It's not advisable, but I mean, you know what? I just don't get why we got to get in everybody's business all the time.
Okay. No, I get it. But then that's where tax money goes up and you pay for that EMS stuff or whatever. Some boneheads out there and they get hurt on the ice, then they got to rescue them. Who do you think pays for that?
Who cares? We're giving everybody money coming across the border. Who cares?
Oh, my gosh. Could you imagine if ICE tried to chase somebody on the ice and then they got them and they ran all the way to Oakmont? What would happen?
I don't know.
That'd be crazy. Be a crashing of crazy circumstances. We'll get to a bunch of other things, but first, Jack in Mount Lebanon. Terrible football game, Jack.
Oh, yeah, Colin. How's the family?
Great, fantastic, wonderful. I was thinking about you the other day. I was actually thinking about you at halftime last night before Bad Bunny came on and thought, Jack waited all year for this football game and it stinks.
Yeah, and the day before Verizon got NBC back.
Who told you that was going to happen?
You did, sir.
There was no way they were going to let that go through the Super Bowl. That was a carrot they were dangling in front of everybody, Jack.
Yeah, you're right. You know what I miss?
What?
Clydesdales.
Pretty good call.
On the commercials. Yeah. Richard was right.
Yeah, I know. Pretty good call on the Clydesdales. Did you like the commercials?
I didn't watch them.
How did you know when the game came back on then?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen getting beers and stuff.
Oh, and then when you'd come back in, the game would be about to go back on.
Yeah, or getting something to eat, yeah.
Yeah. How's those hoagies treating you?
Good. They gave me a lot of gas, but they're good.
Perfect. Leaves the line open for you at 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. So much going on today. Can't wait to talk to you. Let's hit news now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA-AA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hi, Margo.
All right. Hey, Colin. Crews are continuing to clean up an accident on Roberta Drive and Streets Run Road in Whitehall Borough. Also, still looking at that lane restriction on the Parkway East outbound because of an accident right around the Monroeville exit. So that backs you all the way up towards Route 22. And looking at delays on the Parkway East outbound before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel as you try to leave the city, and the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue as you try to leave the city there as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey folks, Marty here. My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Listen to this. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. Storm hits, substantial damage. She calls NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company, installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO up on the roof. Call NASCO 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Converse employees were told to work from home ahead of layoffs and restructuring at the struggling Nike brand. A note from its CEO says Converse has to make difficult decisions, which will include saying bye to friends and teammates. Nike laid off hundreds of employees at distribution centers earlier this year. Sales of Converse plunged 30% in the latest quarter. Stocks in two big TV station owners are rallying today after President Trump threw his support behind the deal. He initially came out against the merger of Nexstar Media and Tegna last fall. It would require a change to an FCC rule barring any local television station owner from serving more than 39% of the country. A combined Nexstar-Tegna would reach up to 80% of U.S. households. The CEO of Chipotle, Scott Boatwright, was reportedly caught on a recording saying the company plans to keep raising prices after learning that 60% of its core buyers earn more than $100,000 a year. Matt Piper, Bloomberg Radio.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right. Man. Whew. I'm in a great mood today. Short show. I'll grab your calls in a moment. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. You know one thing that won't get enough play as it should is this.
This is Seth Doan in Cortina. Lindsey Vonn is said to be in stable condition at a Treviso hospital here in northern Italy. This after that terrifying crash yesterday, just 13 seconds into her run. She hit a gate and tumbled downhill, landing on her back with skis crossed under her. She could be heard screaming in agony. She was airlifted to a hospital for medical attention, and the hospital reported that she underwent an operation to stabilize a fracture in her left leg.
She's 41 years old. She went out there on that severely injured left knee. 9 days before Sunday's crash, she had ruptured her ACL in her left knee, and she was stable throughout that run, and it was a freaky thing. The other skiers are saying, like this Keely Cashman said, she was going probably 70 miles an hour, and so that twists your body around. There was nothing to do with her ACL, nothing to do with her knee. I think a lot of people are ridiculing that, and a lot of people don't know what the hell they're talking about and what's going on. So she caught a gate weird. The sacrifice that she made for self and country and team to get out there on that left knee that was just battered is incredible. And I don't make a lot about, like, this whole sports stories all the time. And, like, you got to be tough. I don't applaud people for being strong, being tough, because everybody is. That's other level tough for her to even get out there. And people are saying who know the ski game, I don't, that the crash had nothing to do with her injury. It had to do with freakishly the way she hit a gate. For her to even make it to the top of the hill with a knee injury that was sustained 9 days ago, just insane. Good on Lindsey Vonn for gutting it up and getting out there, honestly. Diane's in Mount Washington. Hi, Diane.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Anyhow, you
that's
don't care.
great.
So, great. Uh-huh.
No, I do. Anyhow, you were talking about the Super Bowl, when it's going to happen. So next year, 2027.
Sure.
It's going to be on Valentine's Day. And the following day will be Monday, and that's going to be President's Day. What do you think of that happening next year?
Wait, run that past me again. So next year, what does Valentine's Day have to do with any of this?
Super Bowl's going to be on Valentine's Day, February 14th.
Okay. That doesn't. Valentine's Day is a made-up holiday.
Well, that's the whole. Well, okay. So anyhow, it's going to be on February 14th. So then Monday is going to be President's Day. That's how it's going to work out next year.
Well, see, that's different. That's the real rub. That's the real action there. You don't get off work for Valentine's Day. You get off work for President's Day.
Well, Valentine's Day is on a Sunday, so that's the Super Bowl day.
Yeah, but let's take that out of the mix because it has no bearing here. President's Day does.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, are you going to watch the Super Bowl, or are you going to take your date out on Valentine's Day?
I've been married for like 17 years. We don't go out on Valentine's Day. We just say, I love you, I love you. Okay, let's keep it moving.
Yeah, that's amateur night, actually.
Yeah. What else you got?
That's all I got. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you for prying into my business. But anyhow, no, it doesn't matter when Valentine's Day is. It's when President's Day is, because then we get rid of this whole nonsense about the country needing to have another holiday, which is the day after Super Bowl, which is today that people are bemoaning they got to go to work, or many just not going to work, as is evidenced by 26 million Americans not going to work today. You know one of those people who went to work today? Rich Fitzgerald. And I'm going to talk to him in just a little bit. Man, we got a lot, and we've covered a lot. So much more to get into today, too. Let me tell you about this. The man, the yellow van. Yep, Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. You call Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. You know when they respond? always. 24/7, 365. Residential and commercial water damage emergencies. Stop that damage. Clean up that mess. Get your property back to normal and fast. When winter hits hard, demand that yellow van. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Busted pipes. That's bad. The damage is going to spread. There's going to be flooding, ruined walls, mold, downtime. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh is the only call you need to make. Again, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Demand the yellow van. Service Master. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Okay, thanks, Colin. Crews continue to clean up that accident on the Parkway East outbound, right around the Monroeville exit, so a lane restriction is in place and backing up that route with bumper-to-bumper traffic all the way from Route 22. Also, looking at an accident on Roberta Drive and Streets Run Road in Whitehall Borough that crews are cleaning up. The other major roadways are just looking at some rush hour delays as the Parkway West outbound is stacked from 2nd Avenue and the Parkway East outbound from the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey folks, Marty Griffin here right now. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free and 0% financing for 36 months. Plus, $500 off your project. Restrictions apply.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Think spring? Yep, right now. Get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Armour, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And have your eyes on spring with a great vehicle. Inventory, gigantic right now. Service and sales departments, best in the business. Just wonderful people to work with. So look around online right now. SchultzFord.com. Pick out what you want and get there. Always online. SchultzFord.com.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The people you know, the news you trust. Real Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 35 degrees at 4:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. After days of uncertainty and growing public outrage, there's a major development in Oakmont. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
Jose Flores is back home after nearly a week in federal custody. Despite having a pending asylum case and a valid work permit, Oakmont Mayor Sofia Ficaro says the borough won't join the federal 287G immigration program despite its incentives.
By asking local police to do certain immigration functions. The police and council said that's Our job is to take care of Oakmont and any criminal cases. We're not federal agents, and we're not going to be deputized.
Council members are drafting a resolution to prevent further detentions, with a vote set for February 17th. For now, Vaquero says the community is celebrating the return of Mr. Flores. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
A man believed to be the suspect in a shooting in McKees Rocks has been found dead. Police say their investigation into the Saturday night shooting of a woman on Jane Street led them to identify 22-year-old Edward Sparrow as their suspect. They say on Sunday night, a car driven by Sparrow was found crashed on Langer Way in Kennedy. A body matching his description was found nearby. Efforts are currently underway with local fire departments to retrieve the body. On Wall Street today, the Dow gained 20 points. The Nasdaq was up 207. The S&P 500 32 points higher. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. The WPIAL High School basketball brackets have been released. We have them now posted on our KDKA Facebook page. The second season is about to begin, and we will be right there with you. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has more on the path to the Pete.
After the brackets are released and the seedings are debated, the coaches and the players get to work. Whether you have a first-round bye or you're a huge underdog, it's still a brand-new season. You can be a star in the regular season or coach your team to a perfect record before the playoffs. However, legends are made in the postseason when you can hang up a championship banner in your gym. We have Quaker Valley's Mike Mastrioni. He's just picked up his 600th win, looking for a 4A title on the boys' side. The Union girls may be a bit of a long shot, but in 1A, they've already won 3 titles in a row. The playoffs begin this week, and we'll have all 12 championship games starting February 26th and running through the 28th. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. KDKA Radio News Time 4:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefit, 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plans that can save you thousands. Our next update's at 5. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Folks, my favorite town to visit, Oakmont. Here's why. The Lot at Edgewater, Carnivores, the pub at 333, Hofstadt's, great restaurant, great food, great service, cigar bar at the Lot. Oakmont is a town you can walk around, you can enjoy it, you can park. There's no problems. It's a wonderful, wonderful atmosphere with great food. The Lot at Edgewater, Carnivores, 333, and Hofstadt's. Amazing food, Oakmont.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, Rich Fitzgerald in just a few minutes. Margo with traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Crews are continuing to try to clean up an accident on the Parkway East outbound right around the Monroeville exit. So very heavy congestion is following from around Route 22 as you try to head towards Monroeville from Churchill. On the other major roadways, just seeing a bit of a delay on the Parkway East outbound and Parkway West outbound closer to the city as you head into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds will continue to be on the increase as we head through the rest of this afternoon. A high of 29, mainly cloudy tonight, low 23. Times of clouds and sunshine for tomorrow with an afternoon shower in spots, high 48. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. A big warm-up, but it comes with a caution. We'll tell you what that is.
Oh, I think that caution, what's that caution? That, like, Ozone Action Day or whatever, like February 10th. How about that situation? All right, let's welcome in the Executive Director, Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, as we do each week at about this time, Rich Fitzgerald. Hi, Rich. How are you?
Hi, Colin. How are you?
I'm marvelous. Thank you so very much for asking. I really do appreciate it. Rich, one thing I wanted to ask you and expand some on this, and I know you may not have the exact numerics or the data or whatever, but we've been sort of locked down because of this ice, especially on the rivers. Do you think people underestimate or don't know the amount of commerce, the amount of goods that still move on our rivers?
I don't know if they do or not. Now, so one thing that may help us a little bit, we probably the river that freezes on us is more likely the Allegheny coming from the north. And what we have seen over the last number of years is there's been less and less tonnage that's come through the Allegheny. We still have a lot of tonnage that comes up the Monongahela, and coming from the south, it tends to be not as frozen as much as the Allegheny. But I don't have any numbers as to what the impact of these last number of weeks has been.
No, yeah, I get that. We talk, too, all the time about data centers, right, and the excitement with those. How vital are our rivers going to play because of the ability to move those renewable resources on our rivers?
Well, it'll be interesting to see. I'm not sure because, we don't use as much coal, certainly as we did in the past for running, power generation. More of it's done by natural gas, and nuclear will be probably the two primary sources of energy. But again, one of the things that, our organization works on is the funding for the locks and dams. And I will tell you, a lot of that funding is paid for by the tonnage and the amount of barges that do come through those important locks and dams as the river, that going through different levels. And because so little has gone through the Allegheny, it's been challenging to try to fund those locks and dams, from Freeport all the way up to Kinzua. And, it's become an issue because the recreational boater typically doesn't pay for going through the locks and dams.
Wow. What is that process? Is it still mainly run through the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes. And these folks, to be honest with you, in essence, tax themselves. They do, pay a certain amount to coming through, and they vote on, what they're going to do. And it's in conjunction with the Army Corps of Engineers. But they realize the benefit for them, for their industry, in being able to transport so much of those goods and services, so much of those goods through the locks and dams. And I forget, I don't have the number in front of me, but I want to say like one barge takes like 1,000 trucks off the roads. I mean, it's an immense amount of travel and more efficient travel that can come up through our rivers, as opposed to putting them on an 18-wheel truck and sending it down the highway.
Wow, that's fascinating to me. It really is. The way we move things in logistics and all of that, it just always has been so fascinating to me, because I think the common man, I don't want to use this and be derogatory, but I think we don't think enough about how we get our goods and how we get our tangible products, and they just magically appear on shelves or on our doorstep. And the process is painstaking a lot of times, from everything like a bar of soap to a box of pasta. It's not easy.
No, not at all. And the amount of energy to transport something so many miles. Say the most efficient way is through water. The second most efficient way is through rail, and then which is what commonly is used is the roads, and that is the most expensive way for lots of reasons, time wise, and the amount of energy to run the trucks. And you're right. We just take it for granted that these things just appear, as if the magical elves bring them in the middle of the night. And they show up on our shelves or on our front porch.
Rich Fitzgerald joining, Executive Director, Southwestern PA Commission. I want you to jog your brain some. I want you to think about this. You see that clock that is down by the stadium, and it's dwindling. It says X amount of days to the NFL draft. As those numbers get smaller, what goes into your – do you get nervous? Do you get anxious? Do you get excited? Do you get all of those things? Where are you right now?
Well, I am starting to get a little anxious, nervous, whatever you want to say, because we've never seen these kind of numbers that we're going to be expecting. No matter which big event we've had in this town, nothing is going to compare numbers-wise of people to what we're going to see in late April. And as of yesterday – the NFL has now turned all its attention to their next big event, which obviously is the draft, in late April. So there's a lot of planning that has been going on for months and months. But as we get near the end, to making sure that the things in downtown, like Market Square, Point State Park, Arch Landing, and some of the other things that are going to be done are important. But also the transportation planning that is now really ramping up. Both locally, meaning within Allegheny County, but also regionally, because we realize so many people are going to be traveling in from Butler County, Washington County, Westmoreland County, et cetera. How do you get all of these people? They all can't drive cars. We know that's not not feasible. So using shuttles and mass transit is going to be a usage. The only thing I think you could almost compare on a smaller scale would be like the U.S. Open and going into a kind of a congested area like Oakmont to make that happen. But this is way, way beyond even that scale.
I don't want you to give away the plan, but I know a lot of people, and a lot of the feedback I get is this. Is there going to be a perimeter and maybe a locked-down, pedestrian-only inner core of a zone? When people ask you that, what do you say?
Most likely there will be, and you will see there'll be a lot of security around the perimeter. Think of like something in a fenced-in area, and I'm talking about a wide fenced-in area where you will, no matter how you're getting in, and you're going to be walking in for the most part, it's at a certain point, through metal detectors, just like you would through going to a game, just like you'd be going to a game, only instead of 50,000 people, we could have a few 100,000 people. So There'll obviously be, multiple places in which you'll be able to enter inside the perimeter. But yes, it'll be a lot of pedestrian-only areas. So I would imagine for people that have difficulty, walking and mobility-wise, there's going to be some challenges, and we'll have to obviously communicate for people who have to use other means to get in.
The first time I saw that in our town, Rich, where the metal detector was not at the venue directly, they did that for Savannah Bananas. They put the metal detectors on the bridges. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. They did. What, the Clemente Bridge?
They did. Right on the Clemente Bridge. You got wanded. You went through the queue. And I thought it worked much more efficient than I ever imagined when I thought about it and then saw it put into practice. It was simple. The perimeter was pushed out some, and when you were in, you were in. And that's the way it was.
Maybe there'll be some copying of something that has worked like that. I know, obviously, the NFL has done this a number of times. Last year they did it in Green Bay, and I'm sure a lot of lessons that they learned how to do that. The year before that, it was in Detroit. So, this is obviously not their first rodeo, even though it's Pittsburgh's. But, one thing people need to realize, this is an NFL event. We're hosting it here in Pittsburgh and in the region, and obviously the Steelers are leading that charge in many ways. But this is still the NFL calls the shots on how things are done, knowing which bridges are using, that type of thing. I do know the Clemente Bridge will be closed to vehicular traffic. It will be the walkway to get back and forth across the river, down to Point State Park and then over to the Acrisure Stadium area where they're going to be, announcing the picks. But that'd be an interesting way to approach it.
Awesome. Well, stay warm. Oh, it's going to be like 42 degrees tomorrow. It's going to feel like 81 pretty much after what we've gone through. So
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Hey, we deserve it finally. This has been a tough couple of weeks. I don't care what part of town you live in, what part of the region you live in. You're going to be hoping that this snow, it's going to take a while for some of these snow piles to go down, but hopefully they'll start shrinking for us.
Absolutely. We'll thaw out, and we'll talk next week. I appreciate it as always.
Talk to you next week. Thanks, Colin.
All right, Rich Fitzgerald. We're getting. You know what? It just hit me when he said that. That was a great way to put it. It's now the next thing on the NFL calendar. When you think about it, well, you have the combine, but then here, like all the attention. Yep, man, it's getting closer. It just is. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. The main problem area that we're looking at right now is on the Parkway East outbound. That is because of an accident around exit 84A towards Monroeville, causing a lane restriction and some bumper-to-bumper traffic to back you up all the way from Rodi Road as you try to leave Churchill and head towards Monroeville. The other major roadways not looking as bad as that area, just seeing some delays on the outbound lanes of the Parkway East and West through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but will work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800 894-7722.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions, and I would like to remind you about the selected drapery fabrics that are on sale right now. 50 to 70% off the most beautiful fabrics with the draperies made right here in Pittsburgh in my very own factory. Call 724-933-5500. Stop into my gallery at 2015 Village Run Road in Wexford, or simply book online. NestExpressions.com.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road with positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more. You too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job. Get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Goldberg, Persky, White, news desk, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation news desk, I should say. Here's a look at what's happening at the top of the hour. Who do we got? David Ballarado. Hi, David.
Hey, Colin. If your kids are on Discord, some changes are coming, and also more church closings have been announced for the area. We'll have more coming up at 5 on News Radio KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, what a story here. And we'll get back into Bad Bunny. That's like the topic of the day. But I have a question about this story.
We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where.
All right, a little more.
CBS News drone video over Nancy Guthrie's house shows a quiet scene. That's in spite of a looming deadline Monday, according to an apparent ransom note the FBI is still working to authenticate. Savannah Guthrie posted this plea over the weekend.
We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Despite the Today Show co-host's offer to pay, it's not confirmed what the demand is.
Okay, a question. It's an awful, terrible, no good, very bad story. It just is. There's no other way to frame it. It's awful what's happened. Is the media covering this too much? Everybody feels bad. It's one person who has gone missing, and it obviously screams to the star power of it because of who her daughter is. And I wrestle with that, because I haven't talked about it at all. That sometimes, especially in the morning, I'll be driving home from workout or taking the kids to school, whatever, and I'll turn on KDKA, and it's like the lead story. And I'm thinking, is it truly the lead story in the country, or is there a sensationalistic angle to it because of who her daughter is? Or is that just what comes with the territory when somebody related to somebody famous is missing? I've struggled with this, and I guess I'm actually, in a way, crying out to the listener at 866-391-1020 and kind of asking you if I've talked about this enough. I don't have a sense of guilt that I haven't really talked about this. I have a sense of wonder as to where it should be placed in our news value of the day. And I think that it's remained so static. That's why. There's no breakthrough. There's no evolution to it. There's nothing new. Everybody who is reasonable can agree that it's sad. It's just the saddest damn thing in the world. But I struggle with how much to give it because I don't know what to say. I just don't. There's no new territory, and it feels like, from an angle standpoint, there's not much that a talk show host in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania can say to add to it or to bring any different light to it. So I guess I just also wanted to explain myself a little bit as to why I haven't talked about it all that much. 866-391-1020 is that number. We'll get back into Bad Bunny in just a little bit. I also need to tell you, coming up in, short order, The Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Traffic time with Margot now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Okay, thanks, Colin. Still looking at a lane restriction on the Parkway East outbound. That's because of an accident around exit 84A towards Monroeville, and that backs you up all the way from Rodi Road as you try to head in that area with some bumper-to-bumper traffic. The other major roadways are looking at their normal rush hour delays. 28 outbound is backed up from the city, and the outbound lanes of the Parkway West and East slow you down as you try to enter the Squirrel Hill and Fort Pitt tunnels. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. And brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Premium roofing starts with a team you can count on. Call the Genius Choice in Roofing, Home Genius Exteriors, where you get a dedicated project team with certified installers. Right now, get 50% off roofing materials, plus no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, a different experience. See website for details.
Hey folks, Marty, why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon and KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. They win for you. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. Schultz. They've got your back, not your wallet.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 36 degrees at 5 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. Pittsburgh police are investigating a hit and run on the north side. It happened around 2:45 at East Ohio and East Street, when they say a truck hit the man as he was standing behind his car, pushing it into him, pinning him between the car and some scaffolding. Police say the driver fled on foot but was taken into custody not far away on Tripoli Street. It was difficult news for parishioners this weekend. 7 churches in one Pittsburgh area parish will be closing next month. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has more.
The Diocese of Pittsburgh says declining mass attendance and rising financial pressures are driving the closure of 7 churches in the St. Joseph the Worker parish. Church leaders announced the decision in a letter from Bishop Mark Ekman, read during weekend services. The parish, made up of 8 churches spread across several eastern suburbs, was formed through a merger in 2020. Beginning March 12th, St. Maurice Church in Forest Hills will be the sole church building to remain open as the diocese continues broader restructuring efforts underway since 2021. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
CBS News correspondent Jim Crisula reports now on some new social media safeguards for kids.
Messaging platform Discord has announced it will implement enhanced safety features for teenage users worldwide, including facial recognition. It's the latest move by social media companies to come up with age verification policies and systems. Discord is especially popular among gamers.
The Discord change will make teen-appropriate settings the default for all users, with adults needing to verify their age to loosen protections, including content filters and bans on direct messaging. Tomorrow will be an air quality action day once again in the Liberty-Clairton area. An advisory was issued this morning about the poor air quality there, and it's been extended now until tomorrow. What it means is people who are sensitive should make any outdoor activities tomorrow short and sweet and watch out for symptoms like coughing or shortness of breath. Everyone else should also avoid any long or intense activities in that area. A one-day warm-up is in the forecast with a high in the upper 40s. Tim Cermak with the National Weather Service, though, says it will feel downright balmy.
And we might see a little bit of rain and snow mix with those warmer temps, especially late in the day Tuesday. But I'll tell you what, those low to mid-30s will probably feel real nice with how the last couple of weeks have gone.
Cermak says Wednesday will bring a return to temperatures around freezing, and they'll stay for the rest of the week. Gasoline prices continue to climb in the Pittsburgh area. AAA says the average price is up another 9 cents now to $3.30 a gallon. The year-ago price, $3.12. On Wall Street today, all 3 major averages gained ground for a change. The Dow up 20 points, the Nasdaq gained 207, and the S&P 500 higher by 33. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Veteran slugger Marcell Ozuna heading to the Pirates. The 35-year-old free agent has reached a $12 million one-year deal with the club. After the Pirates signed him, Andrew McCutchen's profile photo on X was changed from him being in a Pirates uniform to a silhouette of himself swinging. The day before that signing, McCutchen posted a highlight workout video with a Bible verse from Exodus 14:14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. KDK Radio News Time 5:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. It's 36 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Breaking bread and having fun is what Monticello's restaurant is all about. Sure, Monticello's pizza is legendary, but that's only the beginning. Monticello's does Italian better than anyone in the business. Great food and friends are the best recipe for an enjoyable night out. Serving over 175 million slices of delicious pizza to Pittsburgh since 1980. Find the closest Monticello's restaurant to you at Monticello's.com. Still looking for a great place to work? Join the Monticello's family today. Visit Monticello's.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. The main problem area this rush hour is the Parkway East outbound. That is because of an accident we've been monitoring around exit 84A towards Monroeville. And it's causing a lane restriction, so lanes jam around Rodi Road as you try to leave towards Monroeville. The other major roadways are just looking at their normal rush hour delays for an afternoon rush as the Parkway East outbound and Parkway West outbound both slow you down as you head into the Squirrel Hill and Fort Pitt tunnels. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly cloudy for tonight, down to 23 for an overnight low. We'll have some sunshine at times tomorrow, but there could be a rain shower in spots in the afternoon as it turns out much warmer. Tomorrow's high about 49. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations, Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Cold weather can freeze pipes, and when they burst, the damage adds up fast. For homes or businesses, call ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. On call 24/7, 365 for water damage emergencies. Demand that yellow van. Call 412-RECOVER.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we are. Hello to you, 866-391-1020. I do want to get back into the Bad Bunny story in just a little bit. So much happening. Looking at these calls. And let's talk to Lou in Aspinwall. Hi, Lou.
Hey, I thought Margaret was playing games because I called on my landline, and she claimed she couldn't hear me. I thought she blocked me for some reason. I don't know. I guess the landline was acting up, so I called back on my cell and just used an alias of Dale in Brookline, thinking she blocked me.
Why would you use an alias? Wait, we need to sort this out. Why would you call earlier and then, when questioned, not give your true identification?
Because I thought she blocked me. I thought she was playing games.
How would she? You make no sense. How would she have blocked you if you made it on the air?
Because if I used, well, here's what happened, Colin. I called on my landline. When I called, she says, hello? Hello? She claimed she couldn't hear me. So I guess the landline was acting up, and I thought she was just trying not to put me on the air. That's why I called back under Dale and Brookline.
But why, when questioned, did you not say you were Lou in Aspinwall?
Because she claimed she couldn't hear me on the landline when I called earlier.
But you were talking to me.
When? I was calling on my cell. I called back on my cell, not on my landline.
You made it through the line of security, which is Margot, to speak. You don't remember speaking to me?
On my cell, not on my landline. This is my cell I'm calling back on now. This is my cell number.
Second base. What is happening right now? Why did you call and give an alias?
It's a long story. I've had a bad day, Colin. I've had a really bad day.
Is everything okay?
Yeah. So far, things are getting worked out. I'm having problems with my girlfriend. She's trying to be my boss.
I've told you this. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen.
What?
I'm here to listen to you, but you got to figure out if this girlfriend's more trouble than what she's worth.
Well, I'm getting ready to bid her due and say goodbye because she's trying to tell me what to do. She wanted me to take her out to dinner tonight at Amos and spend $80. I don't think so.
Right.
It's a rip-off to eat out.
It is a rip-off to eat out every once in a while, but I really don't eat out. Why did she want you to take her out for Valentine's Day?
Well, she's just trying to tell me what to do all the time. I don't like that.
Yeah, you got to cut that off. Yeah. You got to cut that off.
I don't want that. Hey, I tell you what, a girlfriend and a wife, that's a boss. I don't want no boss.
Well, what other advice you want from me? I mean, if you don't want that, then you got to be firm about it. You just got to say, hey, we're done.
No, here's what you do, Colin. In a relationship, if you find a good woman, you have to compromise on things and agree on things. Don't disagree. Don't argue over things. Get along and compromise. And you got to have trust in a relationship. Well, if she says she's going out with her girlfriends, go ahead, have fun.
Well, listen, I'm not Delilah. I'm talking about other stuff. So, I understand, but, I think you're old enough to figure out who's good and who's bad, right?
Well, I'll tell you what, at this point in my life, I'm happy doing what I do, and if a girl comes along, a good one, fine. If not, I'm so big.
Do you want my honest to goodness advice, Lou, where you are right now? You want my true honest to goodness advice?
Sure.
I'd run her off.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, Amos, that's $80. That's good. That's before the tip. That's $100.
Tell me about it.
I don't need to. You know about it.
They just want wine and dine, these women. That's all they want.
I know. You think about that $80. You could get your struts and shocks fixed on your car.
Or I can go to Coons and buy 2 filet mignons for $16 and cook my own filet mignon on a grill with baked potato and a vegetable for $20.
Well, the Dentisi family would very much appreciate that. So I think that you probably should. You might even see Rob Pratt there.
I shop at Coons all the time on Bank, so they're very reasonable, very good people, and the meat is excellent. And they have a good seafood department. They have perch, they have bass, they have walleye, and they have orange rocky fish. I eat a lot of fish.
Yeah, that's good. It's good for you. So where are we? Have we solved your woman problems, or are you still going to let her hang around? What's happening?
I don't know. I'm just not going to hurt her feelings. Say I don't want to go out no more. I don't want to hurt her feelings.
Well, here's another one. I've seen this act before. Why don't you fake your death?
No, I'm an honest man. I'm honest today. I work an honest program.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't help you. I mean, you got at some point you can't just let this kick the can down the road, you know?
Well, there's a lot of fish in the sea, my man.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fish at Coons apparently that you've told me about. Orange roughy and perch and everything else, right?
Absolutely, and good produce. And I tell you what, it's reasonable, and they're fair, and they're honest people, and they're Christian people. It's a shame the churches are emptying out because I don't know what's happening with religion. I don't know if it's social media or the TV. My TV's in a dumpster. That's where my TV is. I have no TV. I listen to the radio.
Well, that's good. Make sure you keep it here to 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA or on our Odyssey app, but you don't go with the app, so we'll just keep it the radio.
I know nothing about apps. I know nothing about social media. The smartphone, I know nothing about it. I can call. I don't text. I know nothing about it.
Fair
I'm
enough.
old school.
Well, I'm glad you called and you got this off your chest.
Okay, you have a nice day.
You have a better one. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. There's a line open here. There's an open table at Amels that won't be used tonight because of all that. So much happening, though. I do want to get back into Bad Bunny, which will be a lot of fun. Bunch of people on hold already to speak to that. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at that multi-vehicle accident on the Parkway East outbound right before the Monroeville exit, causing a lane restriction and bumper-to-bumper traffic. Also looking at an accident on Mount Nebo Road in Ohio Township and on the 1700 block of Fox Chapel Road in Indiana Township. The other major roadways just looking at their normal rush hour delays. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint, chip, and rotten railings with new, maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleyDeckCompany.com.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love. You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Ready for custom window treatments? You've got options. At Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory, the Lachina family has been serving Pittsburgh homeowners for over 60 years. Choose from custom blinds, shades, shutters, and draperies made in Lachina's own factory and tailored to your home. Enjoy Lachina's free shop at home service or visit one of Lachina's 2 convenient locations in Dormont or Wexford. Call 412-665-4900. That's 412-665-4900. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. The quality you deserve.
NRG is proud to support the people and organizations giving back to the Pittsburgh community today and every day. If you've never thought about who supplies your electricity and natural gas, it's time to start. With NRG, you've got the power to choose an energy supplier that rewards you for using energy. Earn cash back, travel rewards, and even help power contributions to local nonprofits just for paying your bill. Check out offers and switch today at picknrg.com. NRG, energy that works for you and for Pittsburgh.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Goldberg, Persky, and White, pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk. Look ahead what's happening 5:30. David Ballarado. Hi, David.
Hey, Colin. A suspect in the weekend shooting appears to have been killed in a car crash. We'll have more coming up at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A number of job cuts announced today. Target cutting 500 jobs, most of them in its supply chain system. They say it'll allow the company to put more money into staffing in stores. Target eliminated about 1,800 corporate staffers just last year. Also, Nike axing an undisclosed number of workers at its poor-selling Converse sneaker brand. Sales fell to a 15-year low last year. On Wall Street today, stocks climbing higher on a snapback rally in the tech sector on easing worries about AI spending. The Dow added just 20 points, but that was enough to close at a fresh record high. The Nasdaq, with all those tech stocks, up 207, almost 1% higher, and the S&P added 33. The big decliner today, shares of Hims & Hers Health falling 16%. The online telehealth company being sued by Novo Nordisk for saying it'll sell a knockoff version of its Wegovy weight loss pill, which it now says it won't sell, but it still sells copycat versions of Wegovy and Ozempic shots. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Still about 20 minutes ago, that person was still ice skating on the Allegheny River. And I'm getting reports from people in Fox Chapel, this is like 20 minutes ago, that they were in their office and could see the river and could see a singular figure just out there ice skating up and down the Allegheny River. Fun. My gosh. Or dangerous. Or, as some people put it, you just let Darwin take over. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I just don't. All right. Bad Bunny we'll get into in just a little bit, but Paul in Robinson wants to talk about Lou and Aspinwall. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Colin, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I don't want to. I told him I'm not Delilah, but I'm here to listen.
Listen, let me help the guy out. I'll be his wingman, and we'll go out and we'll hit the town and we'll find him the right chick. I'm the perfect wingman for him.
Oh, explain your qualifications and why you feel that way.
12 years of sobriety, brother.
He has a lot, too. Yeah, he was at, I want to say, what did he say the other day? 3,000 days or something like that.
I don't know how he goes by days, but I go by years. So I think he said he had 5 years in, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know. You listen better than me. But anyway, explain deeper your resume in terms of being a wingman.
Yeah, well, I got these sayings that I approach women with, and they seem to work. And I have a couple tactics that are pretty cool that most women find humorous. And the first thing every girl's looking for in a guy is that he's funny.
Okay, well,
Second thing would be that he's.
Now, some people may not like this, particularly people on the way far right, because they might think I'm a little bit funny. But why don't you try one of these on me? So let's play act and say I'm a woman, and I'm at one of your cool night spots or whatever, and you and Lou and Aspinwall come up, and I'm a woman with a friend of mine who's also a woman that is right in your age range, right in your sweet spot. What would Paul and Robinson come up to say to us two women?
I would say, hey, ladies, how are you doing today? And then start the conversation off like that and find something in common.
Wait,
Always
start that
listen
back.
to the girl.
I want to hear that tone again. What would you say? Hey, what now? How's that go?
Hi, ladies. Hey, excuse me, let me start over. Hi, ladies. How's your day going so far?
Oh,
and then you just listen and start the conversation with that.
It's about a 3.8 out of 10. I'll be honest with you. You better have a lot of money.
Oh, I'm flat broke.
Oh, well, don't tell them that, Paul. Don't tell them that.
No, you lie.
Yeah.
Lie as much as you can.
Yeah, women enjoy that, too. Lie as much as you can and being flat broke. So what makes you think that you could get Lou from Aspinwall a real catch? What makes you think you can get him a great woman?
Well, because I had my fair share of ladies there, Colin. I'm quite a ladies' man. I'm pretty charismatic.
Sound like it. And
Not the book.
yeah, I mean, well, let's just forget about the broke
guy,
part and all of that. Are you a good-looking fella?
Oh, yeah, I don't think I'm too shabby. Am I good looking? Would you like to? I think I'm a good looking guy.
Who are you talking to? The lady at the who are you talking to? The lady at the pickup window?
Yeah, the lady at Wendy's.
You're talking to the lady at Wendy's? Put her on the phone. Put her on the phone.
Oh, hold on. You want to talk to this guy on the phone? On the radio? He's on the radio. Talk to Colin. Say hi.
Hi.
Hey, answer me this. What's your name?
Josiah.
Yeah, Josiah. Scale of 1 to 10. How good looking is that guy you're looking at right now?
Don't lie.
Like a 7.
Yeah,
A 7.
baby. How about that, Colin?
How about that? What did he order? What did he get for dinner?
He got a double cheese, extra pickle, and a medium fry.
Right on.
Okay, double cheese, extra
Dave,
pickle,
double dip.
medium fry. Okay, all right. Did you pay her? Did you give her a tip?
Dave? No, you don't tip at the window.
Okay, I don't know. If you really want to meet the ladies, you might.
Well, I got some tactics. I can make a flower out of a napkin.
Get out of here. I'm done. 866-391-1020. My goodness. Imagine him and Lou and Aspinwall going out on the town to talk to women. I can't figure out if that would be the greatest thing in the history of the world or the worst thing in the history of the world. I want to talk about Bad Bunny, though, coming up in a little. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Crews are still at the accident on the Parkway East outbound, right around the Monroeville exit. Still causing a lane restriction, however, not as bad of congestion as there was before around that area. The other major roadways are looking at their normal rush hour delays, especially when heading into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
Rick from Irwin suffered for 14 years with peripheral neuropathy from an autoimmune disorder. He was super skeptical when he came in. He'd been going to doctor after doctor, and they told him there was nothing that could be done. After qualifying Rick for our program, utilizing our FDA-approved, most powerful equipment on the market today that's non-invasive, no surgeries, no drugs, we were able to get him almost 100%.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Rick. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday noon to 5 p.m., or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 36 degrees at 5:30. I'm David Ballarado. A major update in the shooting of a woman in McKees Rocks over the weekend. Allegheny County Police say they've identified a suspect in the case, 22-year-old Edward Sparrow, who apparently was found dead later after a car crash. County police say the woman had been shot during the night of February 7th, but it was not reported until the following day. Police say Sparrow had crashed his car Saturday night on Langer Way and then jumped over the guardrail. A body matching his description was found nearby this morning. When it comes to numbers to call in an emergency, we're very familiar with 911. As News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander reports, 211 may be almost as important.
Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis joined local leaders to praise what 211 has been doing in southwestern Pennsylvania. And he also announced that the new state budget includes an additional $250,000 to help people where they need it most.
This work is important, and these workers are extremely important. That's why Governor Shapiro and I are calling for a 33% increase to the PA 211 line.
211 connects those in need to food assistance, counseling services, health care and housing, and many other services that are readily available. In 2024, 211 accounted for nearly 700,000 referrals for resources and services. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
City police say a woman is facing charges after a stabbing that occurred during a fight early this morning in the Hill District. This happened around 2 on the 2400 block of Bedford Avenue. Police say it appears the stabbing took place after a fight had broken out among a group of individuals. They say a male victim was stabbed in the shoulder and back and is in stable condition at a local hospital. A woman was taken into custody. Charges are expected to be filed against her. On Wall Street, the Dow gained 20 points today. The Nasdaq was up 207. S&P 500 higher by 33. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Pirates signed Marcell Ozuna to a one-year deal. Then baseball fans began to notice that Andrew McCutchen changed his X-profile photo to just a silhouette, where he's not wearing a Pirates uniform. KDK Radio News time 5:32. Our next update at 6. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
President's Day weekend is the biggest furniture and mattress event of the year at Levin Furniture and Mattress. Take 25% off the entire store. Save up to 60% on hot buys. Lazy Boy recliners start at $395. Sofas as low as $350. 60-month special financing with no money down. Plus the guaranteed lowest prices on top mattress brands for life. That's 25% off store-wide, up to 60% off hot buys, and 5 years financing. The President's Day sale, now at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
All right, traffic update. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting a report for an accident in the Liberty Tunnel on the southbound lane. It did cause a lane restriction. However, all lanes are now open, but residual delays might still ensue. Also, still looking at that accident on the Parkway East outbound. That is right before the Monroeville exit, caused an earlier lane restriction. Still looking at that lane restriction and a bit of delays to follow. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A good deal of clouds tonight. Will drop down to 23 for an overnight low. A much warmer day tomorrow. Times of clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon shower, high 49, and some rain and snow showers into tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. A big warm-up, but it comes with a caution. We'll tell you what that is.
All right, hello to you. So much happening. I promise, I will get to Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny's like the simplest thing that we've made so difficult. It just is. But real quick, I'm taking a big chance here. This may pay off, it may not. Cracky and Shaler. Hi, Cracky.
Hey, Colin. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Great to talk to you.
Hey, I wanted to kind of piggyback on the conversation you had earlier about dating and everything. A real quick story, and I told Margot I think she would probably get a kick out of it, as you would too. So my wife and I, last year, were at Ocean City Bike Week, and we stopped at this New Orleans themed bar called Bourbon Street. Big place, bands, yada, yada. And me and my wife were sitting at the bar, and we're watching the people walk by. And there's a woman, she's probably, I want to say, around 80 years old.
Oh.
And she comes walking by, and she is dressed to the nines. I mean, she looked great. As a man, I appreciated the effort she put into it. So I got off the stool and I walked up to her and I said, "Ma'am, I gotta say, out of most of the women here, I said, you really look nice." I said, "I don't mean anything by it or anything." She stops dead in her tracks and she turns around and looks at me right in the eyes and she goes, "You know what my idea of an ideal date is?" I said, "No, ma'am, I don't." She goes, "A man who can drive at night." So some of these guys might want to take that into consideration when they're out looking for a date.
Fair enough. You know, everybody's on a different plane. Everybody's different stages in their life. So, you know, I wonder how his wife felt about him approaching another woman, albeit innocently, but still. Bad Bunny.
The grass grew into a field of sugarcane as Bad Bunny kicked off his halftime show. The singer started his set by walking us through a colorful Caribbean landscape filled with a dominoes game, a nail salon, and even a shaved ice cart.
Yeah, are we over ourselves yet? I mean, are we over ourselves as a country yet that we had to take a side so vehemently?
Bad Bunny brought out fellow Puerto Rican icon Ricky Martin.
Quieren quitarme el río y también la playa. God bless America!
And then closed out the show, shouting out every country across the Americas.
Venezuela, Guyana.
Marching with all their flags in front of a jumbotron that read, "The only thing more powerful than hate is love."
All right, if you didn't like it, you could turn it off. I think one thing lost, forget one thing, the biggest thing lost in all of this. The Super Bowl halftime show isn't a public trust. You don't get a vote. You can be mad about it, but you don't get to. It's not like PBS. None of your tax dollars go to this. People had this notion that they deserved influence over what was going on at the Super Bowl halftime show. And because if people didn't listen, like you took great offense. No, that's not the way that it works. They try to reach as many eyeballs as possible, as many interested parties as possible. And I'd say they did a pretty good job considering they reached 135 million. TJ's in Carrick. Hi, TJ.
Hey, Colin. I just wanted to say it's the NFC, right? National Football Conference. It's the NFL, National Football League. It's the AFC, American Football Conference, right? It's the 250-year anniversary of America, and we have a halftime show at the biggest game in America, and they don't even speak the language of the land. Are you serious? This can only happen in America. That was a shame.
Well, now, Puerto Rico is an unincorporated U.S. territory.
Why didn't they speak English? This is an English-speaking language. You should, at the 250-year anniversary of America, of an and I think this was political. I know you don't think it's political, but it was political, and it was a slap in the face of America.
Who politically would have put the
Roger Goodell? They got to get rid of that, Roger. Yeah, they got to get rid of Roger Goodell.
Okay, why would you get rid of Roger Goodell if there's been labor peace, if the product has grown and grown, if the television ratings are through the roof? I want you to do something at the end of the year because it'll come out, I'm sure, again. It'll show like the top 50 television shows of the year. And when you look at that sheet, and it comes out every year, probably it's normally between like 43 and 45 of them are NFL football games. So why would you get rid of Roger Goodell if he's making money for everybody, TJ?
He brought in what's that on the helmets? They put it on the sidelines.
No, you didn't answer the question.
Zones. Well, I'm just getting to where Roger Goodell's all about. He brings race into it. He brings racial. He brings end racism. Black.
Let me interject again with the point that I started the segment with. Do you realize nobody makes you watch?
Oh no! But we do pay for it, though.
How?
The American people. How do you think they put on the show from the American people paying for their tickets and?
But you don't have to.
Everything.
You don't have to. When's the last time you went to a Steeler game? When's the last time you went to a Steeler game?
I think it's been a long time. My brother.
Then what do you care? Like, this is the whole point.
Well, actually,
what do you care? Don't spend money on the product.
I want to.
You know what? I don't listen, I don't drink anymore. You know what I don't do? I don't go to bars. But I don't tell other people they shouldn't go to bars.
No, I'm just saying that I think this was done purposely by
No, that wasn't what you were saying. You were saying the American people pay for it.
The American people.
You need a lesson in just turning it off. You just complain about everything. You're a miserable fool.
Do you.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Guess what happened in my house yesterday? I don't know one word of Bad Bunny songs. Not one. My daughter enjoyed it. So it stayed on, and guess what I did? I walked up. I got
Take her to
something
Disney World then. Take her to Disney World if you're the little girl wanting. Well, this is the National Football
League. What are you
League.
talking about? If my little girl liked it, she likes Bad Bunny. She was in my TJ. Let me square it away because other hosts are afraid to. You're a miserable jerk. You are, and people like you deteriorate this radio station. It has nothing to do with political affiliations, liking Trump, hating Trump, whatever. Loving or hating Bad Bunny's performance at the Super Bowl doesn't have anything to do with loving or hating Bad Bunny's performance at the Super Bowl. It's mostly about people loving or hating Donald Trump and a feeling that you must always align with and formulate that opinion on those political lines. And frankly, a lot of people in the country are tired of it, no matter what side they're on. That you got to dig your heels in, I'm Republican, I'm Democrat, I got to hate this, I got to love this. That's what's ruining the country. And people before me and after me on this radio station are afraid to say it to people like you. It's ugly what you do every day. Ugly and ridiculous. Me? Look, I like some of Trump's policies. What Trump did the other day with that racist tweet, ridiculous. See, I can go both ways. People like you that are so married to just politically having your opinion influenced by if you love or hate Trump, ruin this country on both sides. And you're one of them. Do me a favor. Call the other shows. Because finally, I've had enough of you. And TJ, I think you suck. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thanks, Colin. Crews are continuing to clean up that accident on the Parkway East outbound before the Monroeville exit. Still looking at a lane restriction there. Has been backed up most of the afternoon rush hour. The other major roadways aren't looking too horrible, but still seeing delays as you head into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels on the outbound lanes of the Parkway East and West. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the Roofing Replacement Experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 442 Unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions, and I would like to remind you about the selected drapery fabrics that are on sale right now. 50 to 70% off the most beautiful fabrics with the draperies made right here in Pittsburgh in my very own factory. Call 724-933-5500. Stop into my gallery at 2015 Village Run Road in Wexford, or simply book online, nestexpressions.com.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
No one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the Dollar Energy Fund during our annual NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon on Thursday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Presented by MetaConnect. Details on how you can support are at kdkaradio.com. Powered by Dynegy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, and by Philips Heating and Air Conditioning. Help us help your neighbor on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, a look ahead what's happening at 6. David Bolorado.
Hey, Colin, the stats are out to confirm what you know. It's been cold. We'll have a look at the numbers coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I just find it hilarious that people like TJ, people of his ilk, all of a sudden, and it, you know what? It's not even veiled anymore. It's just straight up bordering on racism, if not all the way. But you certainly go get your picture in front of the Clemente statue. You got no problem doing that. And you certainly cross the Clemente Bridge, and you're okay with that. It's just this selective nonsense now because Bad Bunny rained on your little parade. Who got hurt? Tell me that. In your self-victimization. Who got hurt? Like, I got a text here. It says, I strongly disagree with you. You can keep saying you could turn it off. The reason that caller and other people had a problem is because Americans are proud, and this hurt many people. Who got hurt and how? How exactly did you get hurt? And the other part, you can turn it off. And for people who can't stand Spanish speakers, weren't you offered an alternative form of entertainment in Kid Rock? Like, what are we doing here? This is back to the initial point. It's about if you love Donald Trump or hate Donald Trump. And it's veiled in some argument about a performance. We have lost society based on political affiliation and just dug our heels in. And that's why I hate to say this. This is going to come off as aloof. It's great to be me because I don't have an affiliation. I go topic to topic, thing to thing. I like this. Oh, it's a Democratic thing? I don't care. It's just a thing to me. Oh, this? That's a Republican thing? I don't care. I like it. And that's just how it is. I don't have to have an allegiance to anybody. And the other thing that's really big to me is I just don't tell people who I vote for. Whether it's for school board, whether it's for President of the United States of America, whether it's for tax collector. You don't need to know. But I'll tell you this. It goes like DRRDDDRDD. Best candidate. So I don't need to be married to one side or the other. It's very easy that way. Rico's downtown. Hi, Rico.
Hey, Colin. I've been thinking about this for a long time. And what I think we're seeing is the decline of white culture and being supplanted with alternatives. White culture being the dominant culture for a long time, but these new cultures that are bringing on new and different forms of art, I think, are supplanting the white culture.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what white band is there that could play at the Super Bowl?
We saw one of the most downloaded and Spotify artists globally. I mean, what we see is a continued ability to make sure that we have to define everything. It's just music that played last night. It's not white music, black music. It's just music. And by virtue of an audience that's that wide and spread out, and that many downloads and Spotify things, not everybody who's downloading it speaks Spanish. I think that's what we're missing here. It's not just built for a Spanish audience. It's just American music that happens to be Latin. Like, what's the problem? People woke up and hated it because they love Donald Trump. It's that simple. And you're told that if it is a different language in America, you're supposed to hate it. Like, I can walk away from that and go, okay, I feel fine saying that, and still really like a lot of Donald Trump's policies. We have shown an inability to be pliable as American humans in the year 2026 because of political affiliations. Happy birthday to my twins, by the way. They're 15 today. And it makes me happy and sad, excuse me, all at the same time, because, man, they're getting old. I'll talk to you tomorrow. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Normal rush hour delays all throughout those major roadways, and still looking at the lane restriction on the Parkway. Actually, all lanes are now open on the Parkway East outbound because of an earlier accident around the Monroeville exit. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah with the elder law firm of Zachariah Brown. You know, every day I get a call from somebody because they have a loved one in the nursing home. They lost their house, they lost all their money, and they are in trouble, and that's when they call. Why do they call us? Because we can help. The better call to make, though, is to call ahead of time. As soon as you have a loved one going into a nursing facility, call us immediately, and we'll help take care of you. Zachariah Brown, 724-942-6200, or PittsburghElderLaw.com.
We're talking with Joe Sobulis from Highwood Cemetery. Joe, I read a story recently about a local cemetery that had run out of funds and was struggling to pay for its upkeep. How did this happen?
Some cemeteries eventually become full and can no longer sell grave sites to generate income. How will those cemeteries pay for their continued care? The cemetery may or may not have a fund for this purpose. In the story you mentioned, that cemetery is no longer selling property and its care fund is almost depleted. Now they're struggling to pay for upkeep.
How can families be assured that their grave sites are being cared for now and in the future?
Highwood Cemetery exists to serve the public rather than make a profit. Our $1 million perpetual care fund is managed by a fiduciary to ensure that the care of the cemetery will be as it is today for generations to come.
And you can learn more about Highwood Cemetery by calling 412-766-6600.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 31 degrees at 6 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. After days of uncertainty and growing public outrage, there's a major development in Oakmont. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
Jose Flores is back home after nearly a week in federal custody, despite having a pending asylum case and a valid work permit. Oakmont Mayor Sofia Ficaro says the borough won't join the federal 287G immigration program despite its incentives.
By asking local police to do certain immigration functions. The police and council said that's our job is to take care of Oakmont and any criminal cases. We're not federal agents, and we're not going to be deputized.
Council members are drafting a resolution to prevent further detentions, with a vote set for February 17th. For now, Ficaro says the community is celebrating the return of Mr. Flores. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Attention getting numbers are out on the frigid start to this year. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has that.
The National Weather Service released data this morning on social media showing we've had the coldest start of the year since 1994 and the coldest 25-day stretch since 1979. Meteorologist Tim Cermak says we've been in a hard-to-shake weather pattern.
Sometimes when you get set up in these patterns in the winter, they just stick around for a long time until you get something big that can come and push them out.
Since the first of the year, there have been 17 days with temperatures below freezing, and the average temperature was 15 degrees.
It's just been one of those winters where we're nice and cold. Classic Pittsburgh.
We'll get a one-day warm-up tomorrow with a high in the upper 40s. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
When it comes to getting help, there's a number you need to know, and it's 211. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has more on that.
One of the best parts of the service is that a human being actually answers the phone. They can help you find food assistance, health care, housing, utility payment help, employment, and veteran services. Allegheny County Executive Sarah Innamorato says this service can be a lifesaver.
It's absolutely critical to making sure that our neighbors can get the help they need when they need it.
In 2024, Pennsylvania 211 received more than 200,000 calls, texts, and chats, leading up to nearly 700,000 referrals and resources and services. Paul Alexander, News Radio KDKA.
A delegation of senators is visiting Greenland amid President Trump's push to acquire the country. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski said, as an ally of Greenland, we have a responsibility.
Recognizing the sovereignty, recognizing the autonomy of the Greenlandic people is something that we have an obligation as your friend to work towards addressing.
Democrat Gary Peters said President Trump has broken the trust we had with their country.
And we now have to repair it.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
On Wall Street today, the Dow gained 20 points, the Nasdaq higher by 207, and the S&P 500 added 33. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Veteran slugger Marcel Ozuna is headed to the Pirates. The 35-year-old free agent has reached a $12 million one-year deal with the club. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. Time to call Goodrich and Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist. Right now it's mostly cloudy around the Pittsburgh area. It's 31 degrees. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
Hey folks, Marty here. CCAC rocks. They're the best, from training for careers in skilled trades to programs in robotics, cybersecurity, aviation, culinary arts, business management, and more. CCAC has it all. Folks, it's the real deal with expert instructors, industry-grade equipment, high-tech learning spaces, and more. Want a future with little debt? Campus open house events, virtual information sessions, on-site tours. ccac.edu, ccac.edu.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
All right, here we go for another Monday with your Pratt Pack. And from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Time to say good evening to Margot Rensel.
All right, thanks, Rob. Taking a look at some congestion right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the Parkway East outbound. Nothing too crazy, though. And through the outbound side of the Liberty Tunnel. Other than that, traffic delays are starting to subside on those major roadways. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly cloudy for tonight, down to 23 for an overnight low. We'll have some sunshine at times tomorrow, but there could be a rain shower in spots in the afternoon. As it turns out, much warmer. Tomorrow's high about 49. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
As the search for her mother stretches into a second week today, host Savannah Guthrie has released a new video pleading for the return of her 84-year-old mother, Nancy. She thanked the public for their prayers and love for her mother in a video released on Instagram this afternoon. We believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her, even in this darkest place. I don't know how much more I can take of this. I mean, it has just consumed me. And look, my business is to report on stories, and that's what I do. And I've been doing it for over 4 decades. But there are those that really pluck at the heartstrings. And looking into her eyes and that sheer exhaustion and frustration and fear makes me realize that I would never want to be in a place like that. Going to have a lot to say about this tonight. We've been taking a lot of calls on it. I've been getting a lot of messages, people responding on social media to various videos. We've been trying to do daily updates on this because I think if you have a heart and you have any compassion, you put yourself in that position and wonder what you would do. But the angle that I'm going to take tonight is, once again, this just doesn't add up. And I've had people call from all over the country and get a hold of me from all over the country in recent days with all sorts of twists and turns, and conspiracy theorists definitely are out there. But what is very perplexing to me is the fact that you've got some of the biggest, brightest, and even the president chiming in saying we will leave no stone unturned when it comes to law enforcement resources, and they have nothing. No person of interest, no suspects, nothing. They've been back and forth to her residence on multiple times, actually removed the police tape, then put the police tape back up, have walked the grounds, even into wooded areas, nothing. The security cameras at the house, not there. But you would think in a community in which houses go for more than the going rate, that somewhere, somehow, a lamppost, traffic light, stop sign, there would be something. And with people pretty much, as we now know, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, no one works 9 to 5 anymore, you would have thought somebody would have said something. Savannah Guthrie has done everything humanly possible, and the reason she's making these videos and putting herself out there when I'm sure she would rather not, I can't even imagine what it must take her just to talk and look into the lens of that camera. She's asking for our help, the public, because she knows right now there are not enough answers coming through law enforcement. No, not pointing the finger at law enforcement, but I am questioning why nothing. So if they have nothing, who they are, very influential people and family that they are, what about the rest of society? That's why we need to all pray and work as a society to hopefully get this thing solved with a good result. Yeah, I got a lot to say about this tonight. And I had one of my listeners send me something today about an amount. I haven't heard any ransom amount, so maybe if you all have, you can let me know. I've been very busy today in the home studio and obviously got here very early just trying to get ready for tonight's show and my guest, Jason Ritchie. So doing a little background there. And I've been trying to plug into it on that CBS News app, and I did see the video that she released this afternoon on her Instagram page. But if that family can get no satisfaction, no answers, what's that say about the state of the world that we're in right now? And, you know, with forensics, DNA, and all the different security aspects that exist in this world today, I mean, you would think this was long before DNA, long before any kind of security camera, long before any technology, the World Wide Web, going back even before the computer was discovered. And now we're walking around with computers in our hands that have video cameras on them that I use every day and still can't believe that I can produce and do what I do and edit as a one-man band, where back in the television days it was 10, 15 people around me just to get out a 30-minute program. It's just sad. It's just really, really sad. And if it does turn out to be a lone kidnapper who did it for nothing more than ransom, then why are they not getting the money, seeing a video of her, hearing her voice? Do you realize the thing that a lot of people aren't really taking from this? When someone is kidnapped, and if they are not returned usually in 72 hours, the result is not good. But if you have no visual, nothing, no audio, where is she? And without any medications, you would have thought they would have done some background as far as the local pharmacies in that community. Has anybody stopped by to pick up certain prescriptions, maybe to tie them to her prescriptions? And no, I'm not trying to be a sleuth or Columbo here, but I obviously think there's a lot of questions that haven't been answered. And when you go from day 1 to 72 hours and beyond, and now 2 weeks later, still no person of interest, no suspect, and we keep hearing fact and fiction when it comes to these ransom notes, it's just really, really bizarre. It's really, really bizarre. And I must tell you what this is also going to do. I know the folks at NBC, Universal, Comcast, Xfinity have done everything in their due diligence to keep other members of that nationally known show that has been around since the late 50s, when it starred a former KDKA radio employee, Dave Garraway. I mean, this show's been around a long time. It's got a lot of life behind it and a lot of visibility. But if it is the fact that somebody just snatched someone's mother because of their visibility and the profile that fits with money and a network, I understand why they've ramped up security. But what does it mean moving forward for any person in the spotlight? And I mean, think about it. We have a sitting president that there were 2 assassination attempts on his life. You know, talking about some of the things that I've been talking about in social media of late, I mean, thousands of views, comments that just run on forever that I can't get to all of them because there's just too many. And I really leave everyone alone as long as they're respectful, but some of them aren't, so they got to go. I mean, I can't believe the feeling that we have in America today for everything. I mean, you talk about ICE, you talk about, the president legislation, what he's trying to do, trimming the government, DOGE, tariffs, the Ukraine war, and even this Nancy Guthrie story, which there have been some very, I think, not so decent and even ugly comments about her being more important than anyone else. Don't you have a heart? Don't you have compassion? Don't you have any sort of ability to feel pain and hurt? I mean, come on. This is America. We may not know each other, but we are citizens of the same country, so we should look out for one another. When the weather turns bad, turn to KDKA-Radio.com for up-to-the-minute news, weather, traffic information. KDKA Radio Storm Center brought to you by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light, only on the voice of KDK, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, right here in Pittsburgh. NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows is a click away. You can email us at instantacces@kdkradio.com. Get a lot on those, too, concerning this story. So we have a lot to get to tonight. We are in open talk pretty much throughout the entire night, except for one lone guest who happens to be the chair of the Allegheny County Republican Party, who announced recently that he's running for Lieutenant Governor Jason Ritchie. 6:15. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Once again, Margot.
All right, thank you, Rob. Just looking at a small delay on the Parkway East outbound right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, but shouldn't back you up too much. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. President Trump said, "I like Newsmax. You like it too." It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax for the news they can trust. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Physical Therapy and Balance Centers of Monroeville know health is about more than movement. It's about staying safe, steady, and independent at home. Specializing in advanced balance therapy to help prevent falls, improve stability, and keep our community moving confidently. Physical of Monroeville is proud to support Warmathon, helping to keep homes warm and our community steady on their feet. Physical Therapy and Balance Centers of Monroeville, FYZICAL, spelled differently because they are different. Call 412-457-8200.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Hey folks, Marty, why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon on KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous local football greats. On March 11th, Lamont welcomes Mel Blount and friends. Proceeds benefit the Mel Blount Youth Initiative. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for sponsorships and ticket info.
Time now for a Black History Month Spotlight.
Today we honor Hazel Garland, a trailblazer who documented the lived experiences of Black residents in Pittsburgh's Hill District and helped shape how Black history is remembered. In 1955, she became the first African-American journalist to write a regular television column, which went on to become one of the longest-running television columns in newspaper history. Nearly 2 decades later, in 1974, Garland made history again when she was appointed editor-in-chief of the New Pittsburgh Courier, becoming the first Black woman to lead a nationally circulated newspaper.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here is David Ballarado.
Rob, a man suspected in a weekend shooting was apparently killed after crashing his car. We'll have more on that coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
All right, back to the Guthrie story. Page 6 out of New York saying the ransom amount demanded for Nancy Guthrie's return, $6 million in Bitcoin. The deadline set for today, and that deadline was at 5 their time. So, meaning Mountain Time. It just is mind-boggling. That, again, I keep going back to the fact that we're talking 9:45 at night, dropped off after a church social of some event, was supposed to be back there early in the morning and didn't show up. Short turnaround, less than 12 hours, and now no one can find any type of evidence that will lead them to her safe return, or at least where she is. It's 2026. I find it very frustrating. And let's see. Okay, so now, don't you think that at least if there's been a ransom offer, they should at least have an opportunity to hear her voice or know that she's okay? And look, let's just be honest here. We're all praying for the best, but when you look at the length of time that she has been gone and her age, and obviously all of the medications and everything that goes with being 84 years of age, it's a little alarming. And yes, there was blood found. That was hers. But struggle, or did she simply, because of the confusion, bang into something? Because we all know the older that we get, we bruise easier. Did she know this assailant? Why all of a sudden were cameras no longer? I mean, I could be here all night asking these questions, but this is one individual. How far could she have went? And how is it that there's not one single bit of any kind of visual? You realize if you roll through a stop sign today or a traffic light, in most places, I know in my community, they not only can come back days later and say, hey, you got to pay this fine, because they can zoom in to basically see anything on your car, and especially your license plate. I mean, even if, you get that visual to where you've got to go through 20 cars in that timeline or 30 or whatever, you write it down, you track them down, you make a call. That's what the internet is for. That is what Google is for. Layer upon layer of protection. I don't understand. I just don't understand. All right, we're going to talk about it tonight. And look, I know there have been people who have said inside jobs, she must have known someone. There's the political aspect, how some of the things that she reports on, maybe some of the thoughts of her family members, brother, sister, how they are left or right. I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities, but I think the one thing we should take from this, when it comes to somebody's family, no matter what that person's political beliefs are, who they are, their eccentricity, their religion, whatever it may be, how many zeros they have at the end of their name. This is somebody's mother, okay? And if this person can be taken and no evidence whatsoever is discovered 2 weeks later, what does that tell you? That we are all very vulnerable in this country. And I think a lot of it has to do with what has been going on in law enforcement and how we've been treating members of law enforcement, how the numbers are dwindling, resources aren't what they used to be, years of experience and expertise, all of the things that are disappearing. And if this is one example, let me give it to you again. For all of you that have been worried about artificial intelligence and what's it going to do, and is it going to take jobs away? Here's what you need to understand. You still need the human element. Because we have all of this stuff. And people in law enforcement have stuff that you and I don't even know exists or how it works. But you need the human element to do the background, to basically do the Sherlock Holmes work, if you will. And the two are supposed to be magic. I mean, when DNA came along, it was like the best way to basically prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. So we have had so many things enter police work, and they all do incredible work. And we're not talking about anything that's political other than the president. And this is the one bright spot that you should all take from this, especially those who you may not agree with when it comes to his philosophy or the Republican Party he represents. This guy's doing everything, including getting the FBI involved, to try to bring her safe return. So at least he commented on it. At least he's trying to do something about it. And I also think if I know President Trump, crosses his mind on more than one occasion when he has a brief moment to just think outside everything else that's going on in his mind or his day-to-day. Why aren't there any results? And if I was the governor of that state or even the president of the United States, I'd be calling that sheriff's department. I'd be wanting to talk to people. And I know the sheriff was recently at a basketball game. I get that. Your life must go on. But I got to tell you, it's like when disaster strikes weather-wise, we have a major story. We're locked in. We don't go anywhere. We stay until the end. I'm not saying the guy should be sleeping on a cot, but I just don't think I would be thinking about going to a basketball game if I had a case of this significance, and especially someone's 84-year-old mother, the community I represent. I'm just saying. Not any indication or finger-pointing at members of law enforcement, but it is mind-boggling in 2026 that something could happen in such a short period of time. And honestly, have you heard anything? I mean, you see the Fox News, you see CBS, ABC, TMZ, Page 6, all of the ones that are really out there to give you the big splash, the major networks and social media brands. It's been basically a repeat performance, just rearranging the letters and the words in a headline. I don't know. I got to believe she's very frustrated, and I think that's one of the reasons why Savannah Guthrie is looking at this probably like a news story and why she is reporting on it so much. She's depending on the people of the community, maybe any of us in this country, to give her and them some leads, the family, because it's just absolutely unbelievable that they have nothing at this point. All right, news coming up next with David, and we'll be back. It's your Pratt Pack for a Monday night, KDKA.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 34 degrees at 6:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. A man believed to be the suspect in a shooting in McKees Rocks has been found dead. Police say their investigation into the Saturday night shooting of a woman on Jane Street led them to identify 22-year-old Edward Sparrow as their suspect. They say on Sunday night, a car driven by Sparrow was found crashed on Langer Way in Kennedy Township. Then a body matching his description was found nearby. Efforts are currently underway with local fire departments to try and retrieve that body. We all know when and why you call 911, but what about 211? Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis joined local leaders at the United Way today to applaud the work of PA 211 call center workers and to highlight how the 2026-27 Shapiro-Davis budget proposal increases state funding for it by an additional $250,000. County Executive Sarah Innamorato says it offers exactly what people need.
211 is the connective tissue across systems that would otherwise be extremely difficult to navigate. And this is so important, like you heard it from the Lieutenant Governor. This is our neighbors. These are seniors. These are people with disabilities. These are working families and busy parents.
On Wall Street, the Dow gained 20 points today, but the Nasdaq was higher by 207, S&P 500 gaining 33. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. The WPIAL high school basketball brackets have been released, and we now have them posted for you on our KDKA Facebook page. The second season is about to begin, and we will be right there with you. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has more now on the path to the Pete.
After the brackets are released and the seedings are debated, the coaches and the players get to work. Whether you have a first-round bye or you're a huge underdog, it's still a brand-new season. You can be a star in the regular season or coach your team to a perfect record before the playoffs. However, legends are made in the postseason when you can hang up a championship banner in your gym. We have Quaker Valley's Mike Mastrioni. He's just picked up his 600th win, looking for a 4A title on the boys' side. The Union girls may be a bit of a long shot, but in 1A, they've already won 3 titles in a row. The playoffs begin this week, and we'll have all 12 championship games starting February 26th and running through the 28th. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time 6:32. Our next update at 7. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
NVIDIA is full pedal to the metal with its AI factory expansion plans. The AI chipmaker says it's investing $2 billion into CoreWeave, which will develop and operate 5 gigawatts of AI factories by 2030 for NVIDIA, the equivalent of powering around 4 million U.S. households. NVIDIA last year ordered more than $6 billion worth of AI factory capacity. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
April 22nd inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Breaking bread and having fun is what Monticello's restaurant is all about. Sure, Monticello's pizza is legendary, but that's only the beginning. Monticello's does Italian better than anyone in the business. Great food and friends are the best recipe for an enjoyable night out. Serving over 175 million slices of delicious pizza to Pittsburgh since 1980. Find the closest Monticello's restaurant to you at Monticello's.com. Still looking for a great place to work? Join the Monticello's family today. Visit Monticello's.com. NRG is proud to support the people and organizations giving back to the Pittsburgh community today and every day. If you've never thought about who supplies your electricity and natural gas, it's time to start. With NRG, you've got the power to choose an energy supplier that rewards you for using energy. Earn cash back, travel rewards, and even help power contributions to local nonprofits just for paying your bill. Check out offers and switch today at picknrg.com. NRG, energy that works for you and for Pittsburgh.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Getting a report of an accident on the 1700 block of Fox Chapel Road in Indiana Township. On the other major roadways, not looking at much traffic, just a bit of a delay through the Liberty Tunnel on the outbound side. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
With a good deal of clouds tonight, we'll drop down to 23 for an overnight low. A much warmer day tomorrow. Times of clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon shower, high 49, and some rain and snow showers into tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. A big warm-up, but it comes with a caution. We'll tell you what that is.
Hey, no one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need to stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon on February 12th from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. presented by MediConnect. Brought to you by Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Legion Community Federal Credit Union, Nest Expressions Window Fashions, and Impact HVAC. Details at KDKRadio.com, including an online auction available at Powered by Dynegy. All right, so kind of that 2026 lineup, pitchers and catchers, people getting excited. Horowitz, Lowe, Reynolds, O'Hearn, Ozuna, Cruz, Griffin, Torillo, and Bart. Where's Andrew McCutcheon's name? Well, if you've been listening to our news, David Ballarado has been talking about that. He's no longer wearing that pirate uniform, social media. All right, so let me just make all of you listen for 1 second. I love Andrew McCutcheon. I remember not too many years ago when I was talking to a buddy of mine who is very connected to the Pittsburgh Pirates, happens to be the team physician, and has been there doing an incredible job at the Allegheny Health Network Orthopedics Department, Dr. Patrick DeMayo, forever. And I would always pick his brain this time of year once they would get settled in for their month-long run at spring training, in which they work day and night. So we would always get caught up a little bit later, as friends do. And then I would always try to, hey, what's going on with my Pirates? Anything exciting? What's the latest? And he talked about a young man. And that young man happened to be a very young Andrew McCutchen. This is like over 20 years ago, okay? Andrew McCutchen has had an incredible Major League career. He has made money that will last for his lifetime, his children, and his grandchildren, maybe even beyond. He has given us a lot of thrills. He will always be considered one of the greatest Pirates of all time. And he will probably play somewhere else next year because physically fit he is and talented for sure. But, look, I grew up and I remember when Dave Parker left town. And I'm not saying Andrew McCutchen is not good, but not Dave Parker. I remember when Willie Stargell and Chuck Tanner ended up wearing Atlanta Braves uniforms, where Ozuna came from, right? And that was hard to take. But it's baseball. It's what happens. Hey, Angels fans in California probably are wondering what happened to their guy, Ohtani. It happens. When the Oakland Athletics, basically after having so much success as we went into the 1970s, basically were obliterated. Catfish Hunter to the Yankees, Reggie Jackson left town. It happens. It's baseball. It's the art of the deal, the trade. But for all of you who've been saying for the longest time, this organization needs to do something. Look, this Ozuna they bring in, 1 year, $12 million with a possibility of 2027. Not incredible numbers, but he can hit. And he can hit for power. And I'm not saying that Andrew couldn't or can't, but his power number's really never that great, and he is getting a little bit older now. O'Hearn coming in, massive, wonderful. I've been hearing about this guy forever, and whenever I would mention him to some of my baseball friends and colleagues, they would say, that'll never happen. Well, it did. And we still have the best pitcher in all of baseball, and we have a hometown kid managing this team, Donnie Kelly. I think Ben Cherington got his orders from the front office on down, and Mr. Nutting leading the way. Look, enough lip service. We have to do something. We have to more than just try to put it together with, a Band-Aid or two. We got to go for it. And this division is competitive enough that the Pirates can compete, meaning the competition, I don't think anybody top to bottom is any better than anyone else. I think St. Louis could be the one that really has the least opportunity to shine. And who would have ever thought that? We know what these other teams can do. We know who they are. And McCutchen, if he desires to play, so be it. It wasn't the money, okay? They're giving this guy $12 million. I think Andrew made like $5 last year. But the thing I want you to all understand, I commend the Pirate organization for at least making it interesting to where I can't wait for the first crack of the bat in spring training. And a lot of those games are going to be right here on KDKA Radio, and I'll be listening on my way to work or running errands. And I'm hoping that all of you naysayers who have been giving me grief in that world of sports that I also wear a hat in and spend a lot of time in and have for years, television and radio, whenever I've tried to support my Pirates, you all push me back. I had a guy today who's probably one of the most negative Pirate fans I've ever met, but he's a good friend. But I don't like being around him this time of year, and I will avoid him because he's just negative on the Pirates. I put up a beautiful thing today. People were loving it, enthusiastic, and he puts down 72 wins. Max, take it to the bank. I mean, we haven't even thrown the first pitch yet. I don't need that kind of negative talk. And he knows if he's listening, I love him. But, man, you got to at least every once in a while put some heart and soul into it. And the reason I want to see it happen, not so I can tell my children I told you so, but I want to tell all of you who may have forgotten what this town is like when our Pirates win. By the way, sculpting this team, kind of like those statues, right? Think about it. Clemente, Stargell, Hannes Wagner, Bill Mazeroski. So this organization knows a little bit about talent. And I think there's got to be some changes made in Major League Baseball. And I think a cap has to be involved. And I think, salaries have to be fixed in some cases. And I think we have to have more parity. Look, whether you like the NFL and maybe you really didn't enjoy that Super Bowl, which was a yawner at times, Roger Goodell and these owners have figured it out. When the curtain comes up to begin a season And when that curtain comes down the entire year, you never know what's going to happen. Who would have ever thought New England would have gotten to the big game? I don't think any of us would have. We would have definitely thought it would have been Buffalo or Baltimore. And Sam Darnold, who came up in that 2018 class, third pick of the Jets, with people like Baker Mayfield, people like Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, is the first to win the Lombardi Trophy. NFL's figured it out. Baseball needs some help, too. And when they all get together coming up shortly, there's going to be some major things that are happening. And I think the Pirates have put themselves in a good position to actually do some good and start winning some games and playing relevant baseball in late August and September. And the one thing that none of you seem to take into consideration, because he hasn't been that impressive, even though he has shown bright spots, what happens if some of these players that the Pirates are bringing in, including Ozuna today, take a little bit of that pressure off of O'Neal Cruz, and he actually starts to flourish? We may have one of the best talents in all of Major League Baseball peaking at just the right time to go along with our exceptional pitching. The Pirates very soon could go from everybody scratching their head and say, spend more money, to maybe one of the smartest teams and organizations in all of baseball. Give it time. You just never know. But I like what they're doing, and I'm always going to be grateful to Andrew McCutchen. But this is baseball. Build it, and they will come. I love it. Looking forward to the season. Pitchers and catchers getting ready to take the big bird and head to Bradenton, one of the most beautiful tracts of beach anywhere, Sarasota, in the country. Excited about Pirate baseball for sure. 6:45. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Not looking at any more bad rush hour delays, just a tiny bit of brake lights on 28 outbound from the city as you leave the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
President's Day weekend is the biggest furniture and mattress event of the year at Levin Furniture and Mattress. Take 25% off the entire store. Save up to 60% on hot buys. Lazy Boy recliners start at $395. Sofas as low as $350. 60-month special financing with no money down. Plus the guaranteed lowest prices on top mattress brands for life. That's 25% off store-wide, up to 60% off hot buys, and 5 years financing. The President's Day sale, now at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Hi there, I'm Lisa Luro from Secure Money Health. Let's be honest, Medicare can be overwhelming. That's why I created the Ultimate Medicare book, a clear, no-nonsense guide to help you navigate every twist and turn of Medicare. I'm here to empower you with the insights you need to secure the right benefits for your health. Don't let uncertainty slow you down. Visit MedicareBookOffer.com to get started and reclaim your confidence today.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention KDKA.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org. Love your mind. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here is David Bolorado. David?
Rob, a bridge between the United States and Canada is now the subject of the president's attention. We'll have more on this coming up at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY, but you can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream, or now you can just go to our incredible KDK Radio YouTube page, which I do quite a bit when I'm not here, so you can see everything happening in the studio, and you should subscribe to us. Now, you know, the president, a lot of folks have been talking about this whole Greenland thing, and I heard some reports earlier today right here on KDK about it. So I wanted to kind of bring this to your attention. All right, so maybe not Greenland, and I know he's talked about Canada, and that was more, I think, just to kind of get Mr. Carney to come to the bargaining table, because I think we could do a lot with Canada. I think two great countries stand alone who could actually work together and form an incredible partnership in the global community. Now, I know Venezuela, because of the oil and what we did there with the Delta Force, and we now have their president behind bars in New York, and we're all waiting to see what will happen with the current people running the government in Venezuela or possibly the next regime. And the people that were protecting the president in Venezuela came from the Cuban military, and Cuba has done a lot of business with Venezuela. So don't, right away when I read you the story that I saw from CBS News earlier today, don't connect it to what the president did, but here's a thought process. Cuba is facing deepening crises as fuel shortages are triggering blackouts and worsening existing food and medicine shortages. Passengers arriving in Miami from Havana telling CBS News that conditions on the island are worse than they've ever experienced, with growing anxiety over what would come next. Look, Castro was horrible. I mean, what he did to the people of Cuba is absolutely ridiculous. You know, a couple of years ago, and obviously he was no longer on this planet, which was a good thing, they went and filmed a movie there, Fast and Furious. You know, those are the movies about the fast cars and racing and all that stuff, right? And the incredible muscle cars, and showing everybody, you know, when they're all, you know, juiced up, what they look like. And people go there and have, and the 11th is being filmed right now to go watch them, right? It's a trilogy that's been going on forever. Well, one of the things that all the stars talked about, Michelle Rodriguez and others, when they went to Cuba, that because of the weather, obviously, a lot of these cars don't evaporate, deteriorate, or simply put, rust out. But all of the automobiles in Cuba are like from the 60s, 70s, and some from the 80s. But they're basically stuck in time. In the casino industry, there was talk about that before, you may remember. And if you are a film buff, Godfather 2 obviously connected to Havana, Cuba, as was Godfather 1, as the Al Pacino character, Michael Corleone, was trying to find ways to make more income for the family, right? Well, there's been a lot of possibilities, even tourism, that really has never taken off. And I think if you would talk to anybody, like many of the people from Venezuela who now live in South Florida, South Beach in particular, they love the fact that the president did what he did with the Delta Force in Venezuela. And with that $1 trillion price tag on oil in Venezuela, and now that the American oil companies who basically pioneered it and started to export it and get it out of the ground and put huge amounts of money into the economy of Venezuela are now getting an opportunity again. It's going to benefit this country, but it'll also benefit others who were doing legitimate business with Venezuela but were getting the short end of the stick, and I believe that's Cuba. But now I believe what the president should do, and we'll get your calls on this, and if you want to jump on the line now, I'll get to you. I think Cuba, I don't want to say ripe for the picking because that's not how I'm looking at this. But I think when it comes to healthcare, education, brick and mortar, and giving them a taste of what's happening in this part of the world, and business and what it could do for the automobile industry and so much others, including tourism and more, the president finds a way to cut a deal to buy Cuba. I mean, Cuba has really done nothing but hurt generations of hardworking, innocent people who have just done what we all do, try to find a better place and way for their family. And many lost their lives just trying to get to this country. You remember the flotillas that used to happen on a regular basis that were being covered on the nightly news, and they weren't all happy endings. And, you know, one of the things that's happened in Florida, it's become overcrowded because a lot of people had to flee Cuba because of what was happening, the tyranny under Fidel Castro. Listen, they tried to perceive, even Barbara Walters, if you may remember her from ABC and The View, got an exclusive with Fidel Castro, and they tried to really make him like a fan of baseball and just a really fun-loving family guy who loved a good cigar and always loved wearing his military garb. But in reality, he was bad news. He was a guy that took over that country, and many people believe tried to do a lot of horrible things to this country, and need I say more other than the Cuban Missile Crisis in which he opened his doors to Russia to try to put the fear of God into the country that is our own. But because of the president at that time, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, didn't happen. But I'm telling you right now, the people of Cuba are suffering in more ways than one. And I have talked to a few people who went to Cuba and came back and have told me one of the things under the darkness of night in a bar setting or a restaurant setting or under a street lamp on a street corner, when they were talking to the citizenship, the people of Cuba, they always just kept asking, what's it like in America? Is it true that you have grocery stores and food as far as the eye can see, and automobiles that are being made every year, and clothing that changes from season to season, and it has a price tag that can be affordable? And food as well, which is a resource that many of us just take for granted. But people in Cuba and other parts of the world are literally starving as we speak. If you think we have issues in this country, you can't even imagine. And what's so sad about America, and that's why I'm always talking about the community food bank and resources and food stamps and people and that SNAP benefit and everything that goes with it, everybody in the United States of America should have the ability to be able to eat and get food. But there are people around the world that simply can't, and Cuba is one. So what are your thoughts? And you don't have to take it easy on me because that's not what I'm looking for, but I think just be respectful. I want to get your thoughts. What do you think about maybe Cuba becoming number 51? Or maybe we basically look at that as a resource, because if you think about it, as it was with the Cuban Missile Crisis, it's a lot like Greenland. It would help us with national security. We could obviously, because of cane sugar and all the other agriculture that comes from that part of the world, and because some of the things that we've created, especially tourism, which is still the most driving part of any economy, especially ours, and it's kept many cities in Europe, well, in the black, because of the ability to send tourists to places like Italy and France and the UK and Germany and Poland. It works. So why not? If this president is looking and running this country like a business, and one of the things that you do with any business, if you don't consolidate, grow, or adapt, or basically buy more real estate and other brands and take over, you fall to the wayside. You have to grow. You have to continue to be moving forward. And one of the things about our country, we have been stagnant for a very long time. We are trying to reinvent the wheel with things that we invented the first time and pretty much have given the blueprint away to other parts of the world. Some to third world countries who have now turned that information and strategy and production procedures against our country. I mean, look what's happening with nuclear weapons with places like Iran. Are you kidding me? And all they need to do is to be able to have a place to launch it. And who knows, deep pockets, they're struggling in Cuba because of the oil in Iran. They cut a deal with oil and resources and cash if we can put a couple of missile silos up on your country's surface. You got to look at the big picture. And right now, I think the president should shift gears and start to zero in and talk to the folks in Cuba. If not, form some sort of partnership because they are hungry and they are in need of resources. And I don't care what anyone says. One thing I do know, when you have children in a household that are starving and needing medical attention, you're the parent, you'll do just about anything to save your children. And I can promise you right now, there are people in Cuba that are going through that as we speak. 866-391-1020. We're going to the phones after David checks the news. 2 minutes away. KDKA, your Pratt Pack.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions, and I would like to remind you about the selected drapery fabrics that are on sale right now. 50 to 70% off the most beautiful fabrics with the draperies made right here in Pittsburgh in my very own factory. Call 724-933-5500. Stop into my gallery at 2015 Village Run Road in Wexford or simply book online, nestexpressions.com.
Italian subs for your finance team at Chicago. Easy Cater. Burritos for your call center crew in Plano. Easy Cater. Bagels for your sales reps meeting clients in Charlotte. Easy Cater. Hot chicken sandwiches for your third shift warehouse workers in Memphis. Easy Cater. Your teams may be spread out across the country, but you've got one platform to feed them all, whenever and wherever they work, with food they love from favorite restaurants. Easy Cater. Food for the workplace, all in one place. Order now at easycater.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 35 degrees at 7 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Pittsburgh police are investigating a hit and run on the north side. Police say it happened around 2:45 today at East Ohio and East Street. The victim was taken to a nearby hospital. No word on his condition. Police say the driver fled on foot, but was taken into custody not far away on Tripoli. President Trump is threatening to block the opening of a new bridge between Canada and the United States. CBS's Stacey Lynn is at the White House.
The president said the new bridge between Ontario and Michigan was built mostly with non-American materials because past Buy American waivers let Canada bypass American products. He's not happy with that, and on social media said the U.S. should get compensated before the bridge opens. He promised to start negotiations right away to make sure America gets fairness and respect.
When it comes to numbers to call in an emergency, we're all very familiar with 911. As News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander reports, 211 may almost be as important.
Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis joined local leaders to praise what 211 has been doing in southwestern Pennsylvania. And he also announced that the new state budget includes an additional $250,000 to help people where they need it most.
This work is important, and these workers are extremely important. That's why Governor Shapiro and I are calling for a 33% increase to the PA 211 line.
211 connects those in need to food assistance, counseling services, health care and housing, and many other services that are readily available. In 2024, 211 accounted for nearly 700,000 referrals for resources and services. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
A popular bar and restaurant in Homestead has abruptly closed. Dorothy 6 on East 8th Avenue has closed for good sooner than planned. The original closing date was supposed to be the 28th, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the restaurant announced today that it's already pulled the plug. KDKA Sports, Dutch skaters reign supreme at the women's 1,000 meters in Milan. The AP's Jennifer King reports.
Fans of Dutch speed skating wrapped in orange cheered in Milan as the Netherlands' Femke Kok broke the Olympic record in the women's 1,000 meters on Monday. Then, just a few heats later, the crowd went wild again as Jutta Leerdam bested her teammate by a quarter of a second, racing against the 2022 Olympic champion, Miho Takagi of Japan.
I saw my name and I saw the green part, and I was like, that means that it's faster than a winning time. And yeah, I couldn't believe it. Very surreal. Mascara from Leerdam's signature cat's eye makeup ran down her cheeks, and she blew kisses to her fiancé in the stands, Jake Paul, the YouTuber turned boxer, who burst into tears as his girlfriend posted a time of 1 minute, 12.31 seconds, a new Winter Games best. Yeah, a dream come true, so felt amazing. Leerdam took the gold medal, Kok gets silver, and Takagi gets the bronze. I'm Jennifer King.
KDKA Radio News Time 7:03. It's mostly cloudy and 35 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm David Ballarado. Our next update's at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly cloudy for tonight, down to 23 for an overnight low. We'll have some sunshine at times tomorrow, but there could be a rain shower in spots in the afternoon. As it turns out, much warmer. Tomorrow's high about 49. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
File your taxes for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Valid for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
All right, here we go. Time to get to the phones. 866-391-1020. $25 million project to make Smithfield Street more pedestrian friendly. I saw this in the PG today. Love it. You want to get people downtown, make it more user friendly, get people on the streets, you get businesses and storefronts opening up. And more importantly, you got to get people back into those skyscrapers, back in the office. Also, Pittsburgh Regional Transit is shifting from growing service area to boosting ridership. Ridership is key. With everything in the economic future I believe this region has, especially in the city, ridership, boosting it has never been more important. And protesters called for ICE to keep out of Pittsburgh. About 200 strong showed up. I get it. I respect it. You guys really stay within your lane. You should be proud. But I also want you to understand there is something out there for ICE to do. And we need to understand that even though they are also saying 14% of those arrested were really the only people out of all of the arrests that had a criminal record. But when you look at the amount of people that were taken into custody, 14% is a big number. has to change, has to be done differently. The president is on it. Christine Noem now knows what she has to do. The czar, border czar, Mr. Holman's already been to Minneapolis, and I think he has really calmed things down. And I also think people in ICE will be trained. And I think this warehouse in Pennsylvania that even Senator John Fetterman is against, it's something that is necessary because I think they will use it as a training facility. And sadly, hopefully, we will not lose 2 more lives tragically as we did in those random acts of violence that took place because of protesting and the ICE officers, obviously, both acting at times irrational, but again, sad that 2 people have lost their life. What about Cuba? What about Cuba? I think this could be a deal that maybe the president should do, even though Marco Rubio really had a little bit of no patience with Cuba, that we could actually do something positive and actually have a good deal for both sides. That's what Cynthia wants to talk about. Cynthia, good evening and welcome to the show.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, about Cuba. China is sending food and solar panels. Mexico is not sending oil now because they're trying to figure out how to do it without violating sanctions. But I want to talk about the concentration centers that are being built, because that's what they are. Look at all the places in the world where we said we were sending freedom and democracy. How did that turn out? Libya, selling people in slave markets. Iraq, all these, Venezuela, all these places that we have attacked, they're not better off for it, and neither will Cuba be. But if you remember what life was like under Batista, the literacy was in the toilet, prostitution, gambling was rampant. Rubio and those clowns would love that to happen again. They turn it into another decadent island for deviants to go to. And, so we haven't even started talking about the Epstein files, which are horrendous. But these camps that are being built all across the United States with U.S. tax dollars to provide profit for private industry profit prisons is a disgrace. And I want people to go back and read something that Ronald Reagan came up with in, I forget what year it was. It was called Rex 84. When people were upset about Iran-Contra and when they were bringing drugs in the country, they set up this plan to house and detain anybody who dared protest, any immigrants in the country. But it's really designed to imprison us because they don't want us complaining about anything. And something else I had talked to you about when we had that drone conversation a while back, and I mentioned, people having guns and we wouldn't be able to do anything against these drones.
Right.
I mentioned the LRAD weapon, and that's what they used on people in Venezuela, which is why they couldn't mount any resistance. LRAD weapons will disorient you. They will cause you to defecate on yourself. And in that case, they were really strong, and they were bleeding from the ears and the mouth and stuff like that. 2 days after I talked to you about that, they used those things against protesters in Minnesota. So we militarize these people against us. And so this is not something I'm going to support. And I understand the bill still hasn't passed because they can't agree on the funding for ICE. I say no. Until I want them dismantled. I want it to be like it used to be. It was the immigration enforcement. That's what it was. It wasn't ICE. But they're not doing anything for our benefit. They're doing things for these private profit prisons.
All right, let me get to. Listen, I got a lot of people that want to talk, but I got to get your response on 2 things because I value your opinion. Okay. The deadline for Nancy Guthrie has come and gone. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I wonder. I was alarmed that they're searching the septic tank behind her house.
Me too. That kind of red flag.
I'm wondering if anybody actually. Oh, I hate to say this,
but I know I'm thinking the same thing.
But I don't even want to say. I don't want to put things in the atmosphere because oftentimes I say stuff and it ends up coming true.
Well, that she's gone. I know it's horrible.
Yeah,
Well, then I just saw earlier, CBS News, the timeline from when her, pacemaker wasn't synced with the Apple Watch anymore, but also that these security cameras were disconnected at like 1:47 in the morning.
They did this. It's inexcusable that they did it. Well, I read that they didn't pay the bill. So she had no subscription.
But when they say disconnected, did somebody disconnect them there?
Okay, what happened? Whoever went in the house smashed them all up. But then I found out that the family did not pay the bill. Who does this when you have an elderly person in the house and you don't make sure that their security cameras are working?
Crazy. All right,
Something's wrong.
The last thing, are you shocked that Maxwell had nothing to say today in the deposition?
I am not. She's playing a game, but I don't believe anything she would say anyway. But she pled the fifth.
Well, he better not pardon her. He better not.
He better not.
No.
He better not.
That will bring him down for sure. If he does that.
But did you hear what Pam Bondi said though?
What?
If they release the documents, our government will collapse. Well, let it collapse.
Oh, listen.
We got the wrong people in charge.
Listen, if somebody is actually accused and they found to be guilty of some of these heinous acts, then so be it. So be it. Then we start with a fresh slate. Hey, at least Bill Clinton even said release him. So I'm just
let him. You know what? If he put them on live on pay-per-view, we'd earn enough money to pay the interest on our national debt. I'm telling you.
Crazy. Hey, what'd you think? What'd you think about Bad Bunny?
I never knew who he was anyway, so I didn't watch it.
You're showing our age. You're showing our age. Come on now. You knew.
Yeah, I read about it today, and I saw, okay, fine. But I don't care.
Well, let me. Hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Listen, I had a little bit to say about that last night, and it kind of went viral. And I'll say something right now, and you want to jump in, we can do it now or later. Hey, it's music. All right? It's always controversy. When Elvis was with the Ed Sullivan Show being filmed from the waist up, Beatles, long hair, Rolling Stones, rap music. I mean, come on. It's art. One thing is for sure, handsome young man, talented. It was like a Broadway musical. It was like a old musical that they used to produce when Pittsburgh native Gene Kelly was working for MGM. But he can't sing. I mean, come on. The guy can't carry a tune. He's a pretty good actor, though. But he can't sing. Can he rap? Yeah. And listen, he's from Puerto Rico. And remember the guy that we love from Pittsburgh also ties to Puerto Rico, Roberto Clemente. So come on. I mean, if it's a Latin flavor and it's all about love as opposed to hate, I'm all for it. Got to give him A for effort. But what really made that thing worth it last night, Ricky Martin, great. Livin' La Vida Loca, one-hit wonder, still looks good. But Lady Gaga, come on. I mean, she is the most influential musical person, entertainer, actress, singer, dancer on the planet right now. And you know what? She wanted to help her friend out. She wanted to preach the message and the whole movement of love. So be it. But she turned that song that she made a hit with Bruno Mars into a salsa. It was amazing. All right, let me take a break. We'll come back. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Hey, folks, Marty, why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon and KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh body repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home, with PJ Fitzpatrick. They have the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Brandy Carlisle, America Beautiful, Charlie Post, Star Spangled Banner, both just were incredible at the big game in California last night. It's, I don't know, it's a big event. Draft is coming here. Can't wait. Our city is going to be on the worldwide stage. They're going to be playing football in France next year, in Australia. That brand is just unbelievable. I mean, I have never seen anything grow like that. And I've been around since it first became the brand when Mr. Namath from Beaver Falls won Super Bowl III. It just gets bigger every year. And now to have the draft here, pretty exciting stuff. 866-391-1020. Here's Helen, wants to talk about Cuba. She's calling tonight from Forest Hills. Hi, Helen. You're on KDKA.
Hi. I can't compete with Cynthia. She's more knowledgeable than I am. But a relative of mine went to Cuba on her honeymoon, and she got married in 1948. And she said it was beautiful over there. What is that, 50 miles from Miami?
It's not that far.
Because I know Hyman Roth mentioned how far it was, from Florida. So anyway, she said it was beautiful. That's all I know. And maybe you...
By the way, Hyman Roth was played by Lee Strasberg in The Godfather. He, of course, known as the method actor that taught everyone from Marilyn Monroe and Brando how to act. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, anyway, like I said, you were thinking maybe we could make that another state. Didn't you say that?
What? Hey, listen, these people are suffering, and they're stuck in the 1950s. I mean, they don't even have modern medicine. I mean, come on. Let's do something to help them out, and maybe something that we could actually carry on for generations to come, and the next president who will be here within 4 years, whether you believe it or not.
Do you know what year Batista was overthrown?
59.
59. 59? Yep.
Yeah, long time ago.
Well, that doesn't seem that long ago to me because she was there in 48. Oh, well, okay, you would know. Okay, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
All right, Helen, always good hearing from you. Thank you. All right, here's Gary in Georgia. Gary got all your messages. They did not fall on deaf ears, so thank you for that today. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for saying that, and hello, Mr. Pratt.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good, but I'll take another reading later. Did you like that one? I actually made.
I did. And I hope I don't honk you off with this, but you weren't really. I kind of thought it was okay, but you weren't a fan of Bad Bunny.
We're going to get into that before I get into why I really called.
Okay, go ahead.
We totally disagree on what you said about him. I think it's noise. He's not the only one, and it's disgusting to me. And to compare the Beatles and the other groups through the years and you did, I believe.
No, I did.
You did. I thought you did.
Not as far as talent, but controversy. Okay.
Oh, controversy. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
All right. Go ahead.
If it's controversy, yes, but talent, there's no comparison. This is noise, and it's not because I'm 80 years old. Well, maybe because I grew up during that time. The Beatles coming on Ed Sullivan, February 7th of 1964. Sure, but
I thought it was February 9th. But anyway, go ahead.
All right.
And today's the 9th, so it would be the anniversary of Here They Are, the Beatles.
Oh, all right. I'll be damned. That's a great coincidence, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Everything has a way of being in a script of some sort. I just can't figure out who's writing it yet. Go ahead.
We're writing it, man. We're writing it.
I bet you are. Anyway, so finish your thought. What else is on your mind?
Oh, well, I just wanted to mention that, the new ice facility that they proposed they want to have down here in Georgia?
Yes.
That's about 10 miles, less than 10 miles from where I live.
And how do you feel about that?
And social circle. No, I don't agree. No, I don't agree with it. No, I don't agree with the whole philosophy behind it. Is philosophy the right word? Maybe it is. No, let's put it this way. I'm uncomfortable with it.
Okay.
And the reason I called is, and we talked about this forever, well, we have to continue talking about it because it's one of the big cancers in America. We are too aggressive of a culture. We are too violent of a culture, and we better get a grip on it quickly. Very quickly. Oh my God. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I agree. Gary, it's ugly. It's ugly. Listen, I got to get to all these calls, so I appreciate it. You stay safe in Georgia, and we will talk again. 866-391-1020. A lot of response here early on in the broadcast tonight. Let's get to John up in Cranberry. He wants to talk Cuba on KDKA. Hey, John.
Yes, sir. Why do you believe that if the United States would be involved with Cuba, that the people would be better off than they are now?
Well, I'm going by that CBS News report that people from Cuba saying that they're starving, they have no medicine, the food has become almost impossible to get their hands on, and the country is collapsing right now.
Okay, I don't know how much of that I believe, but United States, if you ever get a chance, go onto YouTube and look up Kensington in Philadelphia or San Francisco and some of the major cities and see the zombies who are addicted to these crazy drugs and who are dying every day, and we're doing nothing. We can't take care of our own people. I mean, I'm not saying...
No, that's a very good point. Very valid point, sir. Very valid point.
But we are failing. It's not right. People can make billions and billions of dollars, and someone who's addicted to drugs is living on the street with in freezing temperatures. It's just not right. So we're not doing a good job.
Well, what we need to do to eradicate some of that stuff is give those people a chance to have redemption by getting over their addiction, by getting the help they need, and having a place for them to go hang their hat and make a living so they can carve out their own place. One of the reasons why we thrived after World War II and got out of the Depression was because of manufacturing at an all-time high in this country. We have been out of a manufacturing base, sir, for almost 45 years. It's been gone. That's why we're in such a cesspool right now. We have let the American people down.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And the thing is, what are we doing? When do I ever see anything saying, Kensington's getting better? No, they sell drugs openly, people on the street. Have you seen a video there at all? Do yourself a favor and just go to YouTube and type in Kensington. You will be shocked.
It's everywhere.
Totally shocked.
It's not just there, sir. It's everywhere. I appreciate the call, John. I got to move along here. 866-391-1020. So obviously, of all the things that I brought up tonight, people want to talk about Cuba, and that's from that CBS News report. And simply that people believe that Cuba is in worse condition it's ever been in. But if you look at going back to when Castro became in power and he hung on to it forever until they took it from his dying hands, the people of Cuba have been in a time warp. They're stuck in time. I mean, that's the one thing that people said. It's like you step back and it's like the 1950s. I mean, and you know as well as I know, all of the miracles that we have in medicine are being performed right here in Pittsburgh, life-saving techniques every single second. And many of these people are dealing with medicine and things that haven't been around or used in this country for over 60, 70 years. I mean, it's time we face facts. If we're going to want to grow as a country and to help others in need, you do what we did when this nation was founded and how we grew and how we got beyond the Civil War and did incredible things through 2 world wars and more, depressions, recessions. How we did it was by growing, adding, and subtracting, by adding the numbers and the population that would come with more land and using each other as far as what you are good at and what we are good at and becoming one, as opposed to simply walking away and turning a deaf ear or a blind eye to something. You know, with all this talk about Greenland, it doesn't look as though he's going to have a chance to do that. And if it is just for national security, Cuba is that right now. And you just heard moments ago a caller say that China is already sending solar panels to them. Now, why would they do that? because they would like to be 50 miles away from the United States with missiles of their own and military that could end up in Cuba, that could simply hop, skip, and a jump. And if they would team up with Russia, Russia could hop, skip, and a jump and come through Alaska. And if we don't have Greenland, we don't know they're coming. And once again, bookends are up against the United States of America. And what I have said, if there is fighting on this soil, I do not believe the citizens of this country would do what the people in Ukraine did. Take up arms to defend their home country. I don't believe that we would do that. And I think as quick as it would get started, we would surrender and lose everything that we've worked for as we get ready to celebrate our 250th birthday. All hands on deck. Pay attention to what I'm saying. If you look at the stars and how they are aligned, if we don't start building, creating, and generating and growing as a nation and work together, we might not have the nation as we know it and love. There are so many signs out there. You just have to look for them. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 32 degrees at 7:30. I'm David Valorado. Jose Flores, the Oakmont resident and Oakmont Bakery employee, is back home after being detained by ICE on January 29th while taking his child to school. Oakmont Mayor Sofia Vaqueros says his return is a relief to his family, and she says it's a reminder that immigrant families shouldn't have to live in fear.
If anything occurs that they're not sure of or afraid or something happens, they are to call 911 and ask for an Oakmont policeman to call them, or come to the Oakmont Borough office and tell us what they're fearful of or what they're concerned.
It's been 9 days since the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie from her Tucson area home. Investigators have not announced a suspect. A ransom note outlined 2 deadlines, one that passed on Friday and a second for tonight. The Guthrie children posted a message over the weekend telling their mother's possible kidnapper they will pay the money for her return. CBS's Andres Gutierrez has the latest.
This is the 4th message from the Guthrie family. An FBI former hostage negotiator told CBS News that the family is doing the right thing. They should be calm. They should be asking for proof of life. And they have already said publicly that they are willing to pay this ransom. He says this is a deliberate move to keep communication from going silent. So far, there has been no proof of life and still no confirmed contact from whoever took Nancy.
KDKA Sports, the WPIAL high school basketball brackets have been released. We now have them posted for you on our KDKA Facebook page. The second season is about to begin, and we will be right there with you. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has more now on The Path to the Pete.
After the brackets are released and the seedings are debated, the coaches and the players get to work. Whether you have a first-round bye or you're a huge underdog, it's still a brand-new season. You can be a star in the regular season or coach your team to a perfect record before the playoffs. However, legends are made in the postseason when you can hang up a championship banner in your gym. We have Quaker Valley's Mike Mastrioni. He's just picked up his 600th win, looking for a 4A title on the boys' side. The Union girls may be a bit of a long shot, but in 1A, they've already won 3 titles in a row. The playoffs begin this week, and we'll have all 12 championship games starting February 26th and running through the 28th. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time 7:32. Our next update's at 8. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-296-6868. That's 800-296-6868.
Hi, News Radio KDK's Paul Alexander with some really good news. If you're dreaming about a getaway that feels truly refreshing, this September it's time to discover Arizona with me for a 5-day trip based in beautiful, scenic Flagstaff. From there, we'll take in the stunning red rocks of Sedona, stand in awe of the Grand Canyon, and relax along the clear blue waters of Lake Powell. It's a perfect mix of natural beauty, easy adventure, and unforgettable views, all at the best time of the year, with fewer crowds and comfortable temperatures. 5 days, incredible scenery, and memories we'll talk about long after we're home. This September date will fill quickly, so don't wait. Visit travelwithkdka.com for all the details and to reserve your spot on this unforgettable Arizona escape. Or you can call my friends at Cruise and Tour, 800-383-3131. That's 800-383-3131. Give Cruise and Tour a call. Or visit travelwithkdka.com to book your trip today.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
With a good deal of clouds tonight, we'll drop down to 23 for an overnight low. A much warmer day tomorrow. Times of clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon shower, high 49, and some rain and snow showers into tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. A big warm-up, but it comes with a caution. We'll tell you what that is.
All right, your Pratt Pack back at it, 866-391-1020. Lots to discuss. Open talk until 10. Here is Craig in West Virginia. Craig, do you ever take a night off from this wonderful radio station? Not saying I want you to, but you must listen 24 hours a day.
No, I did. It was November 5th of 78. I took a night off.
Well, I'm glad you're here. What's on your mind, sir?
Well, first I would like to thank George for having my back Sunday morning when you thought I wasn't listening, and I was. And George came on and said, no, Craig's probably either listening or he's out on the well pads drilling. But let me let you behind the curtain. The reason I don't call on the weekends a lot is because I know that your audience is mainly MAGA, and I don't want to make people upset.
Wait. No, my audience is not MAGA. I didn't have one MAGA call this weekend. I have new people calling all the time. As a matter of fact, this weekend, I heard from at least 5 people that I've never heard from before, and many of them were under the age of 40. So the times, they are a-changing because we're making people want to speak. You want to talk about Bad Bunny. I would have never thought that, so we must be doing our job. So your thoughts about Bad Bunny, Craig?
Well, I want to talk about America, too, and where we're at, but I'll start with Bad Bunny. You know, that's my kind of music. And my phone number, even though I'm in West Virginia, my phone number starts off at 740, an Ohio phone number, because I did a lot of traveling throughout the last 30 years. And when I'm in Los Angeles and I give somebody my phone number, I don't want the first thing to pop up in their head that I'm some hillbilly from West Virginia. So my phone number starts with 740 instead of 304. That's how my brain works. And you know, that's my kind of music. That last night's halftime show reminded me of being at the Metropole in the mid-'90s, which I'm sure you were there, or
Yes.
at Donzi's, or the Aquanaut.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, the Aquanaut. I spent New Year's Eve there, 1978. I remember it well.
Oh, that was one of my favorite hangouts. We were there every Friday and Saturday night back in the day.
What happened to that? You know, I've seen that. Now you got me going back in time. What happened to that place? How long has it been gone? Been gone a long time?
I actually think that it was so far out in the middle of nowhere because they were pulling people from 3 states. There was a lot of Pittsburgh people gone there, East Liverpool, Youngstown, all of the northern panhandle of West Virginia. I mean, that place used to just pack them in.
Jump.
But I just think it's so far out in the middle of nowhere, and the DUI situation started happening about that time. I think that's what closed the place down.
It was crazy. It was a lot of fun, though. Anyway, Bad Bunny. So, listen, I think it was a lot of pizzazz, and obviously some work went into it. And they got a lot of people watching it. And listen, Roger Goodell is about growing the brand, and it is a global phenomenon. And they have a lot of fans in Latin America and places around the world. And whether anybody likes this guy or not, he is a major superstar. There's no doubt about it.
He was more downloaded than Taylor Swift. You know,
Wow, I didn't know that. No kidding.
Oh, yes, he's more downloaded around the world than Taylor Swift. But here's what bothers me the most, the whole Kid Rock thing. You know, it ain't even the Kid Rock thing. I am just so tired of the whining of everything with the masks during COVID. You know, the global warming. You know, 98% of the scientists tell you that there was global warming, but yet that the MAGA wants to jump on the 2%. These are undebatable things. But you know, if you don't like Bad Bunny, then just turn the TV off. Whatever. Kid Rock drew in 5 million people last night. The Puppy Bowl drew in 10 million. Doesn't that tell you you're on the wrong side of the street?
Listen. I'm a fan of Kid Rock's, but he's a little too much too at times. They all are. I mean, and I'll be honest with you. I love Gabby Barrett. I wouldn't have associated myself with that. I wouldn't have. Listen, the NFL is going to be around a lot longer. They had Green Day performing before. I love Green Day. Green Day actually came to PNC Park. My daughter went, and she said it was a killer concert. The NFL knows, look, they've got Apple branding the halftime show. And even Lady Gaga knows how to get likes and clicks and views. Come on now. Bad Bunny was good for this game, whether anybody likes it or not. It was a win-win all the way around. And seeing him and Roger Goodell embracing at the end was a really good thing to see.
Well, the part that bothers me the most is that you didn't hear a peep about this until Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, and Donald Trump said it was a bad thing, and then those 20 million MAGA jump on the bandwagon, and it turns into a giant controversy to where Turning Point got to get kids. Listen, first of all, let's think about this. You know, I told you why I don't have a 304 number. How much thought went into calling yourself Kid Rock? I mean, seriously, his phone number got to start with 304.
Hey, let me jump in here about West Virginia for a moment. I saw something earlier today, and I'm so glad you called, and I was hoping you would call. Tell me about DuPont High School in Rand, West Virginia. Tell me about that place.
Well, I know they were a powerhouse in football back in the day. They were a powerhouse.
Randy Moss. They did a documentary on him today. And it talked about some of his trials and tribulations. And Randy Moss graduated, I think, in 1994. I love Randy Moss, everything about him. Lou Holtz, who is in hospice now, obviously in better health, was a part of the documentary. Bobby Bowden as well during his time on this planet. Just about this young man and who he was. And let me tell you something. If that's just a little bit of a sample of what the poor people of West Virginia have been going through for the last 30 years, or obviously in the last 10 with the opioid epidemic, we need to do everything we can to help West Virginia. And let me give you a pat on the back, too. You enlightened me to something the other day that I brought up Sunday to a person who has done a lot of good in West Virginia, and I've done some other things, and the deep dive is simply horrible what's happened in Hancock County with these schools, Oak Glen and Weirton, being taken over by the state. You know, we keep talking about all these issues, and the president, obviously, Greenland, and I'm talking about Cuba. And one of my callers said this hour, and I don't like going back to callers to reference anything, but I got to tell you, he made sense. We're not doing a very good job of taking care of people in this country. And right now, people in West Virginia, they need our help. And I just couldn't believe that this guy, and I had heard about Rand, West Virginia, but what the poverty level is in Rand, West Virginia, and these high school students basically going nowhere except ending up on the wrong side of the law. The focal point was about a convenience store that they all gather to. That's like the highlight of their life. I mean, this is the United States of America. How can these things be going on in West Virginia, a state that I absolutely love, and obviously you call home? What's going on in West Virginia?
Rob, here's where me and you are going to differ. And listen, you know, the Northern Panhandle was lucky. You know, if things go bad here in Northern Panhandle, it's only a 20-minute ride to Robinson, and you can get a new job in Robinson every other day. You know, whether it's going to be a life-supporting job or whatever the case may be, we're not stuck here in the Northern Panhandle. When I built that federal prison down in Welch, West Virginia, Rob, you can't even wrap your head around the situation these people are in. They can't sell their homes to anybody to get money to even get out of that area. The closest big town away is a 2-hour drive one way. They are literally stuck there. But now where me and you are going to differ is you keep – I hear other people say it too. You know, the government is letting us down. West Virginia let themselves down. Back in my day growing up, with all the coal mines and the steel mills, Wheeling Pitt, Weirton Steel, listen, you were making crazy money with full benefits. You were buying a new car every 2 years, not a used car. People were buying homes at 21, 22, 23 years old, and they kept wanting more and more and more. $25 an hour to push your broom wasn't enough, or give me 27 or we're going on strike. The same thing in the coal mines. Here was one of the stipulations in the coal mine contract. If you were a broom pusher and the truck driver needed to go out and take a lunch break for 30 minutes and you were his sub, if you drove that truck for 5 minutes, you got an 8-hour pay as a truck driver, $10 more an hour. Stuff like that is what brought down West Virginia, not the government. Our own people did it. They were greedy. And listen, these jobs aren't going overseas. They didn't move Weirton Steel to China or Japan. It's gone. It's over. Greed brought us down, not the government.
Well, not just in West Virginia. Not just in West Virginia. I saw it when the mills were closing. You know, the management had the upper hand, 20s, 30s, 40s, and then there was the unions. And now, hopefully, everybody has learned a lesson. And as we move forward, people need to work together. Let me give you a minute to wrap it up. Go ahead.
And back in those days, Rob, listen, you could go in and have open heart surgery, and it was covered 100%. You went and got all 4 of your kids' braces, and it was covered 95%. Listen, we had pockets full of money. We did it to ourselves. We have outpriced ourselves around the world, and this is a dang shame. It's not the government bringing us down. We did it to ourselves.
Well, hopefully we will not repeat history, but learn from it. 866-391-1020. Time for a couple of more calls for the top of the hour. We got some empty phone lines, easy access to you pick up and start dialing now. And coming up, the news at 8 with David. And then Allegheny County Chair of the Republican Party, Jason Ritchie, on, yes, running for the Lieutenant Governor's office in Pennsylvania. But I'm going to ask him something nobody has asked. He's not only seen good times, but he's seen bad times, too, when it comes to manufacturing in the steel industry, and grew up in a town that was famous for it until one day it went away. So what does he do to help return to not just the glory days, but simply better days? 866-391-1020. Back with more in a moment.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you could lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
Let's be honest. The hearing aid industry is broken. Overpriced clinics, pushy appointments, bills of $5,000 or more. That's the trap they hope you fall into. Don't let it happen. Audion Hearing is the escape. Their FDA-registered hearing aids cost just a fraction of the big brands, starting at only $98. Instead of paying as much as $5,000 plus all the doctor appointments and wasted time, you get what you need with no prescriptions, no office visits, no time wasted, and no crazy price tag. Call 800-700-HEAR. That's HEAR. Audion's cutting-edge devices are rechargeable, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. Try them risk-free for 45 days with lifetime support and real human help just a phone call away. Over 1 million people people have already said yes to Audion Hearing. Join them. Don't let them take advantage of you. Break free from the trap. Call now 800-700-HEAR. That's HEAR for a very special offer. 800-700-HEAR or 800-700-4327.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Bloomberg Money Minute time. Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A number of job cuts announced today. Target cutting 500 jobs, most of them in its supply chain system. They say it'll allow the company to put more money into staffing in stores. Target eliminated about 1,800 corporate staffers just last year. Also, Nike axing an undisclosed number of workers at its poor-selling Converse sneaker brand. Sales fell to a 15-year low last year. On Wall Street today, stocks climbing higher on a snapback rally in the tech sector on easing worries about AI spending. The Dow added just 20 points, but that was enough to close at a fresh record high. The Nasdaq, with all those tech stocks, up 207, almost 1% higher, and the S&P added 33. The big decliner today, shares of Hims and Hers Health falling 16%. The online telehealth company being sued by Novo Nordisk for saying it'll sell a knockoff version of its Wegovy weight loss pill, which it now says it won't sell, but it still sells copycat versions of Wegovy and Ozempic shots. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Andy and then Brody. And if I don't get to you, Brody, hang on. You will be first up after a brief visit with Jason Ritchie. Andy, good evening. Welcome to the big show. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm good. I got to admit, Rob, I didn't watch the Super Bowl.
Actually, you weren't the only one.
And from what I understand, it wasn't the greatest game ever played. You know, this year was kind of mediocre.
It was a yawn.
Yeah, and it was a yawn. And from what I've seen and what I've heard, wasn't a great year for all the commercials either. So kind of a yawn there. And I suppose if you like Bad Bunny, then it was an okay halftime show. But I've never listened to Bad Bunny before, so I wasn't going to listen to him now. Especially on a game that I didn't really have a whole lot of interest in watching. So, if you watched it and you enjoyed it, that's nice. If you didn't watch it, I don't think you missed much.
Well, I think what they're going to have to do, they're going to have to get back to making the game better. Because if the game isn't better, I've often said it's leading up to the game. Even wild card weekend is better. The big game has always been anticlimactic for me. I love it, but you are right about the commercials. Not a lot of talk about them. Spot on. You may be the first person that brought that up, and I was thinking about that in the home studio earlier today, and I went, I'm not going to go there because I know what these advertisers spend, and they may be feeling the same way, but you're right. There wasn't a big splash. And Bad Bunny, I give him credit because he obviously is doing a whole lot better than me, but he's really not that musically talented. He's basically a rapper who puts some – he's basically what Elton John used to do, but Elton John had a voice and could really sing and was a great writer and musician. It works for him. It is what it is, but music will always be controversial. I got about a minute before the break. It's all yours, Andy.
Sure thing. First off, there's a lot of musicians who are one-shot wonders. Doesn't mean they're not good. They're all right. Next thing, you talk about that school district in West Virginia. And Craig brought up a point. He said West Virginia did it to themselves. Well, that school district did it to themselves too. They overspent money they didn't have and bankrupted themselves. All right, which is a pretty good microcosm for the whole state of West Virginia thing of bankrupting themselves. And realize that literally for decades, West Virginia was as solidly Democratic a state as you could have. Right up through into the 80s, whenever all their steel mills went away, because they did it to themselves. So while I get you feel bad about the school district, okay, realize a little more oversight on their part, and they might not have been in this situation that they find themselves in now.
You're absolutely spot on, and the gentleman who's a lot more connected to West Virginia echoed the very same sentiment. So you're right. You're absolutely right. Andy, I got to get you up and get to the news. Appreciate it. Brody, you stay where you're at. We'll get to you, but we're going to spend some time with Jason Ritchie, and I'm going to ask a question that no one's asked him. Why seeing bad times makes him really want to be lieutenant governor more now than ever. And he went through some of the worst times ever when manufacturing started to disappear from this place we call home. All still coming up tonight on KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
NRG is proud to support the people and organizations giving back to the Pittsburgh community today and every day. If you've never thought about who supplies your electricity and natural gas, it's time to start. With NRG, you've got the power to choose an energy supplier that rewards you for using energy. Earn cash back, travel rewards, and even help power contributions to local nonprofits just for paying your bill. Check out offers and switch today at picknrg.com. NRG, energy that works for you and for Pittsburgh.
Another new year. Hard to believe. Let me help you make this a year to remember in a fabulous way. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Imagine this. It's March, May, July 2026, and you're 20, 40, 60 pounds lighter. You're moving much better. Your clothes are fitting. Your meds are being taken away. Aren't these reasons enough to lose weight in a healthy way? Let me help. Just call me at 1-800-900-THIN. A year to remember 2026.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 35 degrees at 8 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Ghislaine Maxwell, a co-conspirator of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, appeared by video from prison before a House committee today. And to every single question, she offered nothing new about Epstein's crimes. She'll only talk through her lawyer and said that would only happen if granted clemency first by President Trump. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland reports the files outline a number of others involved.
Ghislaine Maxwell's virtual deposition today with a congressional committee lasted just minutes.
She had an opportunity today to answer questions that every American has.
Maxwell pleaded the fifth. Her attorney said she will speak honestly about the crimes against girls and clear President Trump of wrongdoing, only if granted clemency by Trump.
When it comes to getting help, there is a number you need to know, and it's 211. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander reports.
One of the best parts of the service is that a human being actually answers the phone. They can help you find food assistance, health care, housing, utility payment help, employment, and veteran services. Allegheny County Executive Sarah Innamorato says this service can be a lifesaver.
It's absolutely critical to making sure that our neighbors can get the help they need when they need it.
In 2024, Pennsylvania 211 received more than 200,000 calls, texts, and chats, leading up to nearly 700,000 referrals and resources and services. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
A major development now in Oakmont. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details.
Jose Flores is back home after nearly a week in federal custody, despite having a pending asylum case and a valid work permit. Oakmont Mayor Sofia Ficaro says the borough won't join the federal 287G immigration program despite its incentives.
ICE asking local police to do certain immigration functions. And the police and council said that's our job is to take care of Oakmont and any criminal cases. We're not federal agents, and we're not going to be deputized.
Council members are drafting a resolution to prevent further detentions, with a vote set for February 17th. For now, Ficaro says the community is celebrating the return of Mr. Flores. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Some attention getting numbers out on the frigid start to 2026. News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen has that story.
The National Weather Service released data this morning on social media showing we've had the coldest start of the year since 1994 and the coldest 25-day stretch since 1979. Meteorologist Tim Cermak says we've been in a hard-to-shake weather pattern.
Sometimes when you get set up in these patterns in the winter, they just stick around for a long time until you get something big that can come and push them out.
Since the first of the year, there have been 17 days with temperatures below freezing, and the average temperature was 15 degrees.
It's just been one of those winters where we're nice and cold. Classic Pittsburgh.
We'll get a one-day warm-up tomorrow with a high in the upper 40s. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio, KDKA.
Investigators have released new body cam footage from that deadly shooting in December at Brown University, one that killed 2 students and led to a 6-day manhunt. CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen.
Newly released body cam footage and 911 calls from Providence police show the desperate search for a suspect and victims.
What he's feeling is he's wearing a mask. That's all we have at this point.
Minutes after a gunman opened fire inside a Brown University classroom in mid-December.
Stay by. We got to continue to make sure the shooter's not in this building still, all right?
Scattered backpacks and books can be seen as students fled while studying for finals.
KDKA Sports veteran slugger Marcell Ozuna is headed to the Pirates. The 35-year-old free agent has reached a $12 million one-year deal with the club. After the Pirates signed him, Andrew McCutchen's profile photo on X was changed from him being in a Pirates uniform to a silhouette of himself swinging. KDKA Radio News Time 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Every family vacation looks different. Maybe this year it's ocean waves in Myrtle Beach. Maybe it's lake mornings in Deep Creek. Maybe it's palm trees and turquoise water in St. Thomas. Wherever your next memory takes you, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the space, comfort, and experiences that bring everybody together. And when you book direct, you get the best homes at the best price without the extra fees. Start planning your next trip at SWAC, SWACvacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
Throughout Black History Month, the city of Pittsburgh celebrates the spirit and heroism of the Vachon family, which settled in Pittsburgh in 1829. A month-long display at the City County Building and online content explores the enduring legacy of these inspiring abolitionists and activists, whose impact continues to motivate contemporary movements for justice and equality. This celebration showcases one of the most important families in the city of Pittsburgh during the building of our nation. Learn what's happening in February at KDKARadio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly cloudy for tonight, down to 23 for an overnight low. We'll have some sunshine at times tomorrow, but there could be a rain shower in spots in the afternoon as it turns out much warmer. Tomorrow's high about 49. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, I not only worry about my future and what I'm doing, and I wonder why I'm doing what I'm still doing after an incredible career. It's because of passion. It's because what I love to do. Could have retired years ago, but I really still like making a difference. But then I look at some of my heroes who have done a lot in the world of business and in athletics and are a part of Beaver County, my heritage, and say, well, why would they be doing this? And this man's mind is a brilliant one, and it crossed my mind over the last couple of days. Why would my friend Jason Ritchie, after all the success in academia, obviously his beloved sport of wrestling, but more importantly, the legal ease of being a lawyer and being a part of a great company here in Pittsburgh, Why would this Aliquippa native, after running for the governor one time and not winning, decide to throw his hat in the ring again, this time as lieutenant governor? And he joins me now, Metropolitan Window video screen. You can click on KDKRadio.com and KDK Watch. And Jason, the head of the Allegheny County Republican Party, he's the chair. I put my finger on it and figured it out. All these candidates talk about, I remember the good old days and what I want to do and how I can make it happen. You not only remember some of the good old days, but you saw the worst of days in Aliquippa when the mill disappeared, when you were a young athlete making your way into the world. And if anybody knows how bad it can be and what's going on now and ideas on how to reverse it, it's you. So I have to believe one of the reasons why you're going to get back into the world of politics, or at least attempt to become lieutenant governor, is because you remember how bad it truly was in Aliquippa when that mill left town. Good evening.
Yeah, there's no question about it, Rob. Good evening, and thanks for having me on. 3 weeks ago, if you had asked me, am I running for lieutenant governor, I would have said no. And I had no intention. That wasn't my plan. But Stacey Garrity called me and asked me to run and explain the importance of this moment in Pennsylvania. That's a Pennsylvania that's not moving forward the way it should. And also Senator McCormick called me with a similar message. And you're spot on. I have 3 boys, and my wife and I, Melissa, want them to grow up in Pittsburgh and our grandkids to be in Pittsburgh. We're Pittsburgh people. And I did see, as a young child growing up in Aliquippa, J&L die. I saw families hurting for food. My mom and I used to do Meals on Wheels for them. She was a public school teacher. I saw divorces happen. I saw fathers go to Cleveland to get jobs and they miss all their kids' games. So that's the passion to serve, and as you said, to try to turn it around. And we just had a similar thing in the Mon Valley, where U.S. Steel was about to die if it didn't have this Nippon deal. And it appalled me, Rob, absolutely appalled me that Joe Biden would say that Japan was a national security threat to block that deal, which could have the same impact as what happened in Aliquippa. People like Josh Shapiro and Austin Davis didn't say anything to save those important union jobs. They said absolutely nothing. This is Austin Davis's congressional House district he used to have. They said nothing. And you'll remember, President Trump was also initially against this deal. And there were people like myself, Kim Ward, Dan Muser, and certainly Senator McCormick that kept pushing it about how important this deal is for these union families and how we had to save these union jobs and how it was the identity of this town. And so that push worked, and President Trump changed his mind and approved the deal, and we've saved a ton of jobs. And there's so much more like that we can do. And I'm not in this for some title or, because I need a job, or I'm certainly not a career politician like Josh Shapiro. I'm in this trying to make Pennsylvania, and specifically trying to make Pittsburgh, a better place.
Listen, they've done an incredible job to try to get Aliquippa back on the right track. There's an investor friend of mine, Chuck Betters, who has put his money where his mouth is and done an incredible job along what used to be J&L. But let's be honest, if this thing would have not got done between Nippon and U.S. Steel, I'm just going to be blunt. No matter how much in the way of meds and eds and science and everything that they would like to bring, like green energy and more of the progressive movement, it would have been the kiss of death. It would have destroyed Pittsburgh, and it would have been just like a wildfire. It would have swept through this community that we call home, including Allegheny, Beaver, Butler, Washington, and our children and grandchildren. It would never, ever have a chance to come back again, this region that we love so much. It would have been, bluntly put, it would have been the kiss of death, and there would have been nothing that you or I or anybody could have done if President Trump doesn't get that deal done. End of story.
That's it. Absolutely. I mean, it's not only those jobs, but all the jobs in supply and all the stores and everything that's connected to that. It's a big ecosystem. We also have to remember we got Nippon to move their headquarters to downtown and combine with U.S. Steel's headquarters. So it was a great deal for us. We see this now, right now, Rob, everybody that's opening their utility bills right now, they're skyrocketing. Those bills are gonna blow their mind. Why? Because Shapiro and Wolf for years now have been shutting down making it an unfriendly environment for coal-fired power plants, nuclear power plants, anything like that. And at the same time, their threats of taxes, carbon taxes, through Reggie and Shapiro's current plan, have inhibited new electric manufacturers to come in and fill that void. So we have an issue right now in Pennsylvania where the supply of electricity has gone down thanks to Shapiro. And actually with manufacturing like US Steel, the new plant in Monaca, and now these AI data centers coming online, you have this huge surge of demand and they lowered supply. And so when everyone sees their utility bills, you can thank Josh Shapiro for that increase. It's complete mismanagement of these enormous energy resources that Pennsylvania has to offer.
Why did nobody in public office speak up and stand up for this Nippon U.S. Steel deal? I was driving the message, and believe me, I'm glad I had this mouthpiece that is the great KDKA Radio Odyssey, but why was this untouchable for so many people? And if I'm the people running Nippon U.S. Steel, I hope they don't have short memories, because no one came to their defense other than people like you and Joe Rocky, Dave McCormick. Nobody came to their rescue. Why were they so silent on this? What were they afraid of? Or why did they not feel the need to jump in? After all, this is the Steel City, is it not?
Yeah, I can't speak, for why these people didn't have the courage to get in. In the Democrats' case, I guess they didn't want to go against Joe Biden. You have people like Shapiro who are very crafty career politicians with a goal of becoming president of the United States, which is his ultimate goal. His goals, he's more focused on that than making Pennsylvanians' lives better. And that's one of the reasons I got into this race. Like, I don't even know why he's running for governor when if he gets reelected, which I pray to God he doesn't, he's going to be focused on getting voters in New Hampshire and in Iowa, whereas if Stacey Garrity and I get elected, we're going to be focused on how do we make Pennsylvanians' lives better? How do we make Pittsburghers' lives better? And I think, unfortunately, when you get some of these career politicians, these people that are ready for the next job, they try to do what's in their own political best interest versus what's in the public's best interest. And I think you see that too often, time and time again, from these career politicians.
Now, you realize the president has already shown his support for Stacey Garrity, and no pun intended, you may be her trump card. Do you understand, of all the people she could have chosen, the stars are aligned. You're everything. It's tailor-made. This is an incredible 1-2 punch for those of us who love manufacturing. And I'm a Democrat, and I've said it before, and I know you've tried to sway me, but there was a Democrat who came to Aliquippa back in the early 60s and spoke in front of thousands of people. Why did he come to Aliquippa? Because it was a force to be reckoned with, meaning J&L. And I'm talking about John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And when I would sit in the office of a Democrat chair of the County Commissioners, Eli Korak, I would look at these pictures and he would take me through the timeline. That's how important manufacturing is on the national stage. That's why the president did what he did. That's why Dave McCormick did what he did. And that's why people like you were speaking out. Look, it's the only road to recovery that we have, Jason. Nothing else is going to work other than manufacturing. And right now, it looks as though you and Stacey Garrity understand that. We'll end on that note. Go ahead.
We absolutely do. And I'd also say to you, JFK would be a Republican these days.
No doubt.
We are the party of the middle class, and we can see what we did is working. I mean, you've seen the statistics. The United States just passed Japan in steel manufacturing this past month because our ability to produce steel is going up. It's creating more jobs. It's improving our national security. And it makes us the Steel City. So Stacey and I are going to be out there making the case that if you want continued manufacturing, you want lower energy costs, and you want your taxes, your property taxes, your income taxes brought down, the way to do it is to unleash our energy and improve manufacturing in Pennsylvania, which we intend to do.
You don't have a crystal ball, but I have to ask you before you go. Do you think the Trump administration will be all in on this campaign and supporting you all along the campaign trail?
Yeah, I mean, they've already endorsed Stacey. I understand that's only one of 10 governor's races that he's already in. So he's focused on it. So I think they will be. And I know that the congressional races here are very important to the White House and trying to keep control of the House.
All right, listen, I appreciate it, and good, bad, or indifferent, you care about this country, and I admire your moxie of standing up and throwing your hat in the ring again. Good luck. We'll talk again, okay?
All right, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, Jason Ritchie, man, tough guy, loves this country. And look, I'm not saying anything about anyone or anything, but I know this. Nothing will bring this country back like manufacturing. It's the only hope, the only chance we have of turning things around. I'll talk a little bit more about it on the other side. Love to get your thoughts on that interview or anything we've been discussing tonight. Let's get back into open talk until 10, 866-391-1020.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
When you've been injured in an accident, hurt on the job, or in a medical mishap, there are many reasons to call Morgan & Morgan. But here's reason number 5. We try more cases than anyone in America by a wide margin. We are on approximately 150 dockets a week and win a lot. Go to forthepeople.com to see our verdicts and results. I believe our results give you the best chance of a fair, fast, and just settlement. Insurance companies know who we are by reputation. Imagine me doing this ad if it wasn't true. They would be laughing. Trust me, nobody is laughing. Their employees and adjusters often hire us when they're hurt. They know, and now you know. All law firms are not alike, not even close. With over $30 billion collected for our clients, we became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. Plus, you can trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for a free design consultation. That's trustpj.com.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Rob Frax on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, listen, not that I didn't believe Jason Ritchie, but you know me, something piques my interest, I got to follow up, right? So he said that the U.S. has now outproducing Japan in steel. Now, Japan, upon steel, they're the best of the best. I mean, they don't get much better at making steel. So I did a little deep dive with the help of Google. This is basically what Google is telling me. As of early 2026, the United States has surpassed Japan in steel production for the first time since 1999. And by the way, Nippon Steel is now a part of U.S. Steel, the United States. Driven by increased tariffs and domestic demand, U.S. output reached approximately 82 million metric tons in 2025, while Japan's production declined. This shift makes the U.S. the world's third largest steel producer behind China and India. And we just cut a deal with Mr. Modi to stop selling oil to Russia. Production shift. U.S. steel production in 2025 grew by 3.1% to roughly 82 million metric tons, overtaking Japan, whose production fell to around 80 million tons. Some of the key factors: the reversal, marking a 26-year high for U.S. output relative to Japan, is largely attributed to trade policies, including tariffs on imported steel. Impact: the resurgence reverses a long-time trend of declining U.S. market share and positions the American steel industry as a major global player. How about that? Is that something to hang your hat on? Let me just say this. What I used to do to get me through tough times when I was really pushing this deal to get done, and I was getting pushback, and the president at the time, Joe Biden, didn't want it, and all the remarks that people were making. You know what I used to do? And I'm craving it right now. Don't ask me why, but I am. I'd go to Coons Market and get some fried chicken. This is a fact. I'd get some fried chicken, get a Coca-Cola, drive to Edgar Thompson, and I would sit, park my vehicle, KDKA radio on, put a little napkin on the dashboard, and I would call it dashboard dining. I would eat that chicken, and I would look at that mill for 1 hour solid. And thank goodness nobody ever came up and said, "What are you doing? You're casing the joint." No, I was just there realizing I had to stay focused. I had to stay focused, and I did that a lot, at least once a week for months on end. Coons Market, fried chicken, on the dashboard, looking, realizing that groceries are what these people need, what this community needs, and how do they get them? They get good-paying jobs. How do your streets get paved and snow being plowed? Good-paying jobs, affordable paychecks. Steel is the only way we're going to get back on the right track in America. The building trades, the carpenters, electricians will be a part of the billions that are going to be spent across this country because of Nippon. So we have done something really special. And yes, the powers to be at U.S. Steel, just know we appreciate you. We appreciate you. And to the USW, we appreciate you. All right, here he is, Brody Swissville. Brody, thanks for hanging on, and good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brody.
What's up? What's up, man?
You're going to be like Ed Sullivan, and this is Beatle Day, right? They arrived today. That's fantastic. You know I love the Beatles, and happy birthday to the twins of Colin Dunlap today. Very good day to be born. I just wanted to call and say hi to everybody. And what's a very good interview you had there. And I really love that you were pushing for that Nippon Steel deal. You know, that was really a good idea. And, you know, why wasn't Joe Biden into that, huh? I don't know.
Don't know. I don't know, but it's...
I know you can't answer for the man, right?
Nope.
Can't answer for him. But the thing is, you're always about big business in this country, and I called to talk to you about the deal. You know, everybody's talking about Cuba and also Greenland and everything. Greenland's not happening. I know that a lot of naysayers don't want us to have Greenland. They want to sell us out to the Russians. Greenland's not going to happen. Remember, I'm not a warmonger or anything. I'm just an American that loves this country.
I know you're not. You're a good dude, as I like to say.
Well, I used to say to my dad, dude, and he's like, don't call me dude. I'm like, it's a happening sort of person. It's okay. But I'm in the big business of bring it back to America. We're 250 years old, and I just don't like the fact that there's just so much corruption in both parties. Obviously, but like, how about all that money that was filtering outside our country? I know where people were freaking out about it, but the thing is, we're going to have more and more and more big businesses in our country, and it's a power struggle. It really is. It's really toxic environment. It's a shame for a guy born. My birthday was on Friday, And your birthday was end of January, so from one Aquarian to another, happy birthday. I really, really love that you push for businesses to be here and cars being manufactured here. I was really sorry when the Chevy Cruze was stopped being it was in Ohio, right? The Chevy Cruze and everything.
Listen, I got to get to a break. I appreciate you, Brody. Always enjoy spending time with you, but I got to get to the break for the news at the bottom of the hour. 866-391-1020. How many of you agree with me? That's exciting news about U.S. steel production. I mean, that really is. And maybe that's the reason Nippon is so smart, because they were looking at the big picture and why they never turned their back. No matter what went down, they continued to push to get the deal done. And yeah, they now have roots here in Pittsburgh. That's exciting news. 866-391-1020. Back in a moment. Your Pratt Pack.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss meatless meals and seafood recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
No one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the Dollar Energy Fund during our annual NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon on Thursday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Presented by MediConnect. Details on how you can support are at kdkaradio.com. Powered by Dynegy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, and by Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning. Help us help your neighbor on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Tell your smart speaker to play News Radio, KDKA.
All the audio that matters to you.
It's all here.
Odyssey.
The people you know, the news you trust. Real Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA. News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Savannah Guthrie appeared on social media today asking the public for help in finding her missing mother. She did not mention a ransom. Andres Gutierrez reports authorities continue their search.
CBS News has also learned that investigators have been canvassing nearby gas stations in an effort to track down any vehicles that were captured on surveillance cameras around the time that Guthrie disappeared.
Democratic Representative Jamie Raskin, one of the lawmakers who viewed unredacted Epstein files today.
When you read through these files and you read about 15-year-old girls, 14-year-old girls, 10-year-old girls, I saw a mention of a 9-year-old girl.
House Speaker Mike Johnson pushing back against Democrats' demands to demask ICE agents in return for DHS funding.
The reason we can't do that is it would subject them to great harm, their families to great threat, because people are doxing them and targeting them.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
Folks, Marty here. My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspenwall, amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO, appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO, 412-373-2000. Get them on your roof. 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
With a good deal of clouds tonight, we'll drop down to 23 for an overnight low. A much warmer day tomorrow. Times of clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon shower, high 49, and some rain and snow showers into tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, I think I told you I fell in love with Paramount Plus. Love their streaming service, but Landman, Billy Bob Thornton, it won't be back until November of this year. And I just discovered it. Well, I knew that it was out there, but I just so doggone busy, never get a chance to kind of get a little downtime. So I've been bits and pieces. But it's just amazing how art imitates life. You know, it's about the oil industry and drilling. And I'm a big fan of it. Big fan of the natural gas industry, big fan of nuclear energy, huge fan of the steel industry, the building trades, my #1 love. But he says something that is so appropriate. You know, oil, we use it in everything. And, you know, everybody has a bright idea what they would like to do in the way of green energy, you know, wind and solar, and that's great. But unless you have green money, you can't do anything. Okay? And I don't think any of you folks realize that if we would have lost U.S. Steel, it would have been the nail in our coffin. And if we don't, I mean, do you understand that the leadership of Nippon and U.S. Steel completely flipped the switch on steel making? We're a part of a team now that's the 3rd largest steel producer in the country, in the world, behind China and India. And the president just bartered a deal with India and Prime Minister Modi to stop selling oil to Russia. I'm telling you right now, there's some really good things happening in this region. But if we would have ever lost that steel title as the Steel City and who and what we are famous for, 10 generations from now wouldn't have a chance to recover. This may be looked upon 50 years from now as we're getting ready to celebrate our 300th birthday. What they did right now, the history books may say this is what saved America. That's how important this is. 866-391-1020. Here's Mike in New Kensington with your Pratt Pack on KDK. Hey, Mike.
How you doing, sir? I love talking to you, by the way.
Thank you very much.
A lot of people, they were talking about production jobs and everything else, but, I mean, and everyone is wondering, well, I don't see nothing happening. What I don't understand is that I know Pittsburgh is a hub for the railroad. All you got to do is watch the railroad. I mean, for the last couple of months now, all I saw was nothing but freight trains with coal on them. I saw more with wood and some with tankers. I mean, when was the last time you saw a freight train that was a mile long with nothing but coal? It's been forever.
Let me jump in here. And, man, I'll tell you, you're right in my wheelhouse. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, but there's about another huge deal that's about ready to go down that is going to be epic. The only industry that has never waned during any time in our country's history is the Great Railroad. The railroad has never been more busy, maybe since World War II. I yesterday saw probably the largest freight train that was nothing but tanker cars that I have seen maybe in the last 10 years. And if you know what was going on in recent years, those coal hoppers, because of the attack in the coal industry, were starting to evaporate. And I talked to someone who worked at the railroad many, many years ago who was an engineer, and they told me every one of those trains that are nothing but coal cars, between $60,000 and $100,000. Just one train, coal cars, those coal hoppers. I've noticed they've returned, and I'm so excited. USX and Norfolk Southern. But this deal that is pending between Union Pacific, the transcontinental railroad, the epic, the behemoth that they are, a fantastic entity, buying Norfolk Southern is going to add so much to the business matrix. And why do you think Union Pacific wants to buy Norfolk Southern? Because they know what's happening in the gas industry. They know what's happening in the steel industry with this Nippon U.S. Steel deal. And they also know that Shell petrochemical plant is about ready to take a giant step into the future. So you are very observant, Mike. That's all I can tell you. Very observant.
Well, I mean, everything on a freight train is nothing but product. I mean, all you got to do, just watch the rails. I mean, I've been waiting for more wood and farm machinery to come through, but I was absolutely I was happy to see nothing but a huge freight train with nothing but coal. So,
I noticed that, honestly. Here's the other thing about Nippon U.S. Steel that nobody wants to talk about. One of the reasons why our neighbors in West Virginia have had such a tough time, and places like Fayette County where the coal industry is vital, up in Kittanning and elsewhere, still going strong because of some great companies, Rosebud Mining being one, they have figured it out. But why prosperity is upon us is because Nippon U.S. Steel, Nippon has said they will use bituminous coal to make steel at least through 2050. So do the math. It's 2026. So we have a quarter of a century to continue to do what made this country great the first time. You're observant. You see, people need to look and see what's going on around them. And they will realize that we are really in the midst of doing some great things in this country, and we cannot stop now. We have to be full throttle. I'm telling you, right now the world is about to see manufacturing come back like we've never seen it come back before. Stuff that made us who we are today. And if we could get back to a middle class, Mike, all of these issues, healthcare, hunger, public education, brick and mortar foundation, roads, bridges, keeping families together, stopping crime, drug epidemics, all of this stuff, it ends with manufacturing. And we just have to continue to believe and continue to move forward.
I agree.
All right.
I agree wholly.
All right, Mike, I appreciate you, man. Thanks. And he said wholly, a little bit of a slip there. He meant wholly as in I agree with you wholeheartedly. But wholly is another reason. I saw in the paper that the Catholic Diocese is shutting down 7 more parishes. I know our bishop doesn't want to do that, but populations have changed. Census numbers have dwindled. You still have to pay the light bill. You still have to pay utilities. You can't have a gazillion churches and nobody but a few handful of people are going to Sunday Mass. It has been tough, but I've also seen these parishes that have merged, they have become strong. These communities getting together. I'm telling you, we have to face reality. The only way back is through manufacturing. And I've said this before, do you realize Aliquippa, which I was talking to Jason Ritchie about moments ago, for a number of years, the largest church in the Diocese of Pittsburgh was St. Titus in Aliquippa. They had 5 full-time priests. Not because they wanted to preach in Aliquippa any more than any other place. It was because the population was huge, because you had 10 to 14,000 people working less than a mile from that parish. Come on, folks. Manufacturing, cranes, boots on the ground, shovels in the dirt. It's the only way we get America back on track. And Nippon and U.S. Steel are doing an incredible job. Let's go to Tom in McKeesport. Tommy, thanks for holding on. You're on KDKA.
Hi, Rob. I'm glad you had Jason Ritchie on, and I wish him nothing but the best in his quest to be lieutenant governor. But here in McKeesport, Austin Davis was a state rep for years, okay? And on his watch, McKeesport had the highest crime rate in the state of Pennsylvania, boarded up storefronts, young people leaving the city. There's nothing here. When he left, there was over 300 houses for sale in McKeesport. Rob, there's only one reason why Shapiro put him on that ticket. That's to attract black voters. He was a bad state rep. He's done nothing to be a lieutenant governor. And in closing, Rob, don't let Craig from West Virginia get under your skin, okay? This is a guy that said that Kamala Harris is going to beat Donald Trump in a landslide. So, and he was laughed off at KDKA. So, belated happy birthday to you, Rob, and keep up the great work.
Appreciate it. And look, I appreciate Craig, too. He's a smart man. He loves America. And if you knew the backstory, his grandmother and what he has done in his life, nobody loves America more than him. But the dialogue that I just got there in between Craig, that's what makes America who we are. We are the most powerful free nation in the world. Here's what nobody wants to understand, but it's a fact. As bad as America is, it's still the greatest country in the world. People are still risking life and limb to come to this country. We were talking about Cuba earlier. You realize the amount of people that died trying to swim to the United States, these makeshift vessels to try to float to the United States? How many people have come south of the border, sadly, with children in tow? Just good people trying to get out of a place that was doing nothing but destroying them to come to this land of opportunity. And the reason so many of these jobs are taken by people who are in this country and not legal citizens is because America has got soft and lazy. I can tell you this, back when the mills were booming, that's when families were families. Everybody had a job to do. Those communities, those river communities, people would wake up sweeping the soot off their front porch, never complaining, because they knew as long as they would open their eyes and see that soot on the front porch, somebody was earning a paycheck. Do you understand? In Aliquippa, every 2 weeks at the height of the steel industry, $2 million worth of paychecks were being pumped into that community. That's why we had Mellon Bank on Franklin Avenue. That's why we had Mellon Bank on 7th Avenue, Beaver Falls. That's why we had Mellon Bank on 3rd Avenue in New Brighton. PNC is growing. Can't you see? All the signs are saying, look, we're headed in the right direction. Corey O'Connor gets millions from UPMC to get vehicles to remove snow so we won't be crippled as we were during this recent snowstorm. But it wasn't as bad as it could have been because we had a mayor who was out front taking questions from everyone and answering people and showing them that he cared. So what I'm saying, it's not Republican or a Democratic issue. It's about us against the world and why we Democrats, Republicans, rich and poor, no matter what your race or religious belief is, we need to unite as one so we can move forward together. 866-391-1020.
We're only 73 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management. Their only concern is your best interest. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey folks, winter is here. For many of our neighbors, staying warm is not guaranteed. Local families, seniors, and many in need are struggling to keep their heat on. You can help by supporting Dollar Energy Fund during the Warmathon. Every donation goes directly towards helping someone maintain utility services so they can stay warm in their home this winter. Just one gift can make all the difference. Give warmth, give hope. Donate now at warmathon.com. Because no one should have to face winter in the cold.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so let me just explain to you why, as tough as we all think these times are, it could be worse. And when I look back in our country's history, if we were able to get through some of the things that we dealt with then, I want you to explain to me now why we can't come together in 2026. All right, so let's go back to the turn of the 19th into the 20th century when the streets were paved with dirt. We had the first pandemic. You remember 1917, the Black Plague killed millions, okay? We had World War I, in which many were just new citizens going back to fight the country they came from, Germany. That's right. Then, 1929, the stock market crashed. There was a run on the banks, poverty, bread lines, soup kitchens, unemployment all-time high. And then a madman in Europe, Adolf Hitler, was rising to power, killing innocent Jews by the millions. We went to war again. But the machinery, the military weapons that we were going to use to fight, guess what? They were from World War I, so we had to go to work, and we did. Many of the jobs in those steel mills were done by the incredible women of this country who were doing all of that, plus taking care of families and keeping the home front together. Well, the men who were physically able went to war. Many did not return. And then they came back with little fanfare other than a day or two to celebrate, and were right back in those steel mills because America was growing from coast to coast. President Dwight Eisenhower would commission an idea to build highways from one side of the country to the next, so the suburbs became a reality. Many people left those row houses that were built by the steel industry, people from Carnegie Steel to eventually U.S. Steel, and names like George Westinghouse and others were paving a way. Andrew Carnegie, Henry Clay Frick, J.P. Morgan, who would go on to create General Electric with Thomas Edison. That's who we are. When Grand Street was Wall Street, we came through everything. And then today, I finished watching LBJ, which is now on Netflix, starring Woody Harrelson of Cheers fame. He plays and does an incredible job. This was one of Rob Reiner's films in recent years that he directed. Sadly, he no longer with us. And what it was about how when JFK was assassinated, what LBJ did as a Southern senator, changing the course of our country's history when it came to race relations and civil rights. Obviously, he did not run again in 1968 when he could have. His body and mind drained because of so many things, including the escalation, which he is credited for in a negative way, of the Vietnam War. But what LBJ did, even though Brother Bobby did not like him, he carried on the mission of JFK when it came to civil rights and eventually got it passed. But I was also pleasantly surprised to find out, and I thought I knew this as President's Day is fast approaching, just about everything most presidents are known for, right? FDR, Social Security, but it was LBJ who got us Medicaid and Medicare. That's right, and civil rights. Incredible. What you can learn sometimes when you sit and pay attention. I've known about LBJ my whole life. I knew about the civil rights, but I never knew about Medicaid and Medicare. Two things we talk a lot about, do we not? Two of the greatest gifts this country has to offer, the greatest, most powerful free nation in the world. And whether you like who's in office, and talk about a contrast between LBJ and JFK, but America found a way. We persevered. And what made it happen? Manufacturing. And one of the ways that LBJ was able to convince a very Southern senator that his ways had to change as far as how they perceived the blacks in America is by getting a contract to Lockheed to build a massive jet that would blacks and whites would work on together, standing side by side on the assembly line and getting rid of some of the things that had to be gotten rid of as we celebrate Black History Month. Water fountains and restrooms that were not allowed to be used by people of color. Sadly, yes, not that long ago, we had that just stupidity happening in America. Fire hoses being turned on members of the black race, police dogs. It was ugly. But LBJ, the pride of Texas, took it upon himself to carry on the mission of one JFK, whose life was taken away November 22nd, 1963. LBJ would not live to be an old man. His heart basically was worn out. But what he did in such a short time was absolutely amazing to me. So can somebody tell me, how is it that we as Americans cannot get through some of the issues that we're dealing with today when we dealt with so much worse so many times in this country? How we were ever able to put the country back together after Vietnam when all of those soldiers came home in flag-draped coffins, about 58,000. And yes, those who came back after serving their tour of duty with no jobs to be found. The manufacturing base was beginning to disappear, and how we could let it be gone for as long as we have. And now we're on the precipice of doing something that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. The gas oil industry is going literally to places I never thought I would even be discussing. The coal industry getting a bit of a boost because of what is going on with Nippon U.S. Steel, and never in my lifetime did I think I would be talking about a $15 billion deal to acquire U.S. Steel, but making it a stronger company. Bringing that U.S. headquarters to Pittsburgh, which is in dire need of corporate America again. You have to have faith. You have to believe. Like Royal Dutch Shell from the Netherlands, a Fortune 500 company, says, we're coming to Beaver County and we're going to invest billions. And they did. And it kept 8,000 members of the building trades making massive paychecks, being able to take care of their family, have good health care, add to their pension for years. Don't you see? This is our only way back. This is our only way to light the lamp again, to be that beacon of hope for people across this country. We have snatched hope from the hearts and minds of citizens of this country for generations. And now my job, for as long as I have this great opportunity to use this amazing vehicle, which is needed now more than ever, talk radio at Odyssey, KDKA, because these are real issues about real people in real time, I'm going to continue to talk about hope. And hope lies in manufacturing and things that we're famous for, like the steel industry. More of your calls on the other side of the news at 9, which is next from CBS.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Apparently, Pittsburgh parking chairs have made the Wall Street Journal. And Lenny McAllister spotted this for us.
There's a very viral video of one individual in the city that was so angry that somebody took their dugout Pittsburgh parking chair parking spot that they basically snowed in the car that took the parking.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey, you. Yes, you. Close your eyes and picture it. You at your ideal weight. You feel lighter, healthier, unstoppable. Your energy is through the roof. Your confidence is soaring. And the mirror, it finally reflects the real you. I'm Dr. Bridget Chufo, and I can make that vision a reality. With weight loss therapy, supplements, and even weight loss shots, it's about you. With the right guidance and motivation, we will stay on track. Just call me at 1-800-900-THIN and be the real you.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters, doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Toscano. Opening statements got underway today in New Mexico's lawsuit against Facebook parent company Meta. More from correspondent Jim Krasula.
The lawsuit filed by New Mexico's Attorney General alleges Meta misrepresented the safety of its platforms when it comes to the dangers of child sexual exploitation. It's the first standalone trial from state prosecutors in a series of lawsuits against social media companies over dangers to children.
Members of Congress began getting their own close-up look at the newly released Epstein files today. Correspondent Scott McFarlane reports there's a lot of tough material to get through.
The Department of Justice began allowing members of Congress to view the millions of pages of unreleased files in a secure room here in Washington. Several did so, and one said there were materials involving girls as young as 9 and 10. They called it sickening.
Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell refused to answer questions from the House Oversight Committee today. Her lawyer said she'll cooperate if President Trump grants her clemency first. In a new video, Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie says her family is, quote, at an hour of desperation in the 9th day since her mother Nancy was apparently abducted. With investigators back at Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home today, correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti reports on where their work stands.
Law enforcement says there are few new leads and still no suspects. Investigators believe Guthrie disappeared early Sunday morning, February 1st. Nancy Guthrie's doorbell camera was disconnected at 1:47 a.m. At 2:12 a.m., camera software detects a person or movement, but no video is available. Then at 2:28 a.m., Guthrie's pacemaker app disconnects from her phone, which was left behind.
Skier Lindsey Vonn posted that she suffered a complex tibia fracture, a broken shin bone that will require multiple surgeries. Correspondent Seth Doan has more on the Olympic comeback that fell short.
In a post, Vonn wrote, I was simply 5 inches too tight on my line when my right arm hooked inside of the gate, twisting me, and resulted in my crash. My ACL and past injuries had nothing to do with my crash whatsoever.
Vonn said she has no regrets. There was a brazen armored truck heist in Italy.
Guarda, 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 guarda. A driver on an Italian highway happened upon a stunning sight. Armed robbers posing as police blowing open an armored truck. The explosion, courtesy of the Italian newspaper Quotidiano di Puglia, came as the robbers got into a gunfight with real police officers. No one was hurt. 2 suspects were arrested, but more are still on the run. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
This is CBS News.
Take control of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Watch with Jill Schlesinger on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now that the Super Bowl is over, CBS's Stacey Lynn reports there's new merchandise in honor of the winning team.
Congrats, Seattle Seahawks. You just won the Super Bowl.
What are you doing next? I'm going to go to Disney World.
Or you can celebrate the win with a commemorative Seattle Seahawks Barbie doll. The game-winning doll from Mattel is decked out in a Seahawks blue and green logo shirt, visor, and sneaks. And it comes with a foam finger. Probably way more entertaining than the actual game.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
You can pre-order it now for $35. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The 2026 Winter Olympics Organizing Committee told CBS News it is, quote, aware of an issue affecting a small number of medals. Winning athletes have been reporting they break right off the ribbon. Don't jump in them, said skiing gold medalist Breezy Johnson. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mainly cloudy for tonight, down to 23 for an overnight low. We'll have some sunshine at times tomorrow, but there could be a rain shower in spots in the afternoon as it turns out much warmer. Tomorrow's high about 49. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. And something you must remember when we've been talking a lot about what's been going on with ICE and these immigrants that are in this country illegally. I was talking about the steel industry, right? Turn of the 19th, going into the 20th century. You realize many of the buildings that we now call home were built by people who came to this country through Ellis Island on a wing and a prayer. So let's look at the big picture. We're all immigrants. We've all come from some sort of background to where somebody has made major sacrifices. And if you would tell your story right now to me and to this audience about your grandparents or great-grandparents, I think many of them would say, they did all of that just to come to America? So even though ICE and this whole story and the tragic deaths of two people need to know one thing, never forget, we all stand on the shoulders of giants. All of us. Never forget that. You have to basically shut out all the noise, look through everything that is being thrown at you, make rational decisions, and open your ears and pay attention to the truth. And that's when your heart speaks to you. And now, more than ever, we have to build back America. And the way to do it is the way that our ancestors did it, through hard work. So, I scroll social media all the time, constantly, every waking moment for that story or the latest on a story. And I discovered this site that basically shows you what certain people in different times ate on a day-to-day basis. And going back to the 1400s, really interesting stuff. And I kept saying, boy, I'd love to eat that all day, from breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That sounds delicious. Boy, a lot of bread. A lot of stuff that, man, would be really good. From lamb to veal to pork to beef to venison to soups to vegetables. Bread, lots of bread. A loaf at a sitting. Big bowls of porridge, okay? Hot drinks, mugs of beer. And I'm thinking, how do they do this? What's the secret? These men and women all look trim, physically fit. Some of them are soldiers who fight for their life every day, marching with the Roman Empire, right? And then I realized it. What it is I would look back at pictures of my mother and father in that generation, lean, beautiful, like movie stars that we see today who have all the money to eat the right food because someone is preparing it, to get that massage, be able to go to the gym, not have a care in the world because they have money in the bank. Our ancestors were working every day, back-breaking work. And another thing, if you would tell me or my audience about what your ancestors did going back 100 years ago, 80 years ago, we wouldn't have survived it. If a time machine would be available to all of us and we could step back in time and go back to 1940, 1935, 1955, 65, and we're doing what our parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents were doing, we'd never make it. Never make it. We get a hangnail, we go kicking and screaming and asking for help. I need a Band-Aid. That's where we're at. The freezing temperatures that we have had. How many times have you said or someone has said to you, I can't take this weather. What am I going to do? Many people just didn't even attempt to dig out their car. They blamed it on Pittsburgh for plowing their car in. I had the same thing happen in my neighborhood. You think that our parents or grandparents would have stood on the porch and said, I'm not going anywhere because you plowed my vehicle in? They dug it out, even if it was by hand. They went to work. They understood work was everything. I'm sure you can remember. It was fun. It was laughter. And then Sunday night came and the work clothes came out. And then the mood shifted. And we all respected those in our family who got up and earned a living. Now, if somebody spends too much time at work, it can be a problem for the marriage. But lack of money can be a problem too. We have $1 trillion worth of credit card debt in America. Isn't it amazing, too, that these folks that came here, who were born here, worked the way they did, and they still built churches and social halls and actually, in many cases, built their own homes? I was following up a story today that I'd seen, and I got to read the entire thing today about Lowe's Home Improvement, how it started. Guy decides he's a World War II vet. He comes home, gets off the train. He was injured in the war, didn't know what he was going to do. He had a chance to buy a little hardware store for $4,000. He had to borrow the money and get investors. And then all of a sudden, post-World War II, all of these soldiers, the housing boom, the suburbs were created. My dad was a part of it, right? But he realized that these men weren't hiring contractors. They just needed the lumber and the material to get it done. That's why Joe Hardy was so successful. He put those 84 lumbers, brilliant, the Andrew Carnegie of the lumber industry, at the end of these railroad spurs. And people could build. And if you remember the 70s, it was all about remodeling. It wasn't about building. People didn't want to build a new house, or new home construction wasn't on their mind. They wanted to hang on to what they had because they knew what was coming. The mills were closing. They couldn't afford to go out and float another loan. And they also had to make their home appealing in case they had to sell it and move somewhere else. And everybody needed more living space because families were growing. America was prospering. And that little ranch house with 3 bedrooms wasn't big enough, but you needed more living space. So what did they do? They took that little thing in the basement that had concrete and block walls and turned it into a living space by putting tile on the floor and paneling on the walls. Ingenuity. We worked hard. My parents never sat down and went, oh, I don't think I can have an extra piece of cake. I got to watch the calories. They worked hard. They played hard, but they worked hard. And my mother probably worked harder than anyone. You know what I'm talking about. That's when men were men, women were women, but we were all Americans. And we had to carve our own way, make our own way. Listen, I had a USW worker come up to me when we were out promoting, trying to get this deal done, 42 years of age, and he looked at me and said, I've been working for 20 years at U.S. Steel. Thank you. Because if I can't have that job, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to move. I have a 9th grader. He was standing with him. He said, this kid plays hockey. He wants to stay here. This is his home. I started thinking about all the families that got displaced when I was growing up because of the steel mills and that were closing. I remember one time my father and I were driving around the neighborhood. He said, what are you going to do after high school? I said, I'm going to work in the mill with you. I want to get a new Monte Carlo. I said, let me show you something. Driving around, he goes, see that, see that, see that? 3 different men painting their house. I said, yeah, they're painting their house. He goes, they have a lot of time, don't they? I said, yeah, with a busy life, how do you do it? He said, 13 weeks vacation. If you worked in the mill for 20 years, you got 13 weeks vacation. Some of these guys took the entire summer off. Look, I get it. You earned it. But in a sustainable world, you can't do that. You get a livable wage. You earn it. You go out and create and produce. But you have to realize the company needs to make money too. So hopefully we've learned from history and we work together. It's not going to be one-sided. It can't be. But if you want it, you got to work for it. You got to roll up your sleeves. Got to get calluses on your hand. You got to work for it. Why do you think people in the building trades never complain about not having work? They're able to get a house, a nice car, in many cases 2 cars. 1 paycheck household, everybody has their job, they do what they do. Men and women are the carpenters, plumbers, electricians, steam fitters, pipe fitters, heavy equipment operators. They appreciate hard work. They do it every day. PennDOT workers who've been out in this freezing weather. You know as well as I do. We didn't have remote learning. We got to school. I don't have a problem with remote learning. But you know what? Sometimes we have to use our own intelligence. Don't worry about artificial intelligence taking away jobs. We have to be using our own intelligence to keep our jobs. Make sense or not? 866-391-1020. Your call's next.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday noon to 5 p.m., or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanstin.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, let me connect one other thing. So this Nancy Guthrie story, 2 deadlines have come and gone, 6 million Bitcoin ransom. No hide or hair of her, no voice recognition, no video. Savannah Guthrie, host of the Today Show, once again, I'm sure, fighting back tears, frustration, fear, anger, sadness, exhaustion. Post again, we're ready, let's do it. You hear that these security cameras were disconnected just before 2 a.m. in the morning. So somebody disconnected them. No video, no person of interest, 2 weeks running. Not looking good. Let me tell you something else. That was an affluent neighborhood, $1 million home. And they took her in the middle of the night, an 84-year-old woman. Conspiracy theorist or not, how does that happen? Now, let's go back to the 60s. There were no security cameras. Keys were in the ignition of every automobile in every driveway. Doors were left wide open. Summertime, there was no wooden or metal door. It was a screen door that was unlocked. People came and went all night. Neighborhoods were filled with kids. I can tell you this right now, beyond a shadow of a doubt. If this is 1966 and an 84-year-old neighbor is taken from her house, that assailant doesn't make it to their car. I'm just saying, somebody breaks into my house in 1966, they're begging for the police to come and get them. How is it, with all the technology, all the bells and whistles, everything we have, that happened? We had one police chief in the township I grew up in, outside of New Brighton. And my father would say every day, you screw up, I'm calling Chuck Gehring. We used to see him ride through town. It was like walking tall. We were fearful, frightened. We respected. Yes, sir. No, sir. When we would be sleeping out, roaming the neighborhood, if we would see those headlights, we would dive into a rose bush and take our punishment, as opposed to him seeing us out past midnight. Because of the fear of what our fathers would do. These were men who fought and killed people in a world war that didn't get anything more than thank you, go to work. My dad gets off a train, walks up Pennsylvania Avenue in Rochester, gives his dad a hug, and his dad says, I'll see you in the mill tomorrow, right? And yes, within a matter of months, he's married. And by the time he's 29, from 22 to 29, he's got 6 kids and he built a house. And I think the most he ever made was well under $200 every 2 weeks. I don't care how a dollar stretched. Not enough. And we whimper and complain and we fight amongst each other. And if I hear one more person say, well, these ICE officers wear masks on their face, who cares? Okay? I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong, but we shouldn't be fighting each other and killing each other in this country. And I'm going to ask you this, from Olympic athletes to musical performers at the Grammy to celebrities and wannabe celebrities, do you really listen when they tell you or give you some emotion on what they think is happening in this country? And is it really that important about what Bad Bunny did last night and Turning Point Kid Rock, great performer, Gabby Barrett, equally great lover from Western Pennsylvania, her roots? They get $5 million. Super Bowl gets more. Well, the Super Bowl gets more because it's a Super Bowl. If you put the concerts on an even playing field, Turning Point probably beats Bad Bunny. Okay? What does it matter? You know what really matters in America? And I'm going to give you the cold, hard truth. Food, roof over your head, clothes on your back, and a warm place to put your head at night. That's the only thing that matters. And a town or a community or a city where an 84-year-old woman isn't kidnapped in the middle of the night and the family is being held hostage. And we live in a country where this family is saying, we'll pay. Even if it is $6 million in Bitcoin, we'll pay, but they still can't get their mother back. What kind of criminal or kidnapper thinks you can demand money, get money without showing that that person is still alive? Are you kidding me? Are we that gullible and vulnerable? And how have the police not stopped or at least found? I mean, I got to believe any other member that I know of the police in this country or law enforcement would at least have a name or a suspect or a possibility. It's been nothing. We have no person of interest. Nothing. No suspect. How is that possible? When I can't do anything because of the eye in the sky, neither can you. The Turnpike has even created electronic booths to where you drive through. They get a snapshot of your license plate and send you a bill in the mail. How can we not find an 84-year-old woman who was taken out of her house? And why are we letting stuff like that happen? Why has it come down to 2 people protesting or shot and dead? Are you going to blame that on the president? Are you going to blame everything on the president? Are you going to blame everything on the government? We had a country in 2020, in this month, that by the time we reached the end of the month, they were begging for the government to bail them out. And the government sent checks to everyone and even businesses to save them. I saw an article today that there were restaurants that took such a financial hit during this snowstorm, they're praying and hoping they can rebound. That was 3 days. And we have $1 trillion worth of credit card debt in America. And you tell me Nippon U.S. Steel doesn't matter? You tell me that the natural gas industry doesn't matter? You tell me that the nuclear energy industry doesn't matter? These data centers aren't crucial? $10 billion going to be spent in Beaver County after Royal Dutch Shell, just downriver or upriver, depending on where you're coming from, spent $8 to $10 billion of their own. Talked about the railroad industry. They've got a complete rail yard inside their plant. Are you kidding me? How can you not believe that this is the way back, America? I ask you, each and every one of you, nothing else matters. If you want good meds and eds, you want strong roads and bridges, you want families to stay together, you want churches and places of worship from synagogues to parishes to churches to survive and thrive and to hang on to our heritage with that Serbian club or that Italian club or that Polish club. You want our country to come together, blacks and whites, and stand side by side and grow together. The only way you do it is by building a better America through manufacturing. It's the only way. And once again, no fault of our own, whoever, the higher power, whoever you want to believe in, has simply said, even though you lost your way, I'm giving you another opportunity with this steel industry to make it work. Do you know we could become even larger than it was when Carnegie and J.P. Morgan cut the deal for Carnegie and U.S. Steel in 1901. Do you realize that? I mean, Jason Ritchie brought it up. I checked it out. We are now producing more steel in America than Japan. This Nippon U.S. Steel deal from that great company in Japan and us who wrote the book with Andrew Carnegie, the young lad from Scotland. We're a dominant force again. A dominant force again. And it was because of one man, a president, who at times may fly by the seat of his pants and may make mistakes and may be, misquoted or he misspeaks like everyone else does and does really things that make you go, what did he just do? I talked about sweat equity and working, did I not? Rolling up your sleeves, what our ancestors did. What do you think Donald Trump got his work ethic? He's going to be 80 years old. He's not a baby boomer. He's not a Generation XYZ. He's from the greatest generation, just a few years shy of being a part of it. And can any one of you say this to me? Does he not work? I dare you to tell me he doesn't work. How many of you agree that he does go to work every day? Works hard every day? Listen, I only see him in a Brooks Brothers suit, white shirt, red tie, or golf clothes. And lately, I don't know about you, I haven't seen any footage of him swinging a golf club at all. He is high octane. He's holding press conferences on Air Force One. And he even got involved in the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. That's America. Look at some of the greatest presidents in our country. FDR went into his third term hoping to end World War II and that horrific situation in Europe. Didn't make it, but he gave his life trying to stop it. He did. His health was horrible. Polio. He was dying. But he went on because he wanted to see it through. And his vice president took a giant step to help make that happen. And now we are allies and all focusing in one. Countries from around the world working with the U.S. and we working with them, understanding the global economy is the only way it works. And that's what the president did with the tariff thing. He wanted to reset everything to make people understand if you want to do business with us, it works both ways. You've got to start sending money, but more importantly, start building things with your product in America and paying taxes in this country and hiring American workers. And he's also realizing what's happening around the world, that he wants America to keep eyes on the back of our head. That's why Greenland. And that's why I think, because if Cuba is struggling as bad as that CBS News report was earlier that I told you about, we need to help the people of Cuba. And they will be appreciative just like our ancestors were who came here. All they wanted was an opportunity. Let me tell you about the difference between then and now. Our grandparents, great-grandparents who came to this country, who were born in this country, who lived through the Great Depression, they were all members of one race, the human race. They wanted opportunity. They were looking for an opportunity. Now, people are looking for a handout. It's not about a handout, but a hand up, and about giving yourself an opportunity and making the most out of it. And unless we realize that, none of this good fortune will work. 866-391-1020.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Tune in to KDKA Radio every Thursday at 2:37 p.m. for your weekly Medicare update with Lisa Lauro from Secure Money Health. Lisa will provide you information on everything related to Medicare and how to prepare for it. Brought to you by Secure Money Health.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. A trial in New Mexico's lawsuit against Facebook owner Meta had opening arguments today. Former federal prosecutor Lori Levinson.
This jury in New Mexico, the first of a trial of this kind, will examine Meta, decide whether Facebook and Instagram and social media platforms are responsible for harm to children.
Police in Britain are considering new allegations about the former Prince Andrew based on newly released Jeffrey Epstein files. Correspondent Scott McFarlane has the royal response.
Buckingham Palace says King Charles said he would support the probe, while the Prince and Princess of Wales said they are deeply concerned.
The 5 p.m. Monday deadline in one of the messages purportedly coming from whoever is holding Nancy Guthrie has come and gone, as Tucson resident Steve Burke hopes for the best.
We're very upset about it, and I hope they find who did it very quickly, and we hope that Nancy is still alive.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Real talk. Smoking can create consequences that extend beyond yourself. Secondhand smoke causes more than 40,000 deaths per year in the United States. That means when you smoke, you're affecting the health of your friends, family members, neighbors, even your pets can get sick. The good news is that this is preventable and help is available. Adagio Health offers free counseling, support, and other resources. Visit adagiohealth.org/tobacco-free to learn more.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
With a good deal of clouds tonight, we'll drop down to 23 for an overnight low. A much warmer day tomorrow. Times of clouds and sun. There could be an afternoon shower, high 49, and some rain and snow showers into tomorrow night. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. A big warm-up, but it comes with a caution. We'll tell you what that is.
All right, 866-391-1020. Let's go to TJ in Carrick. TJ, good evening. Thanks for holding on. You're on the air.
Rob, I hope you don't mind me working you over a little bit here, man, because I have to. I've been jotting things down, but everything happening in America is happening because of President Donald J. Trump. Everything that's happening that's great, that's going on, that you've been talking about, is happening because of Donald J. Trump.
Which I made very clear, so you must not have been listening the whole time. Go ahead.
Harris or the Democrat Party would have got in as president, none of this great stuff that's going on in America would be happening at all. Zero.
Agreed.
We might not even have a country at this point.
Agreed.
But it's all done. And I'll never forget. There's a couple things I jot. You were talking about, the one guy was talking about the cool cars. I seen those cool cars. They were riding. I was driving out Library Road on 88, and I seen a whole freight load of coal on the back.
Agreed.
Car after
Agreed.
car.
Agreed.
Yeah, Obama, I remember what Obama said, that he's going to make it so hard for coal companies to emit carbon gases into the atmosphere that it won't be worth it for them to stay in business. That's what he said, Rob. And that's why all this stuff that's happening with the coal cars and everything, it's happening because of Donald J. Trump, because they would be stopping all of it. The other side, the Democrat Party, they would be stopping all of it. You would, Rob. And it's just, I just wanted to say that. And, oh, man, the people who got shot, you were talking about the two people that got shot, they were interfering with an arrest. If they would have never I'm surprised that the local police allow these agitators, protesters, to get that close to ICE agents. Now, local police are supposed to be making sure, because they're only trying to perform their work. So these people wouldn't have got shot if they didn't get agitated and put themselves in that situation. And that's just fact. I speak the truth on anything I say. America cannot take on the world's poor. We can't open our gates up for everybody in the world to come here. We can't. We'll end up to be a third world country. I notice, Rob, a lot of these companies now, whether you're getting furniture delivered, every part of your plasters, painters, roofers.
You know why that is? That we have people from other places than America, or of other ethnicities other than what you believe a American to be, which I don't think you realize. We're a melting pot. We're all immigrants. We all have different heritages. A lot of these jobs is because America doesn't want to work. And what was I just talking about? If you'd have been listening, TJ, it's about work ethic. I appreciate the call. I got to move on, buddy. You have a good night. All right, listen, this story from the Post-Gazette, and I can really kind of take a look at it from both sides, and you need to listen to me. And if you want to respond, feel free, 866-391-1020, because ICE continues to be a major driving force as far as my program, and really the news media and the world, for that matter, because this is something that they are writing about throughout the country. And in other parts of the world, too, because it affects people from other parts of the world. McCandless residents split on legislation banning town from cooperating with ICE. McCandless residents were divided over proposed resolution by town council that would prohibit municipalities from cooperating with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Dozens of residents lined up to provide their opinions on the legislation, which will be voted on later this month, during a packed and at times contentious council meeting this evening. At one point, a man was escorted out by police after shouting an expletive at another man who had been speaking in opposition to the resolution. So you see, now the reason I bring that up, because obviously we're talking about this topic, but that thing got heated. Just there, police had to interject at a council meeting, talking about something that wasn't even voted on tonight. But this is what worries me. Things need to be changed, and no one should have ever lost their life in Minneapolis. That was flat out wrong. President has taken action. Border Czar Homan has taken action. Kristi Noem has taken action. Body cams will be on every ICE officer so they know they'll be being watched everything they do. So they're going to have to dial it back, as will protesters. We had 200 of them in Pittsburgh recently. You have the right to protest. That's why we are America. But you have to do it in a civil manner. But listen, this is what worries me. If somehow the American people find a way to get rid of ICE as we know it, there has to be changes made. One of the reasons I think they want the warehouse in Pennsylvania, they want to train these officers to do better. I don't understand why John Fetterman doesn't want it, but that's his prerogative. They do need better training. We do need to give them more resources. We do need to let them know that they need to step back. And that is already happening. Border Czar Homan impressed me beyond belief, the way he handled that in Minneapolis. And the president showing compassion after Governor Walz called him, a guy who he was being challenged for the White House as vice presidential candidate with Kamala Harris not that long ago. But if they find a way to remove ICE as we know it, Department of Homeland Security suffers because of it, you understand what will happen. You will have all of those people that are trying to do bodily harm to citizens of the United States of America, in particular these drug cartels. It'll be open season. They will be able to flood our country with all of the bad, all of those from the other side, the criminal element, the dark side, the evil side. And they will let them prey upon the American people as though they were hunting down wild animals. That's what will happen. So we better look at the big picture right now. Don't always wish so hard for something because it may come true unless you actually look at both sides. So let me ask you something. Do you want ICE totally removed? And I know there's been stories, including people that I know and respect, of local interest. But big picture, do you want there to be such an outcry in America that the president is forced to literally not just shut down, but eradicate, evaporate ICE, get rid of it forever? Do you see any redeeming qualities that ICE does at all? And why is this topic so volatile that you can't even hold a council meeting in a place like McCandless and it doesn't get to the point where police have to get involved to escort someone out and screaming words that are not needed in any public setting? I'm telling you right now, if ICE is removed and taken away, it'll be open season. And there will be the element that we are fearful of with no identity. They will roam our streets without any recognition or knowing of their existence, and they will commit murder and do anything that they feel free that needs to be done, or their little heart tells them they feel the need to do it, because they will not look at us as fellow members of the human race. They will be looking upon us as just basically to do whatever we want with and toss us out like the evening trash. You have to have some line of defense in this country. And what I'm fearful of, I don't like how ICE has been handling themselves. They have to change. You can't kill innocent people no matter what you think they're doing. There has to be a timeline, chain of command, rules of engagement. That's what I'm talking about here. But if you totally remove it because of two horrific situations that we all agree should have never happened, the people that are trying to do us harm will basically have open season. We worry about our national security, right? We worry about our borders. But what happens if we can't worry about what's really at the heart of the matter? People coming into this country with their sole purpose is to destroy, take, and return to their country by taking a piece of who we are. Our heart, our blood, our sweat, our tears, and things that people long before we ever came here were working so we could achieve this thing that is being a United States citizen and living in the most powerful free nation in the world. But if the people uprise to the point where they can change the government to do a complete 190 because they simply don't like it, and they don't do it through the voting process, that is not a good sign for our future. So, do you see any redeeming qualities in ICE at all? Should they be eradicated? Should they be removed? Should it be game over right now? One more segment of Open Talk. I'd love to get your thoughts about this. 866-391-1020. And what's the old saying? Two wrongs do not make a right. We'll be back. Stay with us. Your Pratt Pack.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so a couple of calls, including Johnny from the Mon Valley, bailed on me. I guess they had something better to do. But I would have gotten to, but that's okay, because I've got lots to say before we get out of here in a couple of minutes. Let this be a life's lesson. For those of you who have lived over the last 50 years, be thankful that you got a chance to see some of the good. And it has nothing to do with what Pittsburgh is famous for. You know, coming off the heels of that big game last night, I know there were times when our team in the 70s was it. But you realize what really that team and their legacy is all about, more than just winning and losing football games? Do you realize that our football team, the black and gold, our beloved Steelers, are what kept this community together? You know, on the heels of those 4 titles, things got a little tough for the Steelers in the latter years for Chuck Noll. Not just wins and losses, but we started losing tens of thousands of jobs in the steel industry. But we hung on to our steel and that heritage because of the Steelers. And you know, that picture at U.S. Steel in 1979 that made the cover of Sports Illustrated when we were the city of champions, the baseball team, We Are Family, and, of course, that final Super Bowl for Bradshaw and the Steelers in Los Angeles against the Rams. That football team helped us and still does to this day. And, when the Steelers win, I think about a lot of things, and it can be a preseason, regular season, playoff game. I think about Dan Rooney and how much he loved Pittsburgh. I think about Art II, how much he loves Pittsburgh. But I also think about why that family is a whole lot like us. Just want this place that is known for its blue-collar work, its lovable character, its great history that we Yinzers have made famous. And as I was watching that big game yesterday, I was doing it more because of what I do for a living out of pleasure. But I can't help but think of the connection to our football team. That's much more than the big game. You realize one of the reasons why there are so many bars that are Steeler bars around the world, from Rome to Malibu and everywhere in between, because when the mills closed, thousands upon thousands of people had to leave, north, south, east, and west. And the only thing that they wanted to take with them, other than the clothes on their back and their family, was their football team. That many remember their grandfather and fathers telling them about. Good times, bad times, but boy, the decade of the 70s, the mills were booming, 200,000 people working for U.S. Steel, the football team winning championship after championship, ice-cold Iron City beer, Permane Brothers making a name for themselves. People were still eating that Isley's Chip Chop ham. I mean, that's who we were. You could stand on any block, any street corner, any front porch, back porch, before there even was a thing called a deck. And you knew everybody right and left of you, and everybody was there to help everyone. Crime was not a problem. Addiction was not an issue. There was a bar on every corner. And yes, church pews were filled. Synagogue worship Saturday was just as big. Populations were growing. School districts now that graduate less than 100 were graduating 500, if not more, in those river communities. Not because of just Main Street, but because of the Mill Gate. All because of manufacturing. All because of the steel industry. And that's why everywhere you go, any town you go to, I guarantee you on a football Sunday, Monday, and now Thursday night, if the Steelers are playing, it's good for business. I've talked to people who've gone to Ireland. They got a Steeler bar there. Rome, they got a Steeler bar there. I couldn't believe it. I was in Florida. They got a Steeler bar there. In California, they got a Steeler bar in every town. Because that just goes to show you how much Pittsburgh was responsible for building America. You understand, there was 3 to 4 generations removed by the time the mills went out of business. You realize that. Say like late 1800s, early 1900s, into the 20th century, obviously, to the late 70s. Generation after generation, 2 world wars. All of a sudden it was gone. And then we got a double whammy, if you will, when U.S. Air took that hub to Philadelphia. It was devastating. It was crushing. The children of those steelworkers who found a way to survive by going to work for U.S. Air, just like their parents before them, lost their job. So now they're flying out of airports in North Carolina. Many are going deeper south to the Midwest, wherever they could get work, flight attendants, mechanics, you name it. But lo and behold, hard work. That airport is thriving now, coming off that $1.7 billion facelift that everybody's raving about because of the airlines putting their money where their mouth is, because they know that they need this hub because of Pittsburgh. Why did they do it? Not just for those who are going to get a little sand between their toes on vacation, which is a good thing, but they know what's about to happen in Pittsburgh. They understand what's going on with Nippon U.S. Steel. They understand that Nippon is moving their world U.S. headquarters from Houston to Pittsburgh. They know what Royal Dutch Shell is doing. One of the reasons why that stretch of highway leading to that gate has been completely redone. And the landscape is pristine because of who paid for it? Not the taxpayers, Royal Dutch Shell. And Tom Corbett got it done. It was the first light bulb in the house of manufacturing that is now lit and shining and burning bright, and I will drive by it in just about 30 minutes. I'm not too embarrassed to say that many times when I drive by these places of manufacturing or a new building go up, my Catholic faith, I make that sign of the cross and I say, thank you, God. Thank you, because now I know as I get into that third act of my life that my children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren will have an opportunity to call this region their home. You know, I could have went anywhere, could have done anything. I'm not the latest, I'm just the greatest, but I'm good enough to get it done, and I have work ethic second to none. But I never wanted to leave here. I love Pittsburgh. I love the people, I love the sights, the sounds, the smells. I'm probably the only one who loves getting stuck behind a PRT bus because I want to read the billboard. I'm maybe the only one who loves going to the Strip and seeing the Heinz History Center, driving over the Fort Duquesne Bridge and looking at beautiful PNC Park on a hot summer night or the frozen tundra of the Allegheny and Ohio, and in the distance, Accushore Stadium. Skylines with names like UPMC and others. I love it. U.S. Steel Building. Love it. Highmark. Love it. Penn and Stanwyck, Fifth Avenue Place, Liberty Avenue, Lawrenceville, Route 28, Route 8, 279 to McKnight Road. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love the Pittsburgh public schools, the Catholic schools of the Diocese of Pittsburgh, the public education that I've come to know and love in this region because of who they are. And today, very evident with that WPIL selection of who, what, when, where, why, and how in the start of the second season, in which we'll have every single game from the opening tip to the final buzzer for that championship that is the WPIL. Western Pennsylvania Interscholastic Athletic League. It's who we are. It's the brand that we made famous. And I think back when the mills were booming and Fifth Avenue and Shenley were doing battle on a frozen night like tonight.